Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐵𝐵𝐷3498 on Wattpad. Now let's start. A young boy with green hair awoke in the middle of the woods, his head throbbing. Izuku, still groggy, sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Fear gripped him as he took in the tall trees and the emptiness around him. There were no signs of people, no trails, and most importantly, no sign of his mother. The thought of her brought him to a standstill. The last thing he remembered was his mother driving him into the woods. It had been a few days after a doctor's appointment that changed everything. His mother had been unusually quiet, and a sense of unease settled over him. He had asked several times where they were headed, but she never responded. She had pulled over on a long stretch of road beside the forest. When he asked again, she snapped at him, expressing her frustration about his lack of a quirk. The fear in her eyes, usually so kind, was unsettling. He barely managed to ask, "What?" before she covered his mouth with a cloth, and darkness enveloped him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 walked through the woods after a long hike, alone. She returned to her car and drove home to pack up and leave for a new beginning. Izuku was left behind in the woods, with only the clothes on his back. As he recalled the events, he began to sob, feeling utterly alone. He curled up, clutching his knees to his chest, and cried until exhaustion took over, pulling him back into unconsciousness. When Izuku awoke again, a chill filled the air. He slowly rose, sniffling as he pondered his next move. He remembered watching a survival show on television and knew he needed to find shelter before night fell. The sun was already setting. He stood up and began walking in a direction that all looked the same to him. The densely wooded area was daunting for his small frame, but he had no other choice. Lost in thought, he walked until he heard the sound of water bubbling nearby. Following the noise, he discovered a small stream and leaned down to drink the fresh water. He decided to walk upstream, unsure of what else to do. With his arms wrapped around himself, he walked for an hour until he found the source of the water, a natural spring cascading over stones. The spring was elevated on a stone wall, and the small cliffside stretched far. As he looked around, he spotted what he was searching for, a cave that extended into the cliffside. Approaching it cautiously, he peered inside the dark opening and listened intently. Hearing nothing, he glanced up to see that it was nearly dark. With no other options, he stepped into the cave, which sloped slightly upward. Inside, it was smaller than his room and devoid of any furnishings. Moss covered the back wall and floor. Izuku made his way over and sat down in the darkness, realizing that his mother had abandoned him in the woods because he was quirkless. Fresh tears streamed down his face, and he wiped them away, trying to think of something useful. Unless someone witnessed his mother leave him, no one would know where to look. Heroes would be unaware of his plight. His friend 𝐾𝐿 might wonder where he was, but if his mother claimed they had moved, who would believe otherwise? There were no trails in the forest, no signs of human life. He was truly alone, and fear washed over him, bringing forth more tears. The next day, Izuku woke up with tear stains on his cheeks, still in darkness. He noticed light streaming into the cave opening and made his way outside. Sitting at the entrance, he contemplated his next steps. He needed food, and the stream was nearby. Remembering the survival show, he thought about spearing fish to eat. He searched for a long stick, initially finding one that was dull and wavy. After some time, he discovered a straight stick with a blunt end. Moving to a flat stone, he began to sharpen it, recalling the advice from the show. Lacking a knife, he made do with the stone. He worked diligently until the point was sharp, then headed back to the stream. Removing his shoes and socks, he stepped into the cool water. He waded slowly, watching for fish. Hours passed as he tried to catch one, but finally he managed to spear a fish with enough force to secure it. Overwhelmed with joy, he pulled the fish from the water and returned to the cave. Now he faced the challenge of preparing it. He vaguely remembered that the innards needed to be removed. Without a knife and with a rumbling stomach, he searched for something to help. A sharp stone caught his eye, and he picked it up. Sitting down, he looked at the fish and then at the stone, reminding himself that he still needed to cook it. Frustration bubbled up, and tears filled his eyes as he felt anger toward his mother for leaving him, toward the doctor for declaring him quirkless, and at himself for being quirkless. His stomach growled, urging him to focus on the task at hand. With determination, he removed the innards of the fish and discarded them. He cleaned it as best as he could in the stream and used the sharp stone to scrape off the scales. Moving to the cave entrance, he placed the fish on the spear against the cave wall and began to work on starting a fire. The area was dry, and he gathered enough materials to create one. He collected dry grass, leaves, and sticks, recalling that rubbing them together could create heat and ignite a flame. He settled down with his supplies and began to rub the sticks together, hoping for success. Hours passed, and he was close to starting a fire, with small wisps of smoke emerging, but his young body struggled to keep up. Exhausted and hungry, he looked up at the sky, which was darkening once more. He glanced at the fish still on the stick, feeling the rumble of his stomach once again. With tears in his eyes, he bit into the raw fish and chewed without considering the taste or the potential consequences of consuming raw food. His hunger overwhelmed him as he devoured the fish. 15 minutes later, he rinsed his mouth and hands, feeling a sense of satisfaction from his hunger being quelled. He then made his way to the cave's moss and lay down for the night. 2 years passed as Izuku fought to survive. He learned to make a fire and could finally enjoy cooked fish. He was grateful that he hadn't fallen ill from eating raw fish, and the river remained clean. The fire required his shoelaces and 2 sticks, which he spun rapidly to create enough heat to ignite an ember. With excitement, he carefully placed some dry leaves and blew gently until flames flickered to life. He added sticks and soon had a roaring fire. He danced around it with joy, pride swelling within him as he admired his creation. During those 2 years, he explored his cave for various foods, discovering many options. The challenge was determining what was safe to eat. He noticed a squirrel munching on berries from a bush, which inspired him to follow its lead. He tested roots he found, observing the animals. If they ate something, he felt safe to try it too. He praised his cleverness, thinking of hunting animals for meat, but he had no idea how to catch one. So, he continued to rely on fish and whatever he could forage. The first winter was harsh, and he often went to sleep shivering. He quickly learned to block the cave's entrance with shrubbery. The following year, he constructed a makeshift door from sticks and vines, effectively keeping out the cold. The fire provided warmth during the frigid nights. His clothes shrank, and his shoes became tight. Resourcefully, he tore the front of his shoes to create open-toe footwear. His shirt and shorts remained until they became too uncomfortable to wear properly. When his shorts became unbearable, he tied his shirt to cover himself as best he could. Each week, he ventured further in search of food, yet he found no signs of other people. His sense of direction improved significantly as he adapted to life in the woods. He encountered various wildlife, including deer, a glossy black stone, and a wolf. He quickly moved away from the wolf's territory, hoping it would not approach him. The black stone was incredibly sharp and cut his calloused finger, but he smiled at his find, setting it aside as he picked up a new stone. First, he needed to fashion it into a tool to gut the fish. He used his old shorts as a grip, which worked remarkably well. In the second year, trouble began. While foraging for berries in the spring, he heard a noise. Living in the woods heightened his senses, prompting him to turn slowly toward the source. A gray wolf stared at him, growling and lowering its body. Fear gripped him as he backed away slowly, reaching for his black stone knife. The wolf continued to growl, matching his every step backward toward the cave. He hoped to hide there until the wolf grew tired, but that was not to be. With a fierce bark, the wolf lunged at him. Izuku yelped and dove to the side, sprinting toward the cliff at the top of his cave. He climbed the cliff and ran, the wolf barking as he darted between trees, dodging its lunges. The cliff came into view, and Izuku cried out in joy. But then the wolf tackled him, and they both fell off the cliff. Izuku landed in the creek, pain shooting through his leg upon impact. He pulled himself out of the water and searched for the wolf, which had landed near his cave and was now whimpering as it struggled to rise. The wolf approached him, growling with a limp and wheezing breath. Izuku grabbed his black stone knife, aiming it at the wolf. Unable to stand due to his injured leg, he faced the advancing wolf. It lunged at him, and he instinctively raised his arm. The wolf bit into his forearm, shaking its head. In agony, Izuku jabbed his sharp stone into the wolf's neck repeatedly. They both cried out in pain, but the wolf refused to release him. With a desperate yell, Izuku stabbed the wolf in the eye, and it finally let go. He stumbled back from the scene, landing on the ground. Leaning against a tree, he shakily examined his arm and leg. The bone in his leg protruded, and his arm was severely injured. Overwhelmed by the sight of his injuries, he turned away and retched. Tears streamed down his face as the adrenaline faded, replaced by pain. He whispered to himself that he didn't want to die as darkness enveloped him. A few hours later, Izuku awoke to find his limbs healed and an intense hunger gnawing at him. Initially thinking it was a nightmare, the BLD on his shirt tied around his waist and the dead wolf nearby proved otherwise. His arm bore no scars or BLD, and his leg was similarly unscathed. He scanned his surroundings for any sign of danger, but all he could hear was the normal sounds of wildlife. As he stared at his arm, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. He realized he had a quirk. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he quietly acknowledged this newfound power. He had not been quirkless after all. Anger surged within him as he thought of his mother who had abandoned him. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed that he had a quirk. His stomach growled loudly and he turned to the wolf. It seemed only fair to utilize the resources available to him. He grabbed his fire starter and began to make a fire, glancing at the wolf's fur and then down at his too small shirt. With the fire roaring, he started to skin the wolf. Lacking experience, it was a messy endeavor, and he found himself covered in BLD once more. He disposed of the innards far from his cave and began breaking bones, cutting pieces to skewer for cooking. The aroma wafting from the fire was delightful to his senses. For 2 years, his diet consisted solely of fish, berries, and unfamiliar roots. As he finished cooking one piece of meat, he consumed it and prepared another. He was determined not to waste food, aware that the meat would spoil if left uneaten. He filled his stomach and then some, leaving only half a wolf and its gnawed bones. Satisfied, he cooked more meat for later, placing it on large leaves he had found and setting them in his cave. He dragged the remaining raw meat away from the river, burying it in a pit and covering it with shrubbery. He understood that a determined animal might discover it, but it was better than nothing. He hung the wolf's skin to dry, hoping it would work out. As the sun set, he settled into his moss bed, feeling content for the first time in 2 years. The next morning, he awoke and stretched, eating what he had cooked before preparing the rest of the raw meat. Afterward, he reflected on his recent discovery. He had a unique ability. He had healed from life-threatening wounds. Now, he needed to understand the nature of this ability. Although he had eaten berries for breakfast and should not have felt hungry, he awoke ravenous after the fight. He pondered whether his fast healing consumed his energy. He recalled the BLD disappearing from his wounds. He took his black stone knife and made a small cut on his finger. It bled, and to his surprise, it did not close as he had expected. He commanded it to heal, and gradually, the cut sealed up. He realized he had to instruct his body to heal. Curious, he wondered if he could try other things. He commanded his body to stop healing, and the bleeding resumed. Alarmed, he quickly told it to heal again, and it did. He washed off in the stream, experimenting further with his ability. Remembering the wolf's sharp teeth, he instructed his body to grow fangs. Pain surged in his mouth as new teeth emerged, and once the discomfort faded, he felt the fangs where his canines used to be. Excited, he commanded them to revert, but the pain returned, and he winced as they disappeared. He ordered his body to stop hurting, and a numbing sensation spread through him, which he found unsettling. He instructed it to return to normal, accidentally biting his tongue in the process, but he healed it immediately. He then tested his ability further, numbing his right hand and commanding sharp claws to grow. His right hand became numb while both hands sprouted sharp, bone-like claws extending from his fingers. He marveled at the knife-like blades, easily carving a stick with them. He realized he could alter his body in extraordinary ways, learning to command it without words and growing accustomed to the pain. Larger transformations caused more discomfort and hunger if sustained. He understood that his ability drew from his own body. Eager to explore more, he recalled a library filled with knowledge, but he needed to find it. 6 months after discovering his ability, he set off in search of people and a library. With only his black stone knife and a new wolf skin around his waist, he began his journey. His first attempt to find people was unsuccessful. However, after studying the deer he had hunted, he learned how it could run swiftly. He mimicked the structure of its legs, practicing walking and then running. His hooves formed from his nails, and he felt an exhilarating speed. With some cooked food in a makeshift basket, he sprinted downstream like a deer, the wind rushing through his hair as he laughed in joy. He passed ponds, another cave, and countless trees, traveling at full speed for days, stopping only to rest or sleep. When his food ran low, he hunted small animals using a bone spear that protruded from his forearm. He grew sharp teeth and turned off his sense of taste, consuming whatever he caught raw. He realized he could make permanent changes to his body, ensuring he wouldn't get sick. Understanding that germs could make him ill, he simply instructed his body not to get sick, and so far, it had worked. After cleaning himself, he continued until he spotted what he had been searching for, lights in the distance. He quickened his pace and, in the dark, found a city with buildings made by humans. He paused beside a tree, catching his breath as he observed the bustling street. The noise was overwhelming compared to the tranquility of the woods, and he felt a twinge of fear about leaving his familiar surroundings, which made him chuckle nervously. Unsure of where to go or if there was a library nearby, he glanced down at the wolf pelt draped around his waist and his dirty arms and legs. He realized he needed to clean up and find clothes. Spotting some garments hanging out to dry near a house, he decided that just a few would suffice. He dashed over the fence, snatching what appeared to be a shirt and shorts before sprinting back into the woods. Once hidden among the trees, he examined the clothes. They were slightly oversized, but he could manage with the shorts. He returned to the pond to clean himself as best as he could, leaving his legs as they were since he had forgotten about shoes. His hair felt greasy, but he shrugged it off. After slipping on the stolen clothes, he ventured back into the dark city, deciding it would be better to explore when fewer people were around. With a cautious step, he entered the dimly lit streets, his hooves echoing on the pavement. He transformed his legs into those of a wolf, complete with padded feet, to move more quietly. As he walked down the street in the middle of the night, he gazed at the building, trying to recall the last time he had seen a library. He remembered to stay on the sidewalk, but his search was fruitless. Suddenly, he heard a noise from the nearby alleyway and cautiously peeked around the corner. A man leaned against the brick wall, smoking a cigarette. Izuku attempted to speak but coughed, then tried again, asking if the man knew where a library was. The man turned to him, his brow furrowed, and demanded money in exchange for information. Izuku shook his head, explaining he had no money. The man stepped closer, grabbing Izuku's collar, but halted when he felt something sharp pressing against his stomach. Looking down, he saw a bone spear aimed at him. Izuku repeated his question about the library. The man remained still but nodded slowly. Excited, Izuku asked him to lead the way. The man complied, walking carefully, a bone spear protruding from his wrist, his eyes showing no fear. They arrived at the nearest library, where the man pointed out a sign that read it opened at 7 a.m. Izuku smiled brightly, retracting his bone spear with a cracking sound as the opening closed immediately after. He thanked the man and waved goodbye before disappearing into the woods. The man nodded, shaking his head in disbelief as he walked home, unable to comprehend the encounter. Izuku found what he was looking for and made his way back into the woods, following his instincts until he discovered a stream, then a pond, and finally a nearby cave. Inside, he found a nest of badgers and, after a brief moment, took them for breakfast. He set his clothes aside to keep them clean and, with a content sigh, fell asleep. The next morning, he prepared the badgers, eating 2 and saving the others for later. After washing up in the pond, he headed to the library. The sun was shining and people were bustling about, which overwhelmed him, but he pressed on. As he walked to the library, he noticed a few curious glances but nothing too alarming. Stepping inside, he took in the quiet atmosphere, a stark contrast to both the forest and the city. An elderly lady cleared her throat, drawing his attention. She watched him with curiosity and gently reminded him to wipe his feet before entering. Izuku nodded and cleaned his paws on the rug before approaching her. He expressed his interest in books about the human body and other kinds of bodies, like animals and bones. The old librarian observed the young boy, who could barely rest his chin on the counter, and led him to the appropriate section. Izuku looked at the books, grabbing a few that were challenging for him to read. He thanked her and sat at a table, opening the first book but struggling to comprehend the advanced material. As he flipped through the pages, he found one on human anatomy. He attempted to pronounce a word but faltered. The old lady, nearby, informed him that it was pancreas. He repeated the word as she sat beside him, watching him for a moment before asking when he last attended school. Izuku paused to think, recalling that it had been over 2 years. When she inquired further, he shrugged, explaining that he had just returned and was behind in his studies. The librarian noted that he seemed well-fed but questioned why he wasn't in school. He simply stated that he had just come back and didn't see it as a problem. She asked if he wanted to learn, and his eyes lit up with determination. He wanted to improve his reading skills and master his quirk, but that was a goal for another time. The librarian reminded him to keep his voice down and offered to help him catch up. She guided him to a computer, where he completed several tests. Though he scrunched his nose at the task, he diligently answered each question. The librarian checked on him periodically, but he managed well on his own. Once finished, he approached her, announcing he was done. She printed his results and assessed his academic level before gathering books from various sections and handing them to him. She encouraged him to read them and return once he understood their content. Izuku worked diligently for hours until his stomach growled. He returned the books to the librarian, explaining he would eat and come back. As he left, she remarked to herself about the peculiar boy, sensing something unusual about him. After satisfying his hunger, Izuku returned to the library, took the books from the old lady, and resumed reading. He noticed others coming and going quietly, keeping track of them as the day passed. Eventually, the librarian approached his table, informing him it was time to close for the night. She offered to hold on to the books for him or allow him to check them out. Though tempted, he declined, knowing he lacked a light to read in his den. He promised to return the next day and left, jogging back to the woods in search of dinner, aware that other animals were nearby and that he needed to hunt quickly before darkness fell. He removed his clothing and donned his wolf pelt to keep his garments clean. With that, he extended his claws and stealthily navigated the woods until he spotted his target. A deer grazed peacefully within his view, prompting Izuku to slow his movements. He leaped onto a tree, climbed to another, and positioned himself directly above the deer. With a swift motion, he pounced, bringing the deer down silently. After securing his catch, he began to skin and gut it away from his den. Once finished, he made his way back to his den to prepare the meat. Although he could consume it raw, he preferred the taste of cooked meat from time to time. As night fell, Izuku sat beside a fire, cooking deer meat on a stick. Gently on it before taking a bite, his sharp fingers making clean cuts on the meat, minimizing any mess. After eating about a third of the deer, he set the skin aside to dry, having learned the proper method, and then settled down to sleep with the remaining deer beside him. A year later, Izuku entered the library and greeted Asato Shizuko. He collected his books from the previous day and headed to his table. She responded warmly, acknowledging his presence. Izuku had changed his attire since 6 months ago, having taken her suggestion to diversify his wardrobe to heart. He had ventured out at night to acquire a few additional pieces of clothing, including a sweater and several shirts and shorts, ensuring he kept them as clean as possible despite living in the woods. Asato had observed his dedication, noting his consistent attendance and commitment to his studies. Izuku had surpassed the academic level expected for someone his age, but Asato remained silent about it. Occasionally, he took breaks from his assigned readings to delve into topics of personal interest, such as anatomy, which he had been curious about a year prior. Currently, he was engrossed in a book discussing how human organs remained in place and the common causes of injury. He was determined to enhance his body, planning to remove his appendix and wisdom teeth to improve his resilience. He moved on to studying bones and methods to strengthen them. He discovered a book that detailed individuals with quirks affecting their physical forms from 𝐼𝐻. One prevalent quirk was the enhancement of bone density, which provided significant strength. During an autopsy of a quirked individual, it was noted that their bones were 3 times denser than those of an average human. Asato inquired if he needed assistance, to which Izuku replied that he was fine, expressing gratitude for her offer. He had devised a plan to utilize the BLD from the animals he hunted, extracting iron to integrate into his bones for added strength and sharper claws. He also considered the benefits of calcium, envisioning crunchy bone snacks. His next focus was on muscles and ligaments, believing he could compact his muscles without increasing size, similar to some individuals with quirks. He theorized that by consuming the ligaments of other creatures, he could incorporate them into his own after processing them. Asato, sitting across from him, asked if he was planning to become a doctor, to which he clarified that his pursuits were for the sake of his quirk. When she expressed curiosity about his quirk, he explained that he had the ability to manipulate his body in various ways. Demonstrating his power, he extended his hand, causing his bones to crack and reshape into mallet-like fists before transforming into elongated bone blades. He then shifted them into flexible tendrils to turn the pages of his book. Asato appeared both disturbed and intrigued by his display, recognizing the potential of his abilities. Izuku expressed his excitement about discovering what he could achieve, prompting Asato to encourage him to proceed with caution and thorough study. That night, Izuku began to consume the bones of the deer he had hunted earlier. He commanded his body to break down the calcium and compress his bones to their fullest potential. He consumed the deer's ligaments raw, instructing his body to prepare for the incoming nutrients. Extending a thick tendril, he extracted BLD directly to absorb iron and other vitamins. Any parasites encountered were swiftly eliminated, ensuring he faced no concerns from them. The deer was consumed piece by piece after being skinned and gutted, leaving no trace of the once peaceful creature as Izuku enhanced his physical form. His bones grew denser, muscles compacted, ligaments strengthened, and organs adapted to absorb impact more effectively. The following morning, Izuku awoke feeling different. He sensed the changes within his body and knew he had made progress. Emerging from his den, he extended a bone spear, now coated with a thin layer of iron from tip to end. He struck a tree, leaving a deep mark in its bark. He focused on refining the iron coating, realizing he needed more to achieve his desired thickness. His bladed fingers gleamed with the metallic sheen, and he smiled at his improvements. Although he felt heavier, his compacted muscles balanced the difference. Transforming into his hunting form, he ventured forth to test his enhanced abilities. With wolf-like legs, bladed fingers on one hand, and a bone spear in the other, he sprinted through the forest in search of breakfast. He moved faster than ever before, soon spotting his prey. A badger, sniffing the ground, turned just in time to meet a swift claw that cleanly bisected it. Izuku swiftly skinned the badger, then opened his jaw wide to consume it whole, while the other half was meticulously skinned and torn apart by his extending tendrils. Each tendril retracted into his body, allowing him to digest the meal. With a satisfied smile, Izuku continued his search for more breakfast, pausing briefly beside a berry bush before moving on. He quickly learned what was safe to eat and what was not. Moving on, he found what he sought, a deer. Izuku returned to the library with a spring in his step and collected the books that were always set aside for him. With a smile at Asato, he settled down to study. Later, he immersed himself in reading about the external organs of the human body, such as eyes, noses, and mouths. However, what he possessed was not a mouth but teeth on a tendril that absorbed mass for consumption. He envisioned creating another mouth that would include a tongue and taste buds. Eyes would be a challenge, but that was a concern for another time. 3.5 years later, Izuku walked back to his den. At approximately 13 years old, he stood at 167 centimeters, still sporting messy green hair and freckles. He was lean, but his muscles were compact enough to feel like steel when flexed, and his bones were equally strong. He had come a long way from the frightened boy left alone in the forest 9 years prior. He had completed his recommended studies and had advanced to animal anatomy and the anatomy of the human brain. With his intellect, he desired only one adjustment, a program that would allow him to heal by sacrificing his limbs first, then his body, in case he were critically injured and unable to recover. In studying animal anatomy, he mimicked various creatures to enhance his transformations. Insects offered numerous options for armor and weaponry. He even attempted to grow wings, but his weight proved too much for them to function. One creature that captivated him was the mantis shrimp, known for its remarkable eyes and striking attack methods. He learned how to develop mantis shrimp eyes, allowing him to appreciate the intricate details of the world around him. It took time to adjust to having an additional set of eyes, but now he had an extra pair positioned above his normal ones. His arms could deliver a powerful strike capable of splitting a tree in half, creating a cloud of dust at the impact point. He had experimented with various animal anatomies, but his favorites remained the mantis and mantis shrimp, along with trusty claws and a bone spear. For day-to-day activities, he retained wolf-like legs, while pronghorn legs provided him with speed. He had plans for his legs in case of intense combat, but his wolf legs were reliable, given their steel-lined bones. Consuming charcoal for carbon was not an enjoyable process. Izuku donned his hunting furs and inhaled the scents of the woods through a nose enhanced by multiple animals. His legs transformed into more aggressive wolf limbs, muscles exposed and steel claws ready for gripping. His arms extended down to his thighs, mirroring the muscular structure of his legs, with bone claws protruding. His spine became slightly more flexible, resembling that of a feline. Finally, his face took on a more fearsome appearance. The mantis shrimp's eyes developed beneath his normal ones, and his lips retracted to reveal interlocked teeth. Organic armor enveloped his nose, ridged spine, and the most delicate organs. He had learned from past mistakes, and once was enough. With a sigh of relief, he dug into the earth as his legs propelled him forward, gaining speed. He ran with the wind in his hair, sprinting through the woods before leaping onto a tree and climbing it with ease. His claws dug into the trunk, and his powerful muscles propelled him upward. Reaching the top, he leaned over, tendrils extending from his back and wrapping around the treetop. He stood there, inhaling every nearby scent. A new one caught his attention, prompting him to pivot in its direction. It was the scent of a human boy around his age, filled with fear and desperation. More scents assaulted his nose, other boys of the same age, but their emotions were tainted with malice and joy. Izuku growled and leaped from the treetop, landing with a thud. He sprinted toward the frightened boy, climbing another tree to observe the situation. He spotted a purple-haired boy with something on his face, fleeing from a group of 3 boys who taunted him from behind. The purple-haired boy stumbled, and the others laughed at his misfortune. They called him names, labeling him a villain, but Izuku had seen enough. 𝗟𝗄 crawled away from his bullies as they approached with mocking grins. Just as they were within 10 steps of him, he felt a heavy thump land behind him. The bullies' faces drained of color. The hunters stood protectively behind the purple-haired boy, causing the others to scream and flee. The boy on the ground turned slowly, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Izuku crouched down, examining the object on the boy's face, a muzzle with a lock on its side. His claws extended and the boy flinched. Ignoring the boy's reaction, Izuku transformed his hand into tendrils with blades at the ends, slicing through the leather straps. He gently removed the muzzle and reformed his clawed hand around it, crushing it in his grip before placing it gently in front of the boy. With a nod and a huff, he prepared to leave. The boy expressed his gratitude, prompting Izuku to pause and turn back. He encouraged the boy to return anytime. His voice transformed into a low growl, resonating with multiple tones, resembling a demon's voice. He moved over to a tree and marked it with 3 claw marks before departing. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, clutching the remnants of the muzzle. He looked up at the claw marks, feeling their depth. If that creature had wanted to, it could have easily torn them apart. Instead, it had intervened, stopping the bullies without any witnesses. He still shivered at the thought of the four-eyed beast with its fearsome appearance. Izuku returned to the library to continue his research on the anatomy of living beings he could assimilate into his body. He had already modified the cavity around his brain to better absorb impacts. A net held his brain in place, preventing it from colliding with his cranium and causing injury. His spinal cord had also been reinforced and made more flexible. The primary concern now was his nervous system. While his body had reached its peak potential, the wiring needed improvement. That was his next area of study. Asato smiled gently at Izuku, inviting him over to the counter. She shared her plans for a 6-month vacation starting the following week and mentioned that she had hired a temporary replacement. Izuku, puzzled, inquired about what a vacation was. Asato explained that it was a break from work for an extended period. Izuku nodded, recalling how he sometimes took breaks from his quiet hunting, where he would let deer see him before he chased after them. Asato reassured him that she would return, and he accepted this with a nod before taking the book he had left on the counter. He settled at his usual table, diving into his reading about the nervous system and the quirks of humans and animals with enhanced nervous systems. He learned that the nervous system comprised the brain and spine, and he focused on the peripheral nervous system, which included nerves, sensory neurons, and motor neurons. Izuku desired to enhance his peripheral nervous system to allow for quicker movements. He discovered that he could improve his nervous and peripheral systems by adding more neurons connecting to each limb. However, he had to be cautious to avoid any mix-ups. Otherwise, a thought to move a finger could inadvertently cause his arm to move as well. He found a simple solution by dissolving the neurons that connected the two pathways and adding more to his sensory organs, like his eyes and nose. Initially, when he grew an extra pair of eyes, it felt disorienting to receive input from both. Over time, he adjusted and learned to switch between them, but now, with additional neurons linking both sets, he could see through both at once. His mantis shrimp eyes offered a narrow focus, while his regular eyes provided a broader perspective. His nose, however, did not show much improvement. As the week progressed, Izuku found himself slowing in his research. To his surprise, Asato gave him a farewell hug before she left the next day. In her place was a young woman with unremarkable features who welcomed him with a smile, but he paid her little mind afterward. During his trips between the library and the woods, he encountered a hero one morning. A man in colorful attire strutted down the sidewalk, and Izuku tilted his head, intrigued by the unusual outfit. The hero noticed Izuku's gaze and approached him, asking why he wasn't at school. Izuku explained that he learned everything he needed from the library. Curious about the hero's attire, he asked why the man dressed that way. The hero, taken aback, stated that he was a professional hero. Izuku recalled a distant memory of a blonde man with an odd hairstyle and connected the dots, realizing that heroes were like police officers but with quirks and distinctive costumes. When the hero inquired about Izuku's background, he replied that he grew up in Japan and lived nearby. The hero appeared perplexed by Izuku's lack of knowledge about heroes, but Izuku soon left him standing there. Upon returning to the library, the temporary librarian greeted him warmly. Izuku approached the desk and asked where he could find information about heroes. She inquired about his specific interests, agencies, heroes, or their history, and he requested the basics first. The young woman, curious about his questions, retrieved a book detailing the history of heroes and how they came to be. She explained that the bookshelf contained much information about heroes, including their origins. Grateful, Izuku took the book to his table and read intently, moving on to another and then another until it was time for the library to close. As she tapped his table to get his attention, Izuku gathered his books and placed them on the counter for the next day. Deep in thought about heroes, he turned to the librarian and articulated his understanding that heroes protected people using their quirks to combat villains who misused theirs. She nodded in agreement and he asked how one could become a professional hero. As they walked toward the exit, She turned off the lights and explained that anyone who passed their tests could become a hero, mentioning UA as the most renowned institution with its entrance exam involving combat against robots. Izuku furrowed his brow, questioning if that was truly all it took to become a hero. The librarian admitted uncertainty about additional tests but acknowledged his concern. As they stepped outside, she agreed with his observation that simply defeating robots didn't necessarily qualify someone to be a hero. She shared her own aspirations of becoming a librarian rather than a hero, laughing softly. When she asked if he wanted to be a hero, Izuku pondered the idea and responded that it seemed fun, leaving him to contemplate it further. While he enjoyed his time in the woods, he recognized that there was more to the world than just hunting and reading. As he walked back, he considered the possibility of becoming a hero, envisioning himself fighting villains and earning a reward for it. Money had never been a significant concern for him, but the idea of helping others while still being able to return to his woods at night was appealing. Suddenly, he caught a familiar yet foreign scent, one he recognized from a boy he had previously encountered. He shifted into his hunter form, leaping into a tree to follow the scent. He spotted the boy walking alone in the woods, a light illuminating his path. Izuku observed him closely, noting the nervousness in the boy's demeanor, and waited until he was directly beneath his tree before dropping down a few feet behind him. The boy yelped in fear as the hunter loomed a few feet above him. He stepped back, glancing nervously at the creature that observed him with curiosity. 𝗫𝐿 trembled slightly as he met the gaze of the four eyes fixed on him. The hunter's sharp teeth gleamed white, perfectly aligned, while messy green hair framed its head. 𝗫𝐿 swallowed hard and cautiously retrieved an item from his sweater pocket. The hunter watched as the boy nervously revealed his offering, then reached into his own pocket. The boy froze, his eyes darting to the hunter's hand. Curiosity flickered in his gaze as he looked back up at the creature's face. He stuttered, explaining that it was a thank-you gift for the hunter's earlier actions, and held out a box of seasoned cooked meat. The hunter's hand transformed into tendrils, delicately lifting one of the skewered meats to its nose. The scent overwhelmed him, causing him to shake his head and sneeze. He glanced at the meat and then at the boy's nervous smile. Izuku took a piece and savored it, noting that while it was spicy, it was also delicious. For most of his life, he had only eaten plain meat, and the seasoning was a delightful surprise. 𝗫𝐿 let out a sigh of relief as the creature consumed the rest of the skewered meat. His stomach growled, reminding him that it was dinner time and he needed to return home to eat with his mother. The beast remarked on his hunger, to which 𝗫𝐿 responded that dinner should be soon. The hunter then declared it was time for a hunt. With a swift motion, the creature lifted 𝗫𝐿 onto its back and vanished from the clearing. Panic surged within the boy as he felt himself secured to the hunter's back, and they blurred into another area. Izuku set 𝗫𝐿 down gently, and the boy stumbled before regaining his balance. The hunter sniffed the air and dashed toward a badger, swiftly dispatching it with a precise movement. He drained the BLD with his tendrils, skinned it, and gutted it with practiced ease, returning to his den just as 𝗫𝐿 began to rise. Izuku placed the badger on a branch and retrieved his fire starter. Tendrils gathered tinder and sticks, and soon smoke billowed as a fire roared to life. 𝗫𝐿 watched in awe as the beast built the fire to his satisfaction. The hunter then prepared the animal, slicing off its legs and skewering them to cook over the flames. With a pale expression, 𝗫𝐿 messaged his mother that he was having dinner with a friend, receiving a cheerful emoji in response. He winced at the sound of cracking bone and looked up to see the hunter had transformed into a boy around his age. This boy appeared normal with green hair, freckles, and a muscular build, save for the black dots under his eyes and his wolf-like legs. A wolf pelt covered his waist, serving as his only clothing. The boy expressed confusion, stating that 𝗫𝐿 was human. Izuku confirmed this and pointed to his den, explaining that he lived there. When 𝗫𝐿 pressed for reasons why he lived in the woods instead of a town, Izuku hesitated, recalling his mother leaving him behind. He simply stated that he didn't have any money. 𝗫𝐿 noticed the flicker of resentment in Izuku's eyes but chose not to pursue the topic further. Introducing himself, 𝗫𝐿 asked for the boy's name. Izuku, satisfied with his meal, responded that he was Izuku and offered 𝐼𝐮𝐲 a roast. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 hesitantly took a piece of meat and bit into it, finding it tough and lacking flavor. He inquired if Izuku had a full name, to which Izuku replied that he was simply Izuku. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 then shared that he had been chased by bullies who wanted to harm him because of his quirk. Izuku expressed disbelief that people would act that way, and 𝐼𝐮𝐲 explained that discrimination based on quirks was common. Curious, Izuku asked how long 𝐼𝐮𝐲 had been in the woods, to which 𝐼𝐮𝐲 learned that Izuku had lived in his den for about 5 years and longer in the woods. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 asked if Izuku enjoyed living there, and Izuku affirmed that it was quiet and allowed him to hunt. When asked if he planned to stay forever, Izuku paused, contemplating his earlier thoughts about becoming a hero after reading about them in the library. He shared his longing to try to be a hero, and 𝐼𝐮𝐲 expressed that it would be difficult. Izuku agreed, stating that life was never easy. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 lamented that those with flashy quirks had it easier, prompting Izuku to ask what he meant. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 explained that flashy quirks were strong and attention-grabbing, while his own was less so. Izuku questioned why attention was important for being a hero, and as he crunched on a bone, 𝐼𝐮𝐲 winced at the sound. Izuku suggested that hard work was the key to success, and 𝐼𝐮𝐲 nodded, finishing his meal. He twirled the bone thoughtfully before Izuku pointed to it, asking if he would eat it. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 handed the bone to Izuku, who finished his meal before 𝐼𝐮𝐲 stood to leave. As he prepared to head home, he asked Izuku how to find his way back. With his eyes closed, Izuku pointed in a direction and advised him to shout if he got lost. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 bid farewell and made his way through the dark woods, flashlight in hand and a full belly. A year passed with little change. Izuku continued his studies on the basics of heroism, and Asato returned from her vacation, bringing life back to normal. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 visited occasionally, and Izuku hunted for both of them. Gradually, 𝐼𝐮𝐲 gained some muscle, inspired by Izuku's example to try to mimic quirks with his own physical abilities. Izuku immersed himself in a quest for knowledge, diving deep into the study of quirk biology. Certain quirks, like teleportation and fire control, were beyond his reach, as understanding them would require examining a user with those abilities. However, he had already explored body mutations and had done so more effectively than the textbooks suggested. Ultimately, he found himself unable to replicate emitter quirks, preferring to develop his own unique fighting style rather than becoming a jack of all trades. One day, while with 𝐼𝐮𝐲, Izuku expressed his longing to attend UA. 𝐼𝐮𝐲, surprised that Izuku hadn't applied yet, quickly retrieved his laptop and navigated to the UA application site. He handed the application to Izuku but paused to ask if he knew how to use a computer. Izuku, slightly offended, assured him that he had used one several times. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 rolled his eyes but stayed close in case Izuku needed assistance. Once Izuku completed the application, 𝐮𝐲 reviewed it and raised an eyebrow at the missing information. After a moment of hesitation, he submitted it, and with a satisfying ding, it was approved. Excited, Izuku inquired about the next steps. 𝐮𝐲 informed him that in a month, they would head to UA for a written exam followed by a practical test. He also reminded Izuku that he had never been to the city, suggesting he would pick him up early on the day of the exam. Izuku eagerly agreed, asking if he should wear something special. 𝐮𝐲 advised him to dress normally and to make sure he was clean. As time passed, Izuku maintained his routine, informing Asato about the upcoming UA entrance exam. She wished him luck, and he prepared for the night ahead. After a successful hunt, he filled his stomach, ensuring he was ready for the day to come. The next morning, he awoke to the familiar sound of 𝐮𝐲 making his presence known in the woods. 𝐮𝐲 called out to Izuku, reminding him that they needed to leave soon. Izuku emerged from his den, stretching and transforming into his hunter form. 𝐮𝐲 urged him to hurry, and Izuku dashed off to find a meal, wanting to be well prepared for the city. He quickly caught a deer, consuming it with urgency, and when he finished, he left behind only remnants of his feast. After washing up in the pond, Izuku changed into his best shorts and shirt, which he had recently acquired. When he emerged, 𝐮𝐲 raised an eyebrow, questioning the origin of his outfit. Izuku proudly admitted to stealing them. 𝐮𝐲 cautioned him against stealing, especially in the city, and they set off together. As they entered the city, Izuku was filled with wonder, taking in the sights like a tourist. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 had to guide him along, ensuring they stayed on schedule. The bustling atmosphere was overwhelming, but Izuku managed to mute some of the noise and smells. They arrived at a platform where a train awaited, and Izuku watched in fascination as it arrived. He boarded, captivated by the scenery flashing by outside the window, while 𝗀𝐻𝐽 felt a twinge of jealousy at Izuku's fresh perspective. As they neared their destination, Yue came into view. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 pointed it out, and they disembarked, joining the throng of students with diverse quirks and appearances heading toward the gates. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 asked if Izuku was ready, but Izuku, confused, wondered if the fight would start right away. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 quickly dismissed his concerns, urging him to follow. Entering Yue, Izuku was distracted and tripped over a loose brick, causing it to shatter under his weight. He noticed something metallic sliding down and reached for it, thinking it was a worm. 𝗀𝐻𝐽, alarmed, pulled him back, realizing it was a hydraulic component. He urged Izuku to forget it and move on. They proceeded to a designated table where they were instructed to sit. Izuku observed the hundreds of desks around him as 𝗀𝐻𝐽 laid out the rules for the exam. He advised Izuku not to look at others' papers, to keep quiet, and to only speak to heroes if necessary. Izuku nodded, determined to follow the instructions carefully. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 let out a sound reminiscent of a bird in distress, struggling to breathe. He encouraged Izuku to do his best with a shaky smile. The man wearing a domed helmet, with eyes and a mouth on it, announced that the UA Heroics exam would begin shortly. He explained the rules, which were similar to what 𝗀𝐻𝐽 had mentioned. As he spoke, multiple copies of himself distributed the tests and pencils. Izuku gripped his pencil tightly, glancing at 𝗀𝐻𝐽, who adjusted his own grip. Izuku then began the exam. 𝐒𝐿, the supervising hero, moved through the room, keeping an eye out for any cheaters. He caught 2 students attempting to cheat, and they were immediately disqualified without realizing it. His attention shifted to a green-haired boy who seemed to struggle with the pencil. Observing him for a moment, 𝐒𝐿 noticed a black bead protruding from the boy's neck before he resumed writing. Once 𝐒𝐿 moved on, the bead retracted, and the boy continued with his messy handwriting. Izuku was among the last to finish the exam. He relaxed his hands, which had been tense from gripping the pencil. 𝗀𝐽 waited near the end of the hall for Izuku to complete his test. When Izuku approached, he shared that he knew the answers but had not used a pencil in a long time. They made their way to a large sitting room and found a pair of open seats. After everyone settled, a blond man with an unusual hairstyle entered and spoke loudly, immediately making Izuku dislike him. The hero explained the exam's objective: to destroy robots and earn points. 𝗀𝐽 pointed out the areas Izuku needed to navigate, emphasizing the importance of finding the bus marked with a large A. A boy further down the room pointed at Izuku and 𝗀𝐽, accusing them of treating the situation lightly. Confused, Izuku asked what the joke was, prompting scattered laughter from the room. 𝗀𝐽 simply patted his shoulder as the hero continued. Once they were split into different areas, Izuku wandered through a long row of buses until he found the one with the large A. Many others were already aboard, and as he stepped on, the bus shifted under his weight. He took a seat, and soon the bus began to drive away. Izuku felt a wave of nerves, not about the exam itself, but about being alone in an unfamiliar city. He preferred the tranquility of the forest over the city's hustle and bustle. When they arrived, many students began to stretch and prepare for the exam. A blond boy approached Izuku, introducing himself as 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽. He explained his quirk, which allowed him to copy others' abilities for a short time, and inquired if Izuku's quirk would be useful for him. Izuku introduced himself and explained that while his quirk allowed him to control his body down to the cellular level, it required a great deal of focus and energy. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 expressed interest but ultimately decided it wouldn't be practical for him and wished Izuku luck before moving on to the next person. Izuku pondered what might happen if 𝐼𝐻𝐽 copied his quirk and altered his own body. He shook off the thought and removed his shirt to avoid tearing it during the exam, hoping his shorts would hold up since he had no spare clothes. As the signal to start was given, the voice urged everyone to act without hesitation. Izuku transformed into his hunter form, prompting shouts of surprise and fear as he sprinted into the simulated city. He leaped over obstacles and quickly spotted his first target, a one-pointer robot. With swift precision he dispatched it, holding it up for a moment before tossing it aside. The scent of oil and paint filled the air as he moved. The faculty observed the exam from various screens, with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 focusing on a particular boy whose background was a mystery. Concerned about the boy's abilities, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked ectoplasm if he had marked him as unusual. Ectoplasm confirmed that he had. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 brought up footage from before the exam began, confirming the boy's identity. Aizawa inquired about 𝐒𝐮𝐬's fascination, to which 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that the boy had no records in the system, only his name and application details. As they watched Izuku tear through robots with instinctual ferocity, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 decided they would evaluate him after the exam, regardless of the outcome. Small Might asked if he should intervene, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 saw no harm in it. Their eyes remained glued to the screen as Izuku skillfully dismantled robots, using a shield to block incoming attacks. He felt the heat of the rockets but pressed on, charging at a larger robot. With determination, he tore its head off and hurled it at a one-pointer, effectively stopping it in its tracks. Spotting another target, Izuku leaped into action, skillfully evading the two-pointer's tail and countering with a swift strike. It was quiet for just a moment before a massive figure emerged from the city center. Izuku observed as others fled from the zero-pointer, which loomed over the buildings as it moved closer to the exit. Suddenly he heard a cry for help and rushed forward. He found a girl with pink skin and horns struggling to free herself from a heavy stone pinning her legs. She paled at the sight of Izuku's imposing figure sprinting toward her. Without hesitation, he lifted the stone with ease and gently picked her up after his hands returned to their normal state. He carried her back to safety and set her down carefully, glancing at the zero-pointer's head. Placing his other trophies beside the pink girl, he charged at the enormous robot, driven by determination. The gasps of shock echoed around him, but Izuku was focused on taking it down. With a fierce grin, he leaped at its legs, climbing them with astonishing speed. His claws created handholds with each bound until he reached its chest and began to burrow inside. He tore apart anything in his path. Cables were severed, gears crushed, and a glowing panel was pierced. The last action triggered a reaction, and Izuku felt the robot shudder before it began to explode. He raised his shield made of dense keratin just in time. Pain shot through his side as he was propelled out of the opening he had created, landing ℏRD on the concrete and scraping his back. He absorbed the remnants of his shield, converting it back into mass for his body. Shifting back to his usual form, he sat up, his back already healed, but a piece of shrapnel protruded from his lung. He realized he had forgotten to reinforce his ribs to prevent this exact situation. Grabbing the shrapnel, he pulled it out, hearing gasps of shock as he held the sharp metal piece. He considered it a trophy and nodded. A small elderly woman hurried toward him, examining his closed wound as the BLD was absorbed back into his body. She questioned whether he had removed the entire shard. Izuku focused inward and confirmed there were no foreign objects left. He introduced himself and asked if she was a hero. The woman scolded him for his recklessness, striking her cane against his leg, which felt like hitting a solid wall. Confused, he asked why she had hit him. She chastised him for his foolishness, waving her cane in his face. Izuku, towering over her, asked if he should retaliate if he ever witnessed someone acting foolishly. Recovery Girl took a step back, startled by his imposing presence. After a moment of silence, he turned to collect his trophies. He found the pink girl he had rescued and the 3 robot heads beside her. He expressed his relief at her safety, picked up the heads, and made his way to the exit. The onlookers fell silent, watching the unusual boy carry the trophies and the piece of shrapnel that had recently injured him. Izuku approached the buses and waited for 𝐶INSO to arrive. He received many curious glances but paid them little mind. When he caught 𝐶INSO's scent and saw him emerge from the exit, he waved with a smile, which 𝐶INSO returned with a slight grin, though his brow furrowed at the sight of Izuku's trophies. He questioned why Izuku had them, to which Izuku excitedly replied that they were trophies and asked about 𝐶INSO's performance. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 chuckled and said he thought he did well. Suddenly, a man in a dark outfit with a white scarf approached them. Izuku stared at the scraggly-haired man until he stopped near them. The man requested Izuku to follow him. 𝗀𝐻𝐬, alarmed, asked what Izuku had done. Ignoring 𝗀𝐻𝐬, Izuku inquired about the man's intentions. The man raised an eyebrow and warned that he would drag Izuku along if he refused, stating it was illogical to waste time. Izuku noticed the goggles around the man's neck and the faint lines on his face from frequent use. He insisted on knowing why he should follow. The area was now devoid of other students, leaving only a nervous 𝗀𝐻𝐬 and the two of them locked in a stare. The man sighed and closed his eyes, explaining that the principal wished to speak with Izuku regarding his application. Izuku's response was casual, indicating he didn't mind and beckoning 𝗀𝐻𝐬 to join him. The man led the way, and Izuku playfully blinked vertically, eliciting no reaction from him. They walked in silence, ascending to a confident room filled with heroes, confirmed by 𝗀𝐻𝐬's anxious energy. Izuku observed the heroes, his gaze lingering on a skinny blonde and a rodent in clothing. He asked 𝗀𝐻𝐬 which one was the principal, and 𝗀𝐻𝐬 pointed to the white-haired rodent. Curious, Izuku bluntly asked about his application. The heroes reacted with surprise at his lack of formality, some finding it odd. Vlad King grunted disapprovingly, while Snipe chuckled. Hound Dog lowered his head, keeping his eyes downcast. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚, the rodent, felt the tension as Izuku's gaze locked onto him. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦 explained that Izuku's application had many blanks, and when he tried to investigate, he found no record of him. He requested more information. Izuku shrugged, stating he was open to questions. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 looked at him incredulously, prompting Izuku to ask what was wrong with his expression. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 pointed out that he thought Izuku didn't want to discuss his past. Izuku clarified that 𝗀𝐻𝐬 had never asked after their first night, leading 𝗀𝐻𝐬 to throw his hands up in frustration. Turning back to 𝐒𝐮𝐦, the principal asked for Izuku's full name. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 Midoriya, just call me Izuku, he replied. 𝐒𝐮𝐦 inquired about his address, noting that the one provided was for a library. Izuku pointed to 𝗀𝐻𝐬, explaining that he lived nearby. They turned to 𝗀𝐻𝐬, who glared at Izuku, and he provided his own address and district. Izuku added that it was about a 10-minute walk into the woods to his den, which piqued everyone's interest. 𝐒𝐮𝐦, sensing something significant, requested further explanation. He lived in a den deep within the woods, and that was simply the way of it. When asked if he was alone, Hound Dog didn't lift his gaze. The others exchanged curious looks, but 𝐒𝐮𝐦 understood. He recounted how 𝗀𝐻𝐬 had stumbled into his territory nearly 2 years prior while escaping from bullies. Since then, 𝗀𝐻𝐬 would visit occasionally, especially when he felt bored or was encouraged by his mother to go outside. When Vlad King inquired why he lived in the woods, Izuku asked if they preferred a long or short explanation. 𝐒𝐮𝐦 prompted for the longer version, and Izuku began his tale. At 5 years old, his mother had taken him to a doctor to assess his quirk, which was taking longer than expected to manifest. The doctor declared him quirkless, a verdict that displeased his mother. In a fit of anger, she abandoned him in the woods, leaving him to fend for himself. Surprisingly, he thrived in the forest. Initially, he struggled with eating raw fish, but he adapted. Things took a turn when he was 7. A wolf attacked him. He fought back fiercely, sustaining injuries but ultimately overcoming the creature. Afterward, he awoke to find his wounds healed and discovered he had developed a quirk. He realized he could manipulate his body down to the cellular level, a painful process he learned to endure. Eager to explore his abilities further, he ventured to the city, where he visited a library, caught up on his education, studied anatomy for his quirk, and met 𝗀𝐻𝐬. It had been quite an adventure so far. As he scanned the faces of the teachers and 𝗀𝐻𝐬, he noticed their shocked expressions. When he questioned 𝗀𝐻𝐬 about his reaction, 𝗀𝐻𝐬 hugged him tightly, prompting a mix of confusion and warmth from Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐦 then asked about his mother's name, to which Izuku replied it was 𝐼nko Midoriya. Midnight inquired if he had been eating well, and he assured her he hunted every night. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 pointed out that his meals lacked flavor and nutrition, suggesting he needed more vegetables. 𝐒𝐮𝐦 expressed concern for Izuku's well-being, stating that they couldn't leave him alone in the woods. He proposed making Izuku a ward of UA, which many agreed was a good idea. When Izuku asked what that meant, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that UA would provide him with everything he needed, effectively becoming his guardian. Izuku wanted to know if he could leave whenever he wished, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that he could, as long as he informed them. Izuku expressed his preference for staying in the woods rather than living in the building. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that there was a large stretch of woods to the south where they could bring in wild game for him, but he would need to learn to eat with the others. Izuku considered this and looked at the heroes present, questioning their motives. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that as heroes, it was their duty to care for others, and even if it weren't their job, they would still want to help. When Izuku learned he had passed the exam, coming in first place for the practical, he agreed to let UA be his guardian, but only if 𝗪𝐻𝐻 found out he had passed too. The heroes laughed at the boy's antics, and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 groaned at the situation. 𝗪𝐻𝐻 was smiling, and Izuku encouraged him with a friendly pat on the back. Izuku mentioned needing to retrieve his belongings from his den, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 instructed Midnight and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 to accompany him. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 grumbled but complied, while Midnight smiled at the boys and went to change. As they left the room, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Hound Dog exchanged glances, with Hound Dog expressing his unease about Izuku's presence. Vlad inquired about Hound Dog's behavior, and Hound Dog explained that his instincts warned him of an apex predator nearby, advising him to avoid direct eye contact. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that he knew Izuku wasn't dangerous, despite the lingering scent of BLD around him. As they walked, Izuku turned to 𝗪𝐻𝐻, questioning 𝐼𝐼𝐻's appearance. 𝗪𝐻𝐻 speculated that 𝐼𝐼𝐻 might be an underground hero, working at night and avoiding the spotlight. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 confirmed this, and Izuku excitedly suggested that it would suit 𝗪𝐻𝐻's abilities. 𝐼𝐼𝐻, feeling Izuku's gaze on him, requested that he stop looking at him as if he were prey. Izuku quickly agreed, turning his attention back to 𝗪𝐻𝐻. When they reached the parking lot, 𝐼𝐼𝐻 asked how much stuff Izuku had and which car would be best. Izuku examined the vehicles, pointing out a pickup truck and an SUV. He expressed a longing to drive the truck, and Midnight, now dressed in civilian clothes, laughed at his enthusiasm. She clarified that the outfit he had seen was 𝐼𝐻's hero costume and introduced herself as Namuri Kiyama in her civilian attire. Once they were all in the truck, Izuku's weight caused it to dip noticeably, prompting surprised looks from the others. He explained that he had dense muscles and reinforced bones, but the UA staff remained unfazed. As they drove, 𝗪𝐻𝐻 provided his address, and Izuku nervously clutched his belongings. Noticing Izuku's discomfort, 𝗪𝐻𝐻 asked if he was okay. Izuku admitted he wasn't fond of riding in cars, recalling a previous experience that had left him uneasy. Midnight attempted to change the subject, asking what Izuku usually did during the day. He shared that he spent most of his time at the library reading, and when it closed, he returned to his den to hunt for dinner. He noted that the deer had been moving farther away from his home. They had finally discovered where he lived, but it was an exciting challenge to track them down. Sometimes, 𝗪𝐻𝐻 visited, and together they would hunt for food. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, curious, inquired about what he read at the library. Izuku explained that he focused on human and animal anatomy, including the anatomy of those with quirks, and had recently been reading about heroes. A hero had once asked him why he wasn't in school, which sparked thoughts about becoming a hero himself. Namuri questioned if he read all that for his quirk, to which Izuku confirmed that he needed to improve his body for better hunting and, now, for being a hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, skeptical, asked what exactly he had done to his body. Izuku detailed his extensive modifications. He had strengthened his bones with calcium, iron, and carbon, coating them in steel. His muscles had been compressed repeatedly, ligaments reinforced, and his organs made more resilient for impact. He had even enhanced his brain stem for better support and added a protective net to prevent injuries. His spine was now more flexible, and he had increased the number of neurons throughout his body for quicker reactions. Externally, he had incorporated features from animals into his nose, eyes, and ears. He also mentioned needing to add something between his ribs to prevent injury from shrapnel. The truck fell silent as they absorbed the extent of Izuku's modifications. Namuri asked if anyone had assisted him, to which he replied that Asato had provided him with books, but he had done most of the work himself. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 had suggested adding organs from quirked individuals, but he needed to see one up close. Izuku expressed satisfaction with his progress, casually mentioning his discoveries about quirks. Nemuri shifted the topic, asking about 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐻, to which Izuku confirmed she owned the library and was kind and helpful, seeing her almost daily. When asked if she knew he lived in the woods, he replied that she had never asked, and he had never mentioned it, thinking she might assume he was homeless. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 then asked if he could tell his mother about his friend living in the woods. Izuku noted that he had never instructed 𝗀𝐻𝐬 to keep it a secret, enjoying the label of being called a friend. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 scoffed, wishing he had known that sooner. They soon arrived at the 𝗀𝐻𝐬 household, where a woman with straight purple hair emerged. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 greeted her with a nervous smile. She raised an eyebrow, questioning what was happening. He attempted to distract her by announcing that he had passed the exam. She hugged him proudly, but then pressed for more details. Aizawa explained that Izuku had been a feral boy living in the woods, had taken the exam with Hitoshi, and that UA had taken notice of him. Added that they had asked Izuku a few questions and were now considering him a ward of UA for his safety. The revelation shocked her, and Aizawa suggested that they would explain everything in more detail. Izuku waved at Hitoshi's mother with a smile and walked toward the backyard, with Nemuri and Aizawa following him into the forest. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 had already created a small trail, but Izuku extended a tendril with a blade to clear the way for the adults. Aizawa felt a heightened awareness of the danger posed by the teen, especially when Izuku locked eyes with him for the first time, surrounded by seasoned heroes. Though Izuku was human, there was a wildness about him. They reached a clearing that carried a faint scent of musk. A fire pit, clearly used often, was present, along with a pond that showed signs of frequent visits. In the center of the clearing was a hole in the ground, marked by a tree that had been clawed, indicating territory. Izuku cheerfully announced their arrival and went to retrieve his belongings, diving into the hole. Nemuri asked if he needed help, and he requested that she place a deer skull with large antlers next to the others. She paled slightly as she realized these were trophies. More skulls were tossed from the hole, some treated with care, while others were discarded without much thought. One canine skull stood out, and Izuku emerged carrying it along with a large roll of animal furs. Aizawa noted the variety of furs, from deer to wolf, and watched with a mix of fascination and concern as Izuku's arm transformed, allowing him to carry the furs on his back while his arms returned to their original form. As Izuku sifted through the skulls, he explained his choices. Some were set gently beside the other trophies, while others were consumed without hesitation. The wolf skull was significant as it had once attacked him, marking the day he discovered his quirk. The badger skull represented a shared meal with 𝗀𝐻𝐬, while the deer, though not special, had put up a fight. When asked about the furs, Izuku cheerfully stated they were for his bed. Nemuri inquired if that was everything, and after a moment of thought, Izuku extended a tendril to retrieve a bundle of clothes and a black stone he identified as obsidian. Though it had become obsolete, he found value in keeping it. Nemuri inquired if 𝗀𝐻𝐬 had given the items to Izuku as she took them from him to assist. Izuku confessed that he had taken them, even mentioning that one might belong to 𝗀𝐻𝐬, showing no shame. Aizawa sighed, reminding him that stealing was not acceptable and that he should ask or pay for things he wanted. Izuku shrugged, promising to try, but Aizawa knew this could lead to trouble later on. They made their way back to the truck, with Aizawa and Nemuri carrying some trophies to help Izuku. After loading everything into the back, 𝗀𝐻𝐬 came out to bid farewell. Izuku offered him the use of his den, stating it would still belong to 𝗀𝐻𝐬 if he returned. 𝗀𝐻𝐬 responded with a drawl, rolling his eyes, and mentioned he would see Izuku in class. Izuku was curious about when classes would start and turned to the adults for clarification. Aizawa informed him it would be in a month and advised him to stay safe, urging him to inform him if any trouble arose again. The two heroes felt a chill from Aizawa's serious gaze, while 𝗀𝐻𝐬 remained unfazed, assuring them he would be fine. Izuku then remembered he needed to say goodbye to Asato and suggested they drive him there. Nemuri smiled at his thoughtfulness. After a short drive, they arrived at a smaller library than Aizawa and Nemuri were used to. Izuku stepped inside confidently, with Nemuri following closely behind while Aizawa chose to remain in the truck. Asato greeted Izuku warmly, asking how the exam had gone. Izuku shared that it went well, mentioning that the teacher wanted to discuss his application, which lacked information, and that he had been made a ward of UA. Asato's expression turned somber as she realized he had been homeless, though she had refrained from prying since he seemed well-fed and content. Izuku clarified that he had lived in a den in the woods since he was 5, which surprised Asato. She urged him to explain further, and he recounted how his mother had abandoned him due to his quirklessness. He had survived on his own until discovering his quirk at 7, which made things easier. Asato looked saddened by his story and turned to Nemuri, asking if UA would take action against his mother. Nemuri confirmed that her boss was already working on it. Asato expressed her relief that things were improving for Izuku and embraced him, promising to visit when she could. The hug brought tears to Izuku's eyes, as it had been a long time since he had experienced such affection. Asato wiped her tears and asked Nemuri to take care of him, to which she vowed to do her best. They all boarded the truck and drove to UA as the sun began to set. Upon arrival, they helped Izuku with his belongings. Hound Dog, also known as 𝐼𝐻𝐬, greeted them, introducing himself and explaining he would show Izuku to the woods, where he was responsible for security. Hound Dog kept his gaze lowered when addressing Izuku, only briefly glancing up before looking away again. Izuku thanked Nemuri for her help and acknowledged Aizawa, who had not contributed much but was still appreciated. As they walked, Izuku followed Ryo to a back door leading to an open field and a tree line. He observed the new environment in silence, noting the tension in Ryo's shoulders. Izuku could sense Ryo's apprehension and asked why he was afraid. Ryo explained that Izuku was an apex predator, and his instincts urged him to flee, despite Izuku being a child. Izuku, intrigued by Ryo's animal quirk, reassured him that he meant no harm. Ryo relaxed slightly but still avoided direct eye contact. Izuku shared what he had brought with him: trophies, furs, some clothes he had taken, and his obsidian knife. He presented the knife to Ryo, who examined it carefully. Izuku explained its significance, mentioning that he had used it before discovering his quirk. Ryo inquired if Izuku had enjoyed his time in the woods and the thrill of the hunt. Izuku nodded, expressing his curiosity about becoming a hero, which led him to join 𝐼𝐮𝐲. Ryo confirmed he hunted small game occasionally and asked about Izuku's territory, to which Izuku replied that it was only his by name and that he would be a visitor in the woods now. Ryo assured Izuku he was free to come and go as he pleased, offering him a device for communication with Nizu. He handed Izuku a small black box, explaining its functions. Izuku accepted it, intrigued, and set it against his forearm, where it melded slightly with his skin. Ryo instructed him to call if he needed anything, and Izuku nodded before stepping into the darkening forest. As he moved, the sounds of nature surrounded him, and he felt a rush of freedom. Ryo shivered slightly as Izuku ventured further away, understanding that while Izuku posed no threat, his instincts still recognized the shift in their dynamic. Izuku was now the apex predator in this new environment. Izuku understood that his actions might create challenges with his fellow students, but he was prepared to face them as they arose. The new forest was expansive, though not as vast as the one from his childhood, but it would suffice. He sprinted from one corner of the forest, where a wall stood, to the opposite corner. To maintain his balance during the swift run, he grew a thick tail, absorbing every detail of the new landscape. He spotted some potential prey but decided to hold off until he found the perfect place to establish his home. He paused at a large pond, its deep and clear waters teeming with fish. After quenching his thirst, he concluded that this location would be ideal. As he walked around the pond in search of a suitable spot, he discovered several decent areas, but none were quite right. Eventually, he found a sturdy tree with overhanging branches that would provide ample shade at the base during sunny days. With a rumble of approval, he began to dig, careful not to damage the tree's roots. His hands transformed into shovels, allowing him to scoop up dirt rapidly. The entrance was tightly packed, and the walls of the interior were solid. As he surveyed his den, he felt it lacked something essential. His belongings were still outside while he worked on his new home. Climbing out, he spotted a tree and, with his arms shifting into axe blades, he felled it with 2 powerful swings. After clearing the branches, he was left with a straight log. His tendrils swiftly 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 the bark, and he split the log into planks. Once completed, he carried a few planks inside, using them as shelves and a sturdy surface for his furs. Satisfied with his work, he arranged his trophies on the shelves and laid his furs on the thick planks. Exiting the den, he shaped the entrance to keep rain out. With the spare planks, he crafted a door to cover the entrance and marked it with 3 claw marks as his signature. Afterward, he ventured out to hunt, successfully catching a healthy deer that filled him after a long day. He settled down on his furs with a content smile, drifting off to sleep. Izuku awoke early the next morning, as was his routine. He took a moment to familiarize himself with his surroundings before fully waking. Feeling a bit hungry, he stepped outside and caught the scent of the area. Spotting a few gophers, he quickly caught them. Lighting a fire, he began to cook the rodents, which were surprisingly large compared to those he had seen in books. As he prepared his last gopher, the device on his arm beeped and vibrated. He retrieved it with a tendril and pressed the button. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷's voice greeted him, asking if he had settled in well. Izuku replied that he had made his den near a large pond. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 then requested his presence for a meeting to discuss a few matters. Izuku agreed and finished cooking before cleaning himself up and changing. He dashed toward the main building, arriving just as Nemuri opened the door. She greeted him with a smile and inquired about his sleep. Izuku responded positively and asked if she lived at UA as well. She explained that staff members had small houses on campus. As they walked through the halls, the sound of his paws tapping against the ground echoed. Nemuri noticed his unique leg posture and asked if he always kept them that way. He explained that his shoes had been too small since he was 5, leading to his current wolf-like legs. She offered to get him shoes, but he preferred his legs as they were, appreciating the ability to change them without worrying about footwear. They reached a wooden double door, and Nemuri knocked before entering at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷's cheerful invitation. He welcomed them and gestured for them to sit. Izuku hesitated, concerned the couch might break under his weight, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 reassured him that it would hold. He cautiously lowered himself onto the couch, which creaked but remained intact. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 began the meeting by expressing a longing to confirm details about Izuku's quirk, having received information from Aizawa. Izuku explained his ability to manipulate his cells at will, detailing how he had progressed from larger groups to focusing on smaller areas, such as nerves. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 listened intently, jotting down notes as Izuku elaborated on the changes he had made to his body, including his unique external organs. Nemuri leaned in closer, intrigued by his mantis shrimp-like eyes. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 praised Izuku for his remarkable adaptations, noting that he had never shied away from her proximity. After summarizing his abilities, Izuku asked if there was anything else. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 informed him that necessities would need to be arranged, even if he chose to live in the forest. They would prepare a room for him on campus, ensuring he had clean clothes for his time at UA. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 smiled wryly, mentioning that they would take him shopping for some new clothes later that afternoon. Izuku nodded in agreement about the arrangement made for him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 shifted in his seat, addressing a more serious matter. He mentioned Izuku's mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, and noted that 10 years prior, she had reported him missing. Despite a search, it had been unsuccessful, and Izuku had been declared dead 8 years ago by his mother. He even had a tombstone should he wish to see it. Nemuri shot a sharp look at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, who quickly apologized, mentioning that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 was still in Japan and would be arrested soon. Izuku, curious, asked about the consequences for his mother's actions and what it meant for him being declared dead on paper. Nemuri explained that she would face significant jail time, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 added that reviving him would involve a lot of bureaucracy and time. When asked if he wanted to keep the Midoriya name, Izuku declined, expressing a longing to distance himself from it. Nemuri noted that Izuku had likely missed out on many social norms due to his circumstances. She asked if Asato had given him the talk, to which Izuku responded that they had talked frequently, leaving her to clarify which conversation she meant. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 suggested that Nemuri take Izuku for a few hours to teach him about important topics. Excitedly, Nemuri announced that it was time for learning. Over the next 3 hours, she covered various subjects, including relationships. To her surprise, Izuku was not shy and asked questions openly. As the lesson concluded, she humorously remarked that girls could be strange. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's voice interrupted, reminding her to keep the lesson appropriate. Izuku, still processing everything, expressed his understanding and readiness to go out for supplies. Nemuri explained that they would be heading to a large place with many stores. Upon entering 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's office, he handed her a card while inquiring if Izuku had any thoughts on a family name for his paperwork. Izuku pondered and asked if he could use Nemuri's family name, which made her blush slightly but ultimately agree. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 quickly wrote down 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻𝐬 𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 before anyone could object. Izuku expressed relief at not having to be reminded of his mother every time he wrote his name, admitting he didn't know how to write. Nemuri assured him they would get notebooks for practice. After retrieving the keys for a small SUV, she reminded Izuku to buckle his seatbelt, which he did while recalling a faint memory of it. As they drove, Nemuri played music that Izuku enjoyed. He preferred instrumental tracks over those with loud vocals. She promised to get him a music player for his den, which brought him joy. They arrived at a parking garage and made their way toward the lively sounds of the mall. Izuku adjusted his senses to normal, causing a slight crack in his ears that caught Nemuri's attention. He explained that it was just his ear adjusting and that it no longer hurt as it once had when he first developed his quirk. Nemuri reminded him that using his quirk in public was illegal, and he reluctantly agreed to try not to use it. As they entered the mall, they explored various stores, purchasing a range of clothing from formal to casual. Although Izuku thought it was a bit excessive, Nemuri seemed to be enjoying herself. She taught him how to use a debit card and what types of items could be found in different stores. The experience was pleasant, and soon, Nemuri introduced him to a delightful treat. She described it as frozen milk but soft, and he was intrigued by the all-might flavor that he had seen everywhere. Izuku wondered if what he was looking at was a fruit. He turned away from the curious gaze of the man behind the counter and focused on the laughing Nemuri. She urged him to choose a regular flavor, promising to explain once they were seated. With a playful wave of her hand, she dismissed his concerns. He decided on strawberry, pointing at the pink tub. After they received their ice cream cones, they settled onto a concrete bench, with Nemuri eagerly waiting for him to take his first bite. Izuku examined the treat before taking a big bite. Fortunately, his teeth had been reinforced over time, but the cold was a different challenge. He exclaimed that it was delicious, creamy and delightful, before noticing Nemuri's sympathetic expression. She warned him that eating too much ice cream could lead to a headache from the sudden cold. He grumbled that it would have been nice to know beforehand as he felt the cold hit the roof of his mouth and travel through his head. Nemuri laughed at his discomfort and gave him a gentle pat on the back, teasing him about his sneaky approach to ice cream. After finishing their treats, they made their way to a hair salon for Izuku's haircut. He was seated promptly, and Nemuri, along with the stylist, began discussing his hair while he tried to follow along, though he found it challenging to understand their chatter. When there was a lull in the conversation, he asked if this was what she meant by, "girls are weird." The stylists exchanged amused glances, and Nemuri feigned betrayal at his comment. They assured him they were simply trying to make him look good. As the stylists worked on his hair, washing it thoroughly, Izuku sat patiently. Almost an hour later, he emerged with a fresh cut, short on top and buzzed on the sides. He marveled at the feel of his hair, recalling a previous attempt at cutting it himself that had not gone well. They hopped into the car and headed back to UA, with Nemuri playing some soothing instrumental music during the peaceful drive. Upon arrival, Nemuri assisted Izuku in carrying his new belongings to his room. Despite his strength, she insisted on helping him. She guided him to a part of the building where he could see the woods outside through a window. She mentioned that there should be a key inside for him to unlock the door in the future. After opening the door, they stepped inside to find a desk with a computer in one corner, a bed in another, and empty shelves at the foot of it. There were also 2 doors leading to a closet and a bathroom. Inside the closet, a dresser held his uniform for classes, which Nemuri pointed out. As Izuku began to organize his things, he had a method he preferred, even if it was a bit messy. Nomiuri attempted to assist, but he gently pushed her away, prompting her to giggle and leave him to his task. He proudly placed his music player on the empty shelves. Nomiuri then showed him how to use his new phone and where to find his music, providing him with guidelines about internet safety, which required some explanation. Once they finished, Izuku stretched, feeling content. He inquired if there was a library on campus, and Nomiuri enthusiastically confirmed it, offering to show him. After handing him his dorm key, he placed it on his forearm, where it seamlessly integrated into his skin. When she expressed concern, he reassured her, explaining that his immune system was quite robust, capable of dealing with foreign substances effectively. As they walked through the halls of 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Izuku took in everything around him, asking questions about various sites. Nomiuri answered each one, sharing insights about the school, which fascinated him since he had limited knowledge beyond its reputation for training heroes. She explained the support and business courses, though he quickly lost interest in those topics. They arrived at a double-glass door and entered the library, where Nomiuri guided him to a terminal where he could search for books by typing in subjects. His typing skills were notably better than his writing skills. Once seated, he adjusted his fingers and typed in neurobiology, explaining to Nomiuri that it was an experiment he had thought up using his quirk. She cautioned him to be careful and mentioned she would be working nearby, leaving her number on his phone for any questions. Izuku found a corner table by a window overlooking the woods. He pulled out a chair, but it felt unstable under his weight. With a slight frown, he searched for a sturdier metal chair and settled in to read about brain functions and their various controls. He only paused when his stomach growled, noticing the sun was setting. After gathering the books he had been reading, he followed the checkout instructions and left the library with a smile. Once back in his room, he placed the books on a shelf and ventured out again. Days flew by as the start of his classes approached. Izuku practiced his writing skills, which improved gradually over the month. He met most of the UA faculty, including President Mike, who was intrigued by his quirk but friendly nonetheless. Aizawa remained his usual grumpy self, often left alone unless Nomiuri or President Mike engaged him in conversation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐷 maintained a calm demeanor, his voice deep and soothing. Hound Dog gradually became more at ease around Izuku, though he never fully relaxed in his presence. The slender blonde man, who carried the scent of aged BLD, was named Toshinori Yagi. He had recently joined UA as a teacher, though he never specified his subject. Izuku felt a lingering distrust toward him. Ectoplasm preferred solitude but was always willing to answer questions. Snipe was the friendliest towards Izuku, sharing his knowledge about firearms and even allowing Izuku to practice shooting. Although Izuku wasn't particularly fond of it, Snipe's kindness sparked an idea for his quirk. He created a bone spear that extended from his wrist, detaching from his flesh. While it was initially too short for effective long-range use, he practiced in the woods until he found the right size, allowing him to hit his targets consistently. The best part was that he could assimilate the spears back into his body, a fascinating discovery. Now, he used his bone javelin for hunting, his strength ensuring most of his throws struck true. However, he recalled President Mike's advice that sometimes, too much power could be a disadvantage. At last, the morning arrived for his first day of school in over a decade. Izuku took a proper shower with unscented soap and donned his uniform. His breaths were tailored short for ease of movement, and he put on his blazer, as Nomiuri referred to it, a peculiar term. He grabbed his tie but hesitated, unsure how to wear it, and ultimately set it aside. As he approached Class 1A, he observed the new students around him, their eyes wide with wonder. Various quirks were on display as he walked through the halls. He noticed that those with animal traits seemed to recognize him, their expressions shifting to slight discomfort as they quickly looked away. Shrugging off the attention, he reached the large door and slid it open, catching a whiff of the students inside. As he scanned the room, his classmates returned his gaze. Some were engaged in conversation, while others sat in silence. A few individuals immediately caught his interest: a blonde boy who triggered a memory, a tall student with silver hair and a mask, and the pink girl he had assisted during the exam, who greeted him with a smile that he reciprocated. Eager to connect, Izuku approached the tall boy, tilting his head in curiosity. The boy sprouted an extra eye and a mouth from his arm. In response, Izuku smiled and extended a tendril with an eye at its tip. The boy introduced himself as 𝐒𝐮𝐲 Shoji, expressing pleasure in meeting Izuku. Izuku, excited, asked what else Shoji could do. Shoji explained he could morph his arms into different organs, demonstrating by transforming his other arm into a mouth, a large ear, and additional eyes. Izuku was impressed and shared that he could do something similar with his entire body, inquiring if Shoji could also create animal parts. Shoji considered this and admitted he had never tried non-human body parts but would be willing to experiment. Izuku enthusiastically suggested the eyes of a mantis shrimp, noting their exceptional vision. He wondered if they might be related, leaning closer to examine Shoji's arm, which made Shoji slightly uncomfortable, though Izuku remained oblivious. Shoji asked for Izuku's full name, and Izuku replied that he was Midoriya, though he had recently changed it to Kiyama, a name that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Suddenly, a blond boy with a pale expression exclaimed that Izuku was dead. The room fell silent at this revelation. Izuku turned to the boy, studying him for a moment before recognizing him as 𝐾𝐿. He expressed joy at seeing him and inquired about his well-being and that of his aunt. 𝐾𝐿, looking bewildered, explained that his aunt had been arrested weeks ago and that his mother had believed Izuku was dead. ♯NSO, standing by the open door, chimed in with disbelief, pointing out that it had only been an hour since Izuku had arrived. Izuku excitedly asked ♯NSO for his phone number, admitting he was still learning to use his new phone. He then noticed Aizawa, whose presence had been gradually growing stronger. The teacher, emerging from his sleeping bag, let out a long sigh and clarified that Izuku was an unusual case who could share his story if he wished. Izuku nodded, indicating he was comfortable sharing, but Aizawa interrupted, instructing him to save it for later. He turned to the class, asserting his role as their homeroom teacher and instructing them to put on their gym uniforms and meet him at the field without delay. As the students processed this, Izuku broke the silence, urging them to hurry since Aizawa preferred not to be kept waiting. He grabbed a gym uniform, and ♯NSO followed suit without hesitation. As they walked, Izuku asked ♯NSO how he had been. ♯NSO replied that he was doing well, though his mother had been upset with him for not informing her about Izuku's situation. She had believed she could have helped him in some way, despite ♯NSO's attempts to reassure her that Izuku was fine. Izuku smiled, recalling a time when he had borrowed shorts from ♯NSO, acknowledging that he had indeed taken them. ♯NSO playfully slapped Izuku's arm, only to wince at the impact, commenting on Izuku's unusual body. They changed into their gym clothes as the other boys filtered into the locker room, casting curious glances at Izuku, particularly 𝐾𝐿, who seemed most intrigued by his story. Class 1A lined up before Aizawa, who emphasized the importance of time and the seriousness of the upcoming Quirk assessment, which would help him evaluate each student's abilities. He warned them that this was not a game and that they needed to give their best effort or risk being removed from the course. The students responded with a mix of affirmations. Aizawa then turned to Izuku, recognizing his performance in the exam, and instructed him to start the assessment by throwing a ball as far as he could without stepping outside the designated circle. He tossed the baseball to Izuku, who caught it and examined it closely. As he stepped into the circle, he glanced back at his classmates, noticing a girl with green hair who appeared pale and withdrawn. A boy with a bird-like head had feathers that stood upright at the back. He recalled his previous conversation with Hound Dog and stepped back into his class, where his classmates observed him with curiosity. Aizawa remained silent. Izuku declared that he had no intention of causing harm, emphasizing that threats were not befitting of a hero. A tall boy with blue hair and glasses reacted with frustration, insisting that it was not a threat but rather for their benefit. Izuku gestured toward a boy and girl who appeared to relax a bit, and the girl nodded in appreciation, followed by the boy, who had a small shadow resting on his shoulder. Izuku noted that it was likely related to animal instincts, mentioning that Hound Dog had faced a similar issue. He shrugged and returned to the circle, feeling the ball in his hand before shifting his arm. The sound of cracking echoed, causing gasps of surprise and one person to GG. His arm elongated, muscles becoming visible, and his hand hardened, revealing metallic bone at the knuckles. He lifted his leg in a pitching stance and launched the ball, creating a small sonic boom as it soared into the sky. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he watched its flight and wondered how they would measure the distance. Turning around, he saw Aizawa holding up a phone displaying 2086. 2 meters. Izuku expressed his admiration for the device, shifting his arm back as some classmates watched with a mix of fascination and concern. Aizawa called for the next participant, and Izuku stepped beside 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿, who appeared anxious. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 whispered that his quirk wouldn't work in this situation, to which Izuku furrowed his brow in confusion. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 explained that he couldn't direct the ball to go anywhere. Izuku encouraged him to use his quirk on people instead, offering himself as a target since he was accustomed to it during their time together in the woods. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 hesitated but ultimately agreed, reassured by Izuku's support. When Aizawa called 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿's name, he stepped into the circle, smiling at Izuku, who returned the gesture. Aizawa instructed 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 to throw the ball using his quirk. As 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿's quirk activated, Izuku moved forward, his arm shifting once more. He took the ball and threw it, causing a startled reaction from Izuku as he realized he hadn't specified a direction. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 covered his eyes, and a classmate questioned if that was permissible. Aizawa calmly pointed out that 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 had used his quirk, so it was allowed. The boy argued that 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 had someone else do it for him, but Aizawa pressed him for the original instructions. The boy fell silent and stepped back in line. The remaining throws proceeded without incident, and they transitioned to other exercises, which Izuku enjoyed, even under Aizawa's watchful glare. 𝗪𝐻𝐻𝐿 occasionally sought Izuku's help, and Izuku assisted, even when 𝗪𝐻𝐻𝐿's quirk didn't activate. During the long-distance run, 𝗪𝐻𝐻𝐿 hitched a ride on Izuku's back, who playfully secured him with tendrils, resulting in a bumpy journey. As Aizawa called up classmates one by one for various exercises, Izuku learned their names. Mina Ishido, the girl he had helped during the exam, smiled at him whenever their eyes met, and he found her to be quite fun. 𝐾𝐿 frequently glanced at Izuku, who smiled back, though 𝐾𝐿 appeared confused. After completing the exercises, Aizawa displayed their rankings, with Izuku at the top and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 in 5th place. The last position was occupied by a girl who was nearly invisible, her presence only detectable by the disturbed air around her. She seemed frustrated with her standing. Aizawa informed them that they could see their results and needed to work on their weaknesses or risk being replaced by someone more dedicated. With that, he dismissed the class for the day. Izuku took the opportunity to speak up, suggesting that he share his story all at once rather than repeating it multiple times. Everyone settled in, eager to hear what he had to say, while Aizawa continued on his way, shaking his head. Izuku began by recounting how 𝐾𝐿's aunt had taken him to the doctor when his quirk had not yet manifested. The doctor had declared him quirkless, and shortly after, his mother had driven him far into the woods and left him there. This revelation elicited horrified gasps from his classmates. 𝐾𝐿 protested, unable to believe such a thing. Jairu, covering her mouth in shock, confirmed that Izuku was telling the truth, as her quirk allowed her to detect lies. Mina, with tears in her eyes, asked what happened next. Izuku explained that he had survived against the odds, finding a freshwater spring, some fish, and a cave. He managed to make a fire after several months. However, things took a turn when a wolf pursued him, leading to a fall off a cliff where he was injured. Despite his injuries, he woke up later to discover that his quirk had finally manifested, allowing him to manipulate his cells into any shape he desired. He demonstrated by shifting his hands into claws, explaining that hunting became much easier after that. Izuku continued, sharing how he sought to do more with his quirk, eventually finding a library nearby where he spent time while living in the woods. He mentioned stealing clothes, meeting 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, and coming to UA for the hero exam, ultimately becoming a ward of the school when the teachers learned of his situation. After finishing his story, he opened the floor for questions. 𝐶INSO raised his hand, asking how feral Izuku felt on a scale of 1 to 10. Izuku shrugged, unsure, while 𝐶INSO playfully inquired about how many clothes he had stolen from him. He declared his intention to steal more, narrowing his eyes at his friend. The joking inquiries from 𝐶INSO eased some of the tension in the class, though a few students were still wiping tears from their eyes after hearing Izuku's story. 𝐾𝐿 appeared dazed as he processed Izuku's retelling. Mina, after clearing her eyes, asked about his mother, prompting others to nod in agreement, eager for answers. Izuku explained that 𝐒𝐮𝐬, the principal who resembled a large rat-bear, informed him that his mother had been arrested the day after he moved in. He felt thankful for 𝐒𝐮𝐬's swift actions regarding her situation. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then inquired about his father. Izuku admitted he had never met him and turned to 𝐾𝐿 for any information. 𝐾𝐿 shook his head, recalling what his aunt had said. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 had only mentioned that he moved to America and never spoke of him again. Izuku shrugged, stating that this was the main aspect of his life, hoping it would prevent any surprises later. He encouraged his classmates to ask him anything without hesitation. Todoroki left shortly after, disturbed by what he had learned about Izuku, though his expression remained unchanged. Others began to depart as well, their thoughts lingering on Izuku. 𝐾𝐿 left with a contemplative look, feeling the need to discuss Izuku with his parents. Ever since Izuku had disappeared, and was later declared dead, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya had become like a second mother to him, caring for him while his own mother was busy. He recalled the day 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was arrested right before his eyes while they were out at a cafe, enjoying a small early celebration for 𝐻𝐬. Police officers and two heroes approached 𝐒𝐮𝐬, handcuffing her as she chatted, and despite his mother's protests, they only stated that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya was under arrest. The few who remained were Mina, ♯NSO, 𝐽iru, and Shoji. 𝐽iru initiated the conversation with a question about Izuku's new experiences. Izuku responded enthusiastically, admitting that while he remembered some things from before, much was still unclear. He smiled as he recalled having to explain 𝐒𝐻𝐬s to ♯NSO. Mina asked how they had met, and Izuku shared that he had been running away from bullies when he stumbled into ♯NSO's territory, who had scared them off. ♯NSO had later returned with food as a gesture of thanks. Mina wrinkled her nose at the mention of bullies, questioning if it was due to Izuku's quirk. Izuku confirmed that he had indeed stopped the bullies from returning, leading to the rumor of the beast of the woods surrounding him. 𝐽iru expressed surprise, realizing that was why people ventured into the woods. Izuku recalled seeing a few kids come into the area, only to leave after hearing a badger rustling in the brush. He found it odd that they had come and gone so quickly. Mina commented that he didn't seem scary, despite his menacing claws, and noted that he looked non-threatening overall. Shoji asked about the extent of Izuku's ability to change his body. ♯NSO chuckled, insisting they should wait to see it, joking about his own reaction the first time he witnessed Izuku's transformation. Izuku shrugged, saying he didn't mind, but ♯NSO wanted to see everyone's reactions when Izuku shifted into his hunter form. Mina then suggested they all go out for food, to which Izuku eagerly agreed, his eyes lighting up. ♯NSO playfully corrected him, clarifying that they were going to eat at a table, not catch something. Mina poked Izuku's bicep, feeling the solid muscles beneath, and exclaimed in surprise. 𝐽iru, with a raised eyebrow, teased her about her curiosity, prompting Mina to back away, flustered, insisting it was just about his muscles being like stone. Izuku remained unfazed by the situation, while ♯NSO smirked at him. Shoji chuckled and followed along, leaving Izuku feeling slightly confused about the interaction. 𝐽iru waved him to follow as they headed out for food, and Izuku mentioned he needed to inform 𝐒𝐮𝐬 first. Mina led the way, asking where they were going. Izuku smiled and guided them up the stairs to the principal's office. He knocked, recalling Nemuri's instructions, and entered when the door opened. He greeted 𝐒𝐮𝐬, explaining that he was going out with his classmates to eat and mentioned he didn't have any money. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 handed him a card, reminding him to keep his phone handy in case he needed to reach them. He advised Izuku to only spend what was necessary, hinting at the card's generous credit limit without revealing too much. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 promised they would discuss financial management in the future and encouraged Izuku to enjoy himself. Excited, Izuku bounded out of the office to rejoin his classmates. They exited the gate and made their way to the streets. It had been a while since Izuku had gone out, as he had mostly stayed within UA's walls, where he had everything he needed: food, a place to sleep, and a vast library. As they walked, Shoji asked what Izuku did in his free time. ♯NSO teased that it was probably the library, which Izuku confirmed, expressing his love for reading. Mina playfully asked if he read romance novels or if there were hidden magazines in the library, to which Izuku assured them that the library was quite clean and lacked such materials. The boy focused on his studies of anatomy and biology, particularly neurobiology, dismissing Mina's teasing with logic. Mina pouted slightly, while ♀♀ narrowed his eyes at the boy's response. 𝐤𝐬 raised an eyebrow at Mina, questioning the purpose of her interest. The boy explained that initially, he could only perform basic functions with his quirk, like closing cuts or forming claws. However, to achieve more intricate changes, he needed to understand the mechanics behind them. He had first experimented with his legs, learning from another wolf, which allowed him to expand his abilities significantly. Shoji expressed curiosity about the extent of his capabilities beyond his arms and the transformations ♀ had joked about. The boy revealed that he could make permanent alterations to his body, explaining that his legs had become a permanent feature unless he chose to change them. He detailed the modifications he had made, leaving his friends both impressed and slightly unsettled. He mentioned reinforcing his ribs with a protective mesh and considering the heat pits found in snakes, inspired by Hagecure's input. Shoji complimented his achievements, while 𝐤𝐬 agreed, and Mina nodded enthusiastically. The boy acknowledged that Asato, the librarian from his old den, had assisted him in finding the necessary information, though he noted that too many changes at once could drain his energy. Meanwhile, Katsuki entered his home, where his mother was busy at her desk, working on a clothing design. She greeted him casually, but immediately sensed something was off when he didn't respond with his usual bravado. Concerned, she turned to him, asking what was wrong. After several attempts to speak, he finally revealed that Izuku was alive and attending UA. The mention of Izuku caused her eyes to well up with tears as she pulled Katsuki to the sofa, urging him to explain everything from the start. Katsuki recounted how he had seen Izuku in class and shared the strange details of his story, revealing that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had abandoned him in the woods when he was deemed quirkless. Mitsuki recoiled at the thought of her closest friend, almost like a sister, doing such a thing. Katsuki confirmed the truth of Izuku's words, stating that he had been left alone to survive in the wilderness. Mitsuki sobbed at the realization, needing to know more about Izuku's well-being. Katsuki explained that Izuku had lived in the woods for years, only recently taking the entrance exam, where teachers had questioned him about missing information on his application. UA had taken him in as a ward, and he now lived there. Mitsuki's heart ached for her nephew, imagining him alone in the woods. She cried until she could ask if he was all right. Katsuki reassured her that Izuku seemed happy, strong, and had even made a friend. They shared a heartfelt embrace, mourning the loss of family together. At the table, ♀ raised an eyebrow at Izuku, trying to suppress a smile. Izuku opened his sandwich, savoring the aroma before taking a bite, expressing his enjoyment of the taste. Mina had pasta, 𝐤𝐬 had soup, Shoji had fried fish, and ♀ had stir-fry. ♀ then asked if Izuku knew how to use utensils, causing everyone to pause and look at him. Izuku casually mentioned that he had brought his eating sticks with him when he was dropped off in the woods, adding a playful tone to the conversation. His humor caught everyone off guard, leading to laughter around the table. As they continued to eat, they shared stories about their classmates and the heroes who would be teaching them. Izuku felt a sense of belonging with his new friends. When it was time to part ways, they exchanged phone numbers. At the train station, ♀ stayed behind to ensure Izuku didn't get lost. He asked if Izuku was ready to head back, and with a cheerful response, Izuku began to walk, only to be gently redirected by ♀ to ensure he was going the right way. Izuku and ♀ wandered through the woods, with ♀ expressing disbelief at Izuku's sense of direction. Izuku shrugged, unsure of how to explain his navigation skills. As they walked, ♀ mentioned wanting to see Izuku's new den when they returned. After sending a quick message to his mother, ♀ agreed to check it out. Once they arrived back at UA, Izuku led ♀ to his room for a quick change. He retrieved a key from his arm, struggling slightly to unlock the door. ♀ remained unfazed by the unusual method of obtaining the key. As Izuku changed out of his uniform, ♀ admired the soft bed and the room's cozy atmosphere. With a burst of energy, Izuku declared they were ready to go and swiftly picked up 𝐻𝐿 with tendrils, ignoring his friend's protests. This time, he ensured 𝐻𝐿 was suspended in the air for a smoother ride. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Izuku slowed down and set 𝐻𝐿 down so they could walk together. They soon arrived at a large pond nestled beneath a towering tree. 𝐻𝐿 remarked on the serene setting and pointed to the wooden planks with Izuku's signature on them, asking if that was his den. With enthusiasm, Izuku invited 𝐻𝐿 to see inside. Peering into the den, 𝐻𝐿 noticed a thick root and swung down into the space, which was surprisingly larger than he expected. The interior featured an assortment of skulls and a pile of pelts supported by wooden planks. He settled onto the furs, finding them comfortable enough. Shortly after, Izuku returned from a quick hunt with 2 hares, and 𝐻𝐿 crawled out to see him tending to a fire. Izuku held up one of the hares, offering it as a snack. 𝐻𝐿, curious about the taste, accepted a leg and settled on a log. He then inquired about 𝐾𝐿, prompting Izuku to share his memories, albeit limited. He recalled how close their mothers had been, feeling a fleeting anger towards his own mother that quickly faded. When asked if he planned to visit them, Izuku responded that he would if they asked, curious about 𝐻𝐿's interest. 𝐻𝐿 likened their story to one of old friends reuniting after a tragedy, and they continued to chat until Izuku's arm vibrated. He checked the device, which was a message from 𝐒𝐮𝐬 requesting him to come to his office. After confirming he would be there soon, he put the device away and prepared to head back. As they made their way back, 𝐻𝐿 dusted off his breathes and asked for a ride. Izuku extinguished the fire and carried his friend back to UA. Upon reaching 𝐒𝐮𝐬's office, Izuku sensed a new presence and knocked before entering. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 introduced him to Detective Tsukachi, who appeared quite ordinary in his attire. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that Tsukachi would take Izuku's statement regarding the trial for his mother. Izuku listened attentively, though he struggled to grasp the full meaning of the terms being discussed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that Tsukachi's quirk, truth detector, would ensure that his statements would be credible in court. Izuku understood the importance of the situation and prepared to answer questions. For the next hour, he recounted everything that had transpired since his mother had left him in the woods. He described the events leading up to his first encounter with a deer and his last moments with his mother. When questioned about why he hadn't sought help upon reaching the city, Izuku explained that he had been self-sufficient, with food and a den to stay in. Tsukachi probed further about the librarian, Asato, and whether she had offered assistance. Izuku clarified that she had assumed he was homeless but had not intervened since he appeared well-fed. The detective then inquired about 𝐻𝐿's involvement, to which Izuku explained that while 𝐻𝐿 had visited often, he had never explicitly offered help, though he had shared some clothes with him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 observed the exchange with a hint of amusement, and Tsukachi chuckled at the unexpected dynamics of their friendship. They decided to say he did. After that, Izuku focused on preparing for the UA exam. When asked if anything noteworthy happened, he simply replied that he took the exam, had a brief conversation with 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and now found himself in the present moment. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed gratitude for Izuku's honesty, noting that his quirk had not activated during the boy's statement. He smiled at the wild-haired youth and inquired about the trial set for the following day. Tsukachi confirmed that it was scheduled after school hours. Izuku reflected on the upcoming trial for his mother and questioned why it had taken so long to arrive. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that bureaucracy often delayed proceedings due to necessary paperwork, and some individuals were dreadfully slow in completing their tasks. With a sigh of exasperation, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that they would attend the trial after class, unless Izuku preferred not to participate. Izuku decided he would go. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 concluded their meeting with a smile, and Izuku waved goodbye to both him and Tsukachi as he left the office. Tsukachi turned to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, curious about Izuku's earlier comment regarding not harming him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that Izuku had developed an aura reminiscent of a top predator. Both he and Hound Dog had felt an intense presence from Izuku, akin to being caught in the jaws of a beast. 2 students with animal quirks had experienced similar feelings until Izuku reassured them that he meant no harm. Aizawa had reported that the students visibly relaxed, as if they were ready to flee. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found it quite remarkable. As Izuku walked through the halls back to the woods, he was lost in thought about the day ahead. The prospect of seeing his mother filled him with conflicting emotions, anger and sadness intertwined. He decided to change his course and head to his room instead, intending to do some research with the books he had stored away and perhaps improve his handwriting, which he knew needed work. Izuku woke before the sun peeked over the horizon, sitting up with a twinge of pain in his back, realizing he had fallen asleep at his desk. He stood up, stretching and hearing his spine crack as he straightened out. After a sigh of relief, he headed out the door and into the woods for breakfast. After cleaning up and showering, he changed into his uniform and made his way to the doors marked 1A, where students were beginning to filter into the building. He was not the first to arrive. A boy with split hair colors sat in his seat, engrossed in a book. The boy looked up and nodded in greeting, prompting Izuku to wave before searching for his own seat, unsure of where to sit. He turned his attention to the sleeping figure of their teacher beneath the desk, approaching quietly to get a better look at Aizawa. As he leaned over, his hair fell forward, and he contemplated how to wake the grumpy teacher. However, he didn't need to. Aizawa's eye opened slightly, and he muttered a soft inquiry about what Izuku wanted. Izuku whispered back, having learned that this was the best way to rouse the hero. He asked where he should sit, and Aizawa directed him to the third seat back, next to the windows, before snuggling deeper into his sleeping bag. Izuku leaned back and caught Todoroki's curious gaze, offering a toothy smile before moving to his reinforced seat. He sat down quietly and pulled out the tablet Nizu had given him for note-taking until his handwriting improved. Minutes passed as more classmates entered the room. Mina waved and smiled at him as she walked in, and Izuku returned the gesture. She approached him to chat, asking how he had slept. Izuku mentioned that his back hurt when he woke up, attributing it to his awkward position at the desk. Mina giggled, explaining that sleeping in strange positions could lead to discomfort. Izuku admitted that he had experienced a similar issue when he first slept in a cave. Curious, Mina asked how many places he had slept in, to which Izuku replied that he had stayed in 3 different caves. The one near where he first woke up, a den he had taken from some badgers near Shinso's house, and his new den in the woods, pointing out the window. Mina laughed, asking if he had waited for the badgers to leave before taking over their den. Izuku clarified that he had actually eaten them, which made her snort with laughter. Mina inquired about the taste of badger meat, and Izuku explained that it was average, while deer were the best for both quantity and quality. Birds, however, were the least appealing due to their feathers. Mina nodded in understanding and expressed interest in trying some. Izuku pulled out a bag of cooked badger meat he had prepared that morning, prompting Mina to raise an eyebrow and smile at his casualness. Just then, Shinso approached from behind Mina and took a piece of the cooked meat, sniffing it before confirming it was indeed badger. He took a bite and remarked that it needed seasoning. Mina followed suit, enjoying a piece and teasing Izuku about knowing how to win a woman's heart. Shinso chimed in with a humorous comment, and Izuku found himself confused by the banter. Mina reassured him not to worry, suggesting that his usual methods might not work on Shinso. As J.I.R.U. and Shoji joined them, Mina expressed her frustration about Ida's attention to detail, particularly regarding his tie. Ida approached Izuku, questioning why he wasn't wearing his tie and demanding to know its whereabouts. Izuku sheepishly pulled it out of his pocket, explaining that he had never received a student handbook and didn't know how to tie one. Ida paused, then quietly apologized for his oversight. Mina eagerly offered to teach Izuku how to tie it, and he appreciated the nickname she had given him, grateful for her help. In a playful moment, she snatched Shinso's tie before he could react, adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. She explained why she couldn't use her own tie by unclipping it and placing it on Shinso's collar. J.I.R.U. snickered at the display. Izuku stood up and attempted to mimic the pink girl's movements. After several unsuccessful tries, he finally managed to tie it straight. She tightened it on his collar and smiled at him. Izuku expressed his gratitude, recalling how he had watched a tutorial video until he memorized the steps. She loosened the tie and returned it to Shinso. Izuku was curious about the mention of the video. Mina gasped in response, feeling sympathy for him. At that moment, 𝐾𝐿 entered the room and approached his old friend with a hint of hesitation. He greeted Izuku warmly, and they agreed to talk during lunch. Aizawa then instructed everyone to take their seats, clarifying that they were all aware of Izuku's unique situation. Everyone nodded in understanding. Aizawa assured them that there were no new announcements for the day and that their next class would begin shortly. 𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐺 entered the room, greeting the class, and Aizawa slipped out as the lesson commenced. Izuku found it easy to take notes, typing every word 𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐺 spoke with remarkable speed, his fingers a blur over the silent keyboard. Though it caught the attention of a few classmates, they soon learned to ignore the unusual sight. As class concluded, Izuku opened a new page to continue his notes. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, sitting next to him, inquired about his choice of using a computer for note-taking instead of writing by hand. Some classmates listened in on their conversation. Izuku retrieved a post-it note from his bag and wrote down his name, handing it to 𝐼𝐻𝐻, who was taken aback by his neat handwriting. Izuku explained that while he had caught up with his studies, he had neglected his writing skills. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 felt a bit awkward and attempted to apologize, but Izuku was confused by his reaction. ♯ chimed in, explaining that 𝐼𝐻𝐻 was expressing sympathy. He then offered to email Izuku his notes and promised to bring him food the following day. Izuku nodded in understanding, reassuring 𝐼𝐻𝐻 that it wasn't his fault, and offered him a small smile. Curious, he asked ♯ about email, to which 𝐾𝐿 explained that it was a way to communicate through the internet. Izuku thanked 𝐾𝐿 just as Midnight entered the room to start the next class. Midnight introduced herself, allowing the students to call her either Kayama or Midnight. Kaminari raised his hand, asking if she was related to Izuku. She confirmed that she was indeed his guardian, explaining that she had taken on her name after Izuku's previous identity had been erased. She teased him lightly, and the class laughed, shooting Izuku curious glances. Midnight noted that teasing him rarely worked. Izuku, still puzzled, shook his head as she transitioned into the lesson on modern hero art history. The class proceeded with Midnight explaining what they would be learning. After her class, ectoplasm took over to teach mathematics. Izuku found the subject straightforward and enjoyed writing detailed equations on his computer screen. The experience reminded him of his time with Asato, who had also used computers for teaching. As class ended, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. Ectoplasm chuckled as he exited, and Izuku stood up to stretch, feeling his stomach rumble as he prepared to head out for a quick snack. However, 𝐾𝐿 interrupted his plans. Izuku inquired about what 𝐾𝐿 wanted to discuss, and 𝐾𝐿 led him to his room, assuring their friends he would see them later. ♯ jokingly warned him not to get into trouble. Izuku opened the door to his room, inviting 𝐾𝐿 inside. He explained that he mainly used the room for storage and showering. 𝐾𝐿 took a seat at the desk and began reminiscing about their past. Izuku settled onto his bed, which sank slightly under his weight, admitting that his memories were foggy, limited to their friendship and their mother's connection. 𝐾𝐿 expressed curiosity, revealing that his mother wanted to reunite with Izuku. Izuku agreed but mentioned that he had a trial for his mother that day after school. 𝐾𝐿 was taken aback, asking for details about the trial. Izuku assured him he could find out the location. He pulled out his phone, contacting Nizu, who cheerfully answered. Izuku asked for the trial's location, and Nizu promised to send it to him. After receiving the message, he shared it with 𝐾𝐿, who was unfamiliar with the process. 𝐾𝐿 forwarded the information to his own phone. They discussed the main reason for 𝐾𝐿's visit, which was to reconnect with Izuku's mother, but the trial had shifted their focus. 𝐾𝐿 ran his fingers through his hair, and Izuku sensed a change in his mood. 𝐾𝐿 revealed that after Izuku's disappearance, 𝐒𝐮𝐲 had become close to his family, raising him alongside his own mother. He felt a mix of emotions, grappling with the realization that his past had been built on a lie. Izuku, feeling a surge of anger, directed it not at 𝐾𝐿 but at his mother for abandoning him. He acknowledged that 𝐒𝐮𝐲 had cared for 𝐾𝐿, which was what mattered most, but some bitterness seeped into his words. 𝐾𝐿 recognized the unfairness of the situation, and Izuku softly reassured him that it wasn't his fault. They sat in silence for a moment until their stomachs reminded them of their need for food. He suggested they eat before lunch ended, noting that breakfast had been insufficient. Izuku removed his blazer and shirt, opting for a tank top and swapping his briefs for a pair of shorts. The blonde watched in bewilderment as Izuku prepared. He questioned what Izuku was doing, to which Izuku explained that his uniform would get dirty if he went hunting in it. The blonde pointed out the window, asking if Izuku intended to hunt in the woods outside. Izuku enthusiastically confirmed, mentioning that his den was located there and that he would show it to him someday. With that, he opened the window and leaped out, sprinting at incredible speed in search of his prey. The blonde shook his head and left the room to grab lunch. On his way to the cafeteria, he called his mother to inform her about 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's trial and its location. She immediately began preparing to leave work early. Katsuki entered the cafeteria, grabbed a tray, and filled it with food he liked. He spotted 𝐶INSO and made his way over to sit with him. 𝐶INSO greeted him, but Katsuki quickly dismissed the nickname he disliked. He inquired if UA was providing for Izuku, asking if he was receiving money for lunch. 𝐶INSO informed him that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had given Izuku a credit card the previous day when they went out for food, so he was likely fine. Mina, curious, asked where Izuku was. Katsuki replied that he had run into the woods to hunt. As he began eating, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 commented on how feral Izuku was, which Katsuki confirmed, sharing that Izuku had shown him his den and had caught 2 large rabbits the day before. He mentioned that Mina and he had eaten some badger Izuku had likely hunted that morning. Katsuki expressed concern that they better be taking care of him. As lunch hour ended, they made their way to their final class of the day, heroics. Everyone filed into the classroom, eagerly awaiting the next teacher. All students were seated except for Izuku, who was still absent. 𝐶INSO waited for his friend to arrive but was instead met with a tapping sound from the window. He turned to see Izuku's grinning face pressed against the glass. With a sigh, he got up to unlock the window. Izuku scrambled inside, landing on the floor as everyone watched. He stood up, declaring he had made it in time just as All Might entered with confidence, pausing at the sight before him. The class cheered at his arrival. All Might announced that they would need their hero suits and instructed everyone to meet him at Gamma Gym before disappearing out the door. Izuku, initially confused by the scent of Yagi, realized it was All Might and recalled that he didn't know Yagi's quirk. He understood that Yagi transformed into All Might, which made sense to him. Curious about the briefcases on the wall that everyone was taking, Izuku asked what they were. 𝐶INSO explained they were hero suits and handed Izuku his, which was number. They hurried to the locker room, where everyone changed into colorful outfits and gear. Izuku found a corner to open his briefcase after some struggle. His hero suit was simple, a skin-tight tank top and shorts, with 3 claw marks painted in gold on the back of the tank top and the outfit colored forest green. Although he was the last to finish in the locker room, he was the first to exit, following the sign pointing to Gym Gamma. He caught the scent of Yagi again and encountered the slim man around the corner. Yagi had not yet noticed him approach. Izuku greeted Yagi, who coughed as usual and turned to see him. Yagi had come to view Izuku as a friendly wild creature. After several interactions over the month, he had grown fond of the spirited boy. However, he now revealed his secret identity. Yagi urged Izuku not to tell anyone about his true self, instructing him to call him Yagi when he looked like this and All Might when he was buffed up. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging his initial confusion when he sensed Yagi but recognized All Might. Yagi smiled at Izuku's honesty and ruffled his hair, pleased with the boy's understanding. He reminded Izuku to avoid causing any serious harm during the upcoming exercise. Izuku smiled back, assuring Yagi he understood. Yagi encouraged him to join his class, as he could hear them approaching. Izuku nodded and casually walked around, observing his classmates in their various colorful costumes as they chatted. He joined his group of friends and admired their outfits. He teased 𝐶INSO for resembling Aizawa, to which 𝐶INSO defensively replied that Aizawa was his favorite hero. Mina chimed in, saying she thought 𝐶INSO's costume suited him, and asked Izuku for his opinion. He responded positively, complimenting her outfit, though Mina pouted at his lack of enthusiasm. All Might then announced that they would be participating in indoor battle trials, with teams of 2 facing off against each other. One team would play the villains, defending a bomb, while the heroes would attempt to stop them. Villains would win by either running out of time or capturing both heroes, while heroes would win by touching the bomb or capturing both villains. Teams would be drawn randomly for added excitement. Izuku looked at the ball with an "E" printed on it, and as people began to find their partners, he was greeted by Kirishima, who was excited to work with him. Izuku reciprocated the enthusiasm. All Might announced the first matchup, E for the villains and A for the heroes. The rest of the students followed him to the viewing room. Izuku looked at their opponents, Sato and 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and noticed he could easily see 𝐒𝐮𝐬 thanks to his keen senses. It only took one night to understand how some snake-like organs functioned, and now he had the perfect chance to put that knowledge to the test. Kirishima raised his fist enthusiastically towards their opponents, declaring that the best team should win. Sato echoed his sentiment, raising his fist in agreement. Izuku, eager to join in, raised his fist as well, trying to match their energy. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, too, raised her gloved fist in support. As Izuku and Kirishima climbed the stairs, they discovered what they thought was the bomb. Izuku tapped it, realizing it was made of paper. He expressed his surprise, thinking it was real, and Kirishima laughed good-naturedly. Excited about the challenge ahead, Izuku pondered their next move. He knew he could take out both opponents, but Kirishima seemed eager to participate. Curiously, he asked Kirishima about his quirk. Kirishima explained that he could harden his skin and was a skilled fighter, demonstrating by hardening his fists and clashing them together. Izuku found that impressive and shared his plan to take out 𝐒𝐮𝐬 first, allowing Sato to face Kirishima. Kirishima agreed, suggesting they move down a floor to give themselves time if things went awry. Izuku nodded in agreement and set off. He approached a window to observe the others and caught a glimpse of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 removing her boots and gloves before sneaking around the back of the building. Following her scent, he moved stealthily above her. The announcement to start echoed through the building, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 vanished. Izuku dropped down to the floor above her, shifting his hands into claws as he navigated the back stairs. He could faintly hear her approaching and decided to have a little fun. Climbing the wall with his claws, he prowled along the ceiling of the hallway, smashing the lights and plunging the stairway into darkness. He clung to the corner of the wall and ceiling, waiting patiently for his target. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 made her way down the hallway. Her plan simple: Sato would create a distraction while she snuck in to secure victory. However, Izuku was an unpredictable factor. Although she didn't believe he would harm her, he could be intimidating at times. Her unease grew when she heard glass shatter and the lights above go out. Despite her apprehension, she pressed on, climbing the steps in the pitch blackness until she reached the second floor. Suddenly, she felt something fall on her shoulder, concrete dust. Before she could react, a clawed hand gently held her shoulder while tape was wrapped around her forehead. All Might announced her defeat, praising her stealth. Izuku encouraged her, noting how quietly she had moved, and then he vanished again, leaving her to reflect on his surprising kindness. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to where Kirishima was engaged in a fierce battle with Sato. Choosing to observe, he positioned himself strategically between the bomb and the ongoing fight. Kirishima appeared to be enjoying himself as they exchanged blows, with Sato occasionally taking a moment to consume a white powder before roaring and throwing Kirishima out of a nearby window. Izuku watched as Kirishima hardened his body, crashing 2 floors down. Sato then turned his attention to Izuku, charging at him with enhanced strength. He threw a punch, but Izuku dodged skillfully, swiftly getting behind him. Sato attempted to backhand him, but Izuku was already gone. He struck Sato in the knee, causing him to fall, and then delivered a powerful blow to his temple, knocking him down. Izuku pounced on the dazed boy, knocking the wind out of him, and quickly wrapped tape around Sato's wrists. All Might declared the villains victorious, and Izuku cheered for his first win. He rushed to check on Kirishima, who was dusting himself off after the fall. Izuku called down to him, and Kirishima responded with a thumbs up and a broad smile, assuring Izuku that he was fine and complimenting him on taking out Sato. Curious, Izuku jumped down and asked about Kirishima's gesture. Kirishima explained that a thumbs up meant everything was good, while a thumbs down signified the opposite. Izuku found it fascinating and thanked him. The two rejoined 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Sato, making their way to the viewing room. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 commented on how intimidating Izuku had been during the match, asking how he had known her location. Izuku explained that his enhanced sense of smell allowed him to track her, thanks to the specialized organs he had developed. He described them as similar to those found in snakes, capable of sensing heat, and shared how he had researched and improved them after class. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was impressed, asking what other enhancements he had made. Izuku revealed that he had reinforced his bones, compressed his muscles, strengthened his ligaments, and extended his nerves. He showed her the changes in his knuckles and forearms, demonstrating the extent of his modifications. 𝗏𝗏 expressed disbelief at the extent of Izuku's transformations, and Izuku confirmed that he had overhauled his body, except for his skin and hair, which he preferred to keep as they were. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by their classmates, who crowded around the four of them. Some offered words of encouragement to the losing team, but 𝗏𝗏 dismissed them, acknowledging that they hadn't stood a chance against Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded in agreement, though no one else noticed. ♯ chimed in, commenting on how Izuku had been particularly intimidating in the dark. Mina urged Izuku to demonstrate his abilities, but ♯ intervened, insisting they wait for the right moment. All Might then called for everyone's attention, asking each team to share their experiences from the match. While Kayama interrupted his classmate with a smile, he insisted that Izuku was fine. Although Izuku was unpredictable, it was a commendable effort to have 𝐒𝐮𝐬 attempt to sneak past their opponents to reach the objective. Everyone played their roles until the very end. Izuku should have supported his partner, 𝗏𝗏, but instead, he let them fight, which left 𝗏𝗏 unable to continue if Izuku couldn't handle him alone. Izuku shrugged in defense, explaining that he just wanted Kirishima to have a chance to fight. He added that he didn't think he stood a chance against 𝗏𝗏, even with a lot of sugar in his system. 𝗏𝗏 considered this as Izuku reminisced about sugar, lost in thought. Many eyes turned toward him, and Mina giggled while ♯made a sound of exasperation, wishing his friend had kept quiet. All Might praised Yaoyorozu, asking who the MVP of the round was. Everyone pointed at Izuku, who was still daydreaming about sweets. They moved on to the next match, with Kaken on the hero's side alongside Shoji, while Koji and Tsuyu represented the villains. Izuku watched eagerly as his old friend showcased his quirk, curious to see how much he had grown. Shoji scouted their surroundings while Koji did the same with birds. Izuku asked if Koji could control animals, and All Might explained that he could communicate with them and ask for help. Izuku pondered how that worked with people who had animal-based quirks, tempted to suggest an experiment with the bird-headed teen or the frog-like one. ♯ called him weird, and Izuku made a face in response. The match began, with Kaken launching himself to the top of the building while Shoji climbed steadily. Inside, Tsuyu and Koji set up a defense in a third-floor room, but they were quickly found by Kaken, who was soon joined by Shoji after Koji was taken down. Tsuyu attempted to escape with the bomb, but Shoji caught her, leading to a victory for the hero team. The rest of the day unfolded similarly, with everyone enjoying the chance to play heroes versus villains. Izuku found it entertaining to watch various strategies and combinations of quirks in action. One of the funniest moments for Izuku was when 𝗏𝗏 wrapped up ♯, only to end up caught in ♯'s quirk, which led him to command 𝗏𝗏 to wrap himself up. The two became entangled in tape while Kaminari wandered around in confusion, and Jiraiya struggled to stand due to the shockwaves Kaminari had unleashed. The villains won that round, and everyone needed assistance to return to the viewing room since they were unable to stand. ♯ blushed when Izuku snorted at the scene. As the day came to a close, All Might bid farewell and disappeared from view. Everyone looked around, trying to figure out where he had gone, but Izuku pointed in the direction of a closing door. They animatedly returned to the locker room to change before heading home. ♯ asked Izuku what he was doing after school. Izuku mentioned that his mother was on trial for leaving him in the woods, and he planned to attend. The locker room fell silent, and ♯ slapped Izuku's arm, wincing at the impact. He questioned why Izuku hadn't mentioned it sooner. Izuku shrugged, not thinking it was a big deal, though he acknowledged it was significant for him. ♯ sighed and shook his head, indicating that it was complicated and not to worry about it. Once everyone finished changing, they exited through the gates. Mina and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 waited for their friends, but only 𝗪𝐶 and 𝐶𝐭ji emerged. They explained their shock, but soon understood why Izuku had kept the trial to himself. 𝗪𝐶 clarified that Izuku hadn't thought it was a big deal to anyone and simply hadn't mentioned it. Mina looked incredulous but slowly nodded in understanding. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 asked 𝗪𝐶 if he thought Izuku would be okay, to which he replied that he hoped so. Izuku tugged at the collar of his white button-up shirt, complaining about the clothes. Namuri swatted his hand away and adjusted his collar, assuring him he would be fine as long as he didn't mess with it. They left the school and headed to the parking lot, taking the same car as before. The courthouse was unremarkable but served as their destination. Heroes were common in the area, and police presence was strong. Izuku looked around as Namuri guided them through the doors and to a security checkpoint. A guard instructed them to remove any personal items and step through the scanner. Namuri handed over her hero license, which the guard returned after a brief inspection. He then pointed at Izuku, instructing him to go through the security scanner as well. Izuku shrugged, producing the communication device and his key, which caused the guard to raise an eyebrow. As Izuku stepped through the arch, it beeped, and the guard pulled him aside for a handheld scan, which also rang. The guard asked if Izuku had any metal on him. Izuku replied that his entire skeletal structure was nearly steel, tilting his head in confusion. The guard noted that Izuku could have mentioned that to avoid the hassle. Izuku defended himself, stating that they hadn't asked. Namuri explained that the security measures were in place to prevent weapons from entering the building. Izuku countered that some people could be weapons, including himself. The guard huffed but returned Izuku's belongings. Following Namuri, they walked until she stopped in front of a large set of double doors. After checking her watch, she opened the door and motioned for Izuku to enter, following him inside and closing the door gently behind them. A few people sat on the benches, and one caught Izuku's eye, Asato. He greeted her warmly and she approached, giving him a quick embrace. She commented on how well he looked and expressed that she had missed seeing him at his table. Izuku beamed at the contact, sharing that Yue had been treating him well. He mentioned that while the forest was smaller, he had made his den instead of taking one like last time. Asato smiled softly but then turned sharply to Namuri, questioning if Izuku had been sleeping in the woods. Izuku confirmed that he had, explaining that it was near a big tree and pond, though he had accidentally slept in his room once. He added that his room was nice, in his opinion. Izuku felt a sense of uncertainty as he shrugged, reflecting on his limited experiences. Namuri wiped the sweat from her forehead while the librarian's expressions softened once more as she turned back to him. She expressed her approval, calling it wonderful. People began to enter the courtroom, dressed in elegant suits. Namuri and Asato guided Izuku to the front row. The judges settled into their seats, preparing for the day's proceedings. A few more individuals entered the courtroom, and although many were unfamiliar to Izuku, he recognized the last three. 𝐾𝐿 led the way, accompanied by a man and a woman he hadn't seen in over a decade. Their eyes met, and 𝐾𝐿 pulled his parents closer. Mitsuki gasped when she spotted Izuku, her eyes filling with tears as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Masaru, though more reserved, shared a similar emotional response. Izuku stood up hesitantly to greet them. Without waiting, Mitsuki embraced him tightly, while Masaru placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. She marveled at his appearance, noting how much he resembled her memories of him, laughter mingling with her tears. Before Izuku could respond, a gavel struck the block, signaling everyone to rise. The 𝗶𝐻𝐽s took their seats behind him as the session commenced. The judges introduced the subject of the day. Inko Midnight was skirted in by a security guard, her wrists bound in Quirk suppression cuffs. She appeared calm, her long green hair cascading around her, until her gaze met her son's. Her eyes widened in shock as the realization hit her that the boy she had thought lost had survived. Initially, she had dismissed the claims of Izuku's survival, believing him to be a mere imposter. Yet, she could not deny the truth of the boy standing before Mitsuki. The trial began as the judges reviewed the files presented to them. One judge read the charges against Inko while the others sifted through their papers, their expressions growing more serious with each report. After finishing, The final judge removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, announcing the commencement of the trial. He addressed 𝐒𝐮𝐬, stating that she was guilty of child abandonment and attempted first-degree murder of Izuku. He asked if she had anything to say for herself. She appeared pale and overwhelmed, unable to respond. The judge expressed his belief that the evidence was clear, referencing Izuku's statement provided by Detective 𝐶𝐶. One judge agreed, while the other hesitated, wishing to hear from both sides before making a decision. The middle-aged judge called for Izuku to take the stand. He stood up, smiling at the judges as he made his way to the front, following the guard's direction. The oldest judge greeted him with a gentle smile and requested that he recount his story in detail. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began. He recalled being 5 years old, remembering his mother's last words before she covered his mouth, leaving him alone in the woods. He continued his narrative, sharing his experiences of survival, from eating raw fish to confronting a wolf at the age of 7, detailing the discovery of his quirk. He concluded his story, stating that he was now present in the courtroom. A sniffle from Mitsuki broke the silence, and the courtroom listened intently to Izuku's account. After he finished, the same judge thanked him and allowed him to return to his seat. He then called for 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to take the stand. As security clipped her HNDCFFS to the podium, she stared down, her demeanor shifting. When asked to share her side of the story, she exclaimed that she had no choice, believing that Izuku's quirklessness would ruin her life. Her outburst ignited anger within Izuku, but before he could respond, Mitsuki spoke up, expressing her outrage at 𝐒𝐮𝐬's choices. A gavel struck down, demanding silence in the courtroom. Mitsuki reluctantly returned to her seat, and the judges turned back to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, asking if she had anything else to say. When she remained silent, they delivered their verdict. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was sentenced to 40 years without parole, and the court was adjourned. As the final gavel fell, security escorted 𝐒𝐮𝐬 toward the exit. She called out apologies to Mitsuki and Katsuki, but they turned away, leaving her with nothing but the closing door. Mitsuki sat with her face buried in her hands, overwhelmed by the weight of Izuku's story and 𝐒𝐮𝐬's admission. Masaru comforted her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Katsuki, having heard the story before, found himself grappling with his feelings about the woman who had once played a significant role in his life. Nemuri observed Izuku, concerned about how he would process everything that had transpired. She gently placed a hand on his arm, asking if he was all right. He admitted to feeling tired, and Asato explained that it was an emotional drain, indicating that his mind needed a break. Mitsuki wiped her tears and turned to Izuku, expressing her longing to have him over for dinner to reconnect, but acknowledging that today was not the right time. He agreed, and she embraced him once more, conveying her happiness at seeing him again. She promised to have Katsuki inform him when the time was right for a visit. After another heartfelt hug, they began to leave the courtroom together. Masaru placed his hand on his shoulder and offered a warm smile as he passed by. Kaken nodded in acknowledgement and followed his parents. Nemuri wrapped an arm around his shoulder, reassuring him as they left. Once outside, Asato expressed her concern, advising him to take care of himself and to reach out if he ever wanted to talk or visit. She embraced him warmly before they parted ways. Nemuri and Izuku returned to UA without any issues. She attempted to engage him in conversation during the drive, but it was clear he preferred silence, so she let him be, allowing the soothing instrumental music on the radio to fill the space. Nemuri gently reminded Izuku that it was okay to feel angry or sad and encouraged him to talk about his feelings whenever he needed. She knelt down to meet his gaze, and he admitted that he felt a bit tired and emotionally drained. He expressed gratitude for her support, and for the first time, he hugged her, which she warmly returned. After changing, Izuku stepped out of his room and ventured into the woods. He started walking, gradually picking up speed until he was sprinting faster than most could manage. He disappeared into the trees, his mind weary but his body brimming with energy. Seeking to expend some of that energy, he decided to hunt before resting. He came across a deer, swiftly ending its life and satisfying his hunger. After preparing the skin to dry, he climbed into his den and settled down, soon drifting into a peaceful sleep filled with pleasant dreams. In his dream, Izuku found himself at his desk, waiting for class to start. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was already there, the first to arrive, and he greeted her with a wave. As more classmates filled the room, 𝗪𝐻 was among the first to join. He took a seat behind Izuku and inquired about his well-being and the previous day's events. Izuku shared that he felt a bit tired and mentioned meeting his aunt Mitsuki, noting that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had received a lengthy prison sentence. He was unsure if it was too much or just right but felt okay with her absence. 𝗪𝐻 responded positively, unsure of what else to say. Just then, Mina entered with a bright smile, followed closely by 𝐼𝐼𝐬. She greeted them enthusiastically, and Izuku returned her smile, admitting that everything was still new to him. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 chimed in, offering her help with schoolwork if he ever needed it. Mina leaned in, confirming that tutoring was indeed about helping with school. Izuku expressed his gratitude, stating he was managing fine with schoolwork but would reach out if he needed assistance. He even invited her to see his den, which made Mina blush, her teasing attempts having not gone as planned. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 couldn't help but snicker at the situation, while Izuku noticed Mina's flushed face and asked if she was alright. She waved off his concern, insisting she was fine. 𝗪𝐻, observing the exchange, felt a sense of confusion about the dynamics at play. He had his suspicions about Izuku's understanding of relationships and decided to inquire if anyone had given him the talk about boys and girls. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, interrupting their conversation and instructing everyone to take their seats. Aizawa began discussing the previous day's trials, praising the class for their efforts. Particularly 𝗪𝐻, who needed to work on the details of his quirk. Afterward, he announced they would need to elect a class president, leaving the method of selection up to them before lying down for a nap. The classroom erupted in lively discussions, and Izuku turned to 𝗪𝐻 for clarification. His friend explained that the president would take charge when the teachers were not present. Excited, Izuku suggested they put it to a vote. Iida took charge, distributing paper for everyone to write down their choice. Unsure of whom to vote for and indifferent to the position, Izuku humorously scribbled his name in messy handwriting. When Iida collected the votes, Izuku's name appeared with one vote, prompting a laugh from him. To his surprise, more votes followed, and he noticed Mina stifling a laugh at the unfolding situation. Eventually, Iida announced that Izuku was the new class president, with 𝐼𝐼𝐬 as vice president. 𝗪𝐻 questioned who had voted for Izuku, who had only just learned what a class president was. Mina burst into laughter, and the room filled with chuckles. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 encouraged Izuku to give a speech, and he understood it was a chance to address his classmates. He confidently declared that he would outmatch any other class president in combat, promising to uphold his responsibilities with determination. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he declared his intention to protect everyone, though he was uncertain about the responsibilities of being class president. His gesture towards the board elicited laughter from Mina, which quickly spread through the classroom, causing 𝗪𝐻 to rest his head on his desk in defeat. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 offered him a thumbs up for encouragement, while Shoji simply shrugged when Izuku sought help. Kaminari initiated a cheer, calling Izuku the feral president, which caught on and stirred Aizawa from his slumber, resembling a zombie as he surveyed the class. He announced that Izuku would serve as class president until the end of the year or under special circumstances, firmly instructing everyone to sit down as class was about to begin. As Izuku took his seat, Kaken shot him an amused glance, and 𝗪𝐻 pretended to glare at him. Izuku whispered back, explaining that he hadn't expected to win the position. When Cementos entered with a calm demeanor, the day continued as usual until lunch arrived. Izuku stretched, his back cracking audibly, causing some nearby to wince, though he remained oblivious. He headed for the door, followed by 𝗪𝐻, with Mina, 𝐼𝐼𝐬, and Shoji joining them on their way to the cafeteria. Just as Izuku was about to separate from the group, Mina hooked her arm around his and insisted he join them for lunch. She struggled a bit due to his compact build, but 𝐼𝐼𝐬 supported her claim that it would be good for him. Izuku shrugged and agreed, curious about the cafeteria's offerings, particularly sandwiches, since he still hadn't mastered using utensils. Mina laughed, recalling his first day, and assured him she would teach him how to use chopsticks. As they lined up in the lunch line, Izuku mimicked Mina's order, unsure of what to ask for. When it was his turn, Lunch Rush greeted him warmly and asked what he would like. Izuku requested something easy to eat, and though some students looked at him curiously, he remained unaware. Lunch Rush handed him a foot-long sandwich, packed with all the essentials, and it weighed significantly on his tray. The aroma made Izuku's mouth water as he grabbed a drink and followed Mina to a table. He eyed the chairs skeptically but managed to sit without incident. 𝐤𝐬 expressed surprise at the size of Izuku's sandwich, and he eagerly sliced it in half before taking a bite, savoring the taste. Mina playfully inquired about his first decree as class president, to which Izuku responded with genuine surprise at the idea of making decrees. ♀ clarified that his role was more about ensuring the class ran smoothly. Izuku nodded, envisioning himself as a problem solver, and extended tendrils with eyes to scan the lunchroom for any issues. Shoji then asked Izuku for advice on mimicking non-human body parts. Izuku enthusiastically shared his experience, explaining how he compacted his musculature and the importance of nutrition. He mused about the ability to convert what he ate into what his body needed, emphasizing the energy it required. The others listened intently as they enjoyed their meals. Shoji mentioned his limitations in controlling his body and requested a small demonstration. Izuku obliged, exposing his bones as he pulled back the flesh on his hand. Mina protested, reminding him they were eating, but Izuku simply tilted his head in confusion, unaware of her discomfort. Suddenly, an alarm blared, causing 𝐤𝐬 to cry out. Izuku instinctively muted the noise with his enhanced senses and sprang into action, scanning the area for someone to assist. Bone spears shot forth from his body, swiftly dismantling the alarms that had caused distress. As chaos erupted, Izuku noticed students struggling to exit through a single door, some getting pushed aside. He felt the flesh on his arms shift as he leaped towards the wall, using his claws to propel himself with incredible speed until he was positioned above the exit. With a commanding voice, he called for calm, urging everyone to leave without causing harm. His presence captured their attention, and he reiterated the need for an orderly exit. Ida supported his call for rationality, and someone pointed towards the window, suggesting an alternative escape route. It was just the media, Izuku thought, but he trailed off, sniffing the air again. His head turned sharply in a direction, and he crawled upside down through the doors, determined to track the scent. Curious gazes followed him as he dashed off. He reached a door and swung it open, finding the teacher's lounge empty. Cautiously he stepped inside, having been there many times before. An unfamiliar scent lingered in the room, stronger around a desk, carrying hints of BLD and ash. His arm vibrated, prompting him to pull out the communication device Nizu had given him. Nizu's voice came through, asking if everything was all right. He had witnessed the cafeteria incident and followed Izuku through the cameras. Izuku explained that he had detected an unfamiliar scent in the teacher's lounge, particularly strong around a desk, and it smelled of BLD, ash, and something else. As his tendrils scanned the surroundings, Nizu paused before responding. He confirmed that no one had been in the room and decided to send Nemuri to assist Izuku. He felt a warmth at the praise for calming the students earlier. Nemuri soon jogged into the room, greeting Izuku and asking if that was the desk. He nodded, and she began sifting through its contents, unsure of what they were looking for. She noted that it belonged to 𝐼𝐻 and suggested they check if anything was missing. She patted Izuku's head warmly, commending him for his discovery. Izuku beamed at her and recalled something. He asked Nemuri if her comment about girls being weird included them turning red or, in this case, purple. Midnight smiled widely at his question and explained that people could turn red or purple when embarrassed, flustered, or angry. Curious, she inquired about what had happened. Izuku shared that a girl wanted to help him with things he didn't understand and suggested they spend one-on-one time together after school. When he mentioned showing her his den, she had turned purple. He worried that he might have upset her. Nemuri chuckled softly and asked what the girl did afterward, as that would help him understand her reaction better. Izuku recalled that she had hidden her face, leading Nemuri to conclude that she was embarrassed. She reassured him that he hadn't done anything wrong. Sometimes, people interpret situations differently. Izuku nodded, feeling relieved, and thanked her for the help before getting up to leave. As he returned to the cafeteria, he reclaimed the javelin he had thrown earlier. Upon entering Class 1A, he was met with a chorus of excited voices calling his name. He nodded along to the jumble of words until they quieted down. Mina laughed, declaring that what he did was seriously cool, while others chimed in with their excitement. Iida reminded everyone that destruction of school property was against the rules, but Izuku shrugged it off, explaining that things could be repaired and that 𝐤𝐬 had been hurt by the noise. She expressed her gratitude for his concern. At that moment, Aizawa walked in, and the room fell silent. He informed them that classes were cut short due to intruders and instructed them to go home. The students cheered at the unexpected early dismissal, and Kaminari quickly packed his bag, prompting everyone to do the same. Mina approached Izuku, eager to see his den. He happily agreed, and 𝐤𝐬 and Shoji nodded in support. ♯♀ silently followed his friends as they made their way to the woods. Mina, ever curious, peeked into Izuku's room, noting its bare essentials. They walked and chatted until they reached the tree line. Mina asked why he had run off after calming everyone down, and Izuku explained the strange odor he had detected and how he reported it to Nizu. Shoji expressed concern, assuring them that the faculty would handle it. They continued walking until they arrived at a clearing with a large pond and a majestic tree nearby. 3 claw marks were etched into the trunk, leaving the group in awe of the serene setting. Mina inquired about Izuku's den, and he led them to the tree, lifting a door to reveal a dimly lit space. She hesitated, nudging Kyo to go first. 𝐤𝐬 teased her, while ♯♀ pointed out a root for her to use as a handhold. Once inside, Mina peered in but struggled to see clearly. She asked Izuku about the wall of animal skulls, her tone casual rather than frightened. He eagerly explained that they were trophies, with some serving as reminders of significant moments. He retrieved a wolf skull, showing them the cracked eye socket where he had defended himself. Mina gingerly picked it up, realizing it was a trophy, and Izuku confirmed that most were, while others held personal memories. As they explored further, 𝐤𝐬 noticed the robot heads from the entrance exam, validating her earlier theory. Mina picked up a deer skull adorned with impressive antlers, and Izuku simply said it looked nice. They nodded in agreement, and Mina decided to slip down into the den to see how Izuku liked to sleep. She settled onto the furs, and Izuku beamed at his friends, feeling proud to share his space. 𝐤𝐬 playfully remarked on Mina's boldness for sitting on a boy's bed, causing her to blush and sit up, claiming she just wanted to try it out. It was a pleasant and warm day as 𝐤𝐬 ran her hand through a pile of furs. Meanwhile, 𝐤𝐬 continued to examine Izuku's trophies and picked up a makeshift obsidian knife, its hilt wrapped in worn-out clothing. She recognized it as a shirt that had been fashioned into a handle. The thought of a child having to endure such hardships brought a tear to her eye. Mina approached, noticing 𝐤𝐬's distress, and gently took the knife from her hands. She examined the tool that had played a crucial role in saving Izuku's life, recognizing the child-sized shirt wrapped around the end. 𝐤𝐬 expressed her feelings, wishing for the person responsible to face justice, and Mina echoed her sentiment. Suddenly, 𝐤𝐬 caught a whiff of something and sniffed again, questioning if it was meat. They peeked out of the den to find Izuku roasting several legs of deer for everyone. Shoji assisted by rotating 2 of the legs, while 2 racks of ribs surrounded the opposite side of the fire. Upon noticing them, Izuku greeted them with a bright smile and gestured for them to sit on 2 freshly cut logs. Mina settled down next to him, playfully bumping shoulders as she helped him turn one of the deer legs. 𝐤𝐬 spotted a freshly cleaned deer skull beside the tree and smiled at its significance. They chatted and laughed as they prepared the meal Izuku had caught, enjoying each other's company, though ♯♀ grumbled about the lack of seasoning. Later, everyone gathered in front of the bus, waiting for Aizawa to arrive. The day's classes had passed without incident, and now it was time for their hero class, focusing on rescue techniques. ♯♀ tapped Izuku's arm to get his attention, teasing him about his role as class president. Izuku quickly moved around the group, counting heads and receiving curious glances. He counted 19 students, realizing they were 1 short. ♯♀ confirmed that there were 20 in their class, prompting Izuku to beam with pride at the thought of not leaving anyone behind. Mina giggled at his enthusiasm, affirming her vote for him as class president. Ida then instructed everyone to line up in 2 rows according to their student numbers. Izuku, confused, asked his friends what was happening, to which 𝐤𝐻𝐬 pointed out that it was his responsibility. Grateful, Izuku thanked Ida, unaware of the passive-aggressive tone in his voice, causing Ida to blush slightly as he returned to the group. Just then, Aizawa approached the bus and opened the door, urging everyone to board. Izuku found a seat between 𝐤𝐻𝐬 and Mina, while Shoji sat in the back with 𝗫𝐶, who was beginning to doze off. As they chatted, 𝐶𝐻𝐬 posed a question that piqued everyone's interest. She asked Izuku why his quirk affected her and Tokoyami, even though it wasn't animalistic. Kirishima noted that he had seen others with animal quirks keeping their distance from Izuku. Izuku pondered the question, asking them what it felt like. Tokoyami described it as if an otherworldly being was watching him closely, ready to extinguish his light with a wrong move. Izuku stared at him, sensing Tokoyami's discomfort. 𝐶𝐻𝐬 chimed in, explaining that it felt like a predator had its teeth around her neck, and she had experienced similar feelings with a friend who had a snake quirk, but Izuku's presence was different. Izuku shrugged, admitting he had never engaged with pheromones, as he had no need for them. 𝗫𝐶 teased him, suggesting he had been raised by wolves. Izuku frowned, clarifying that they hadn't raised him, they had tried to eat him. Mina laughed, and 𝐤𝐻𝐬 smirked, agreeing with 𝗫𝐶's observation about Izuku's wild demeanor. Kaminari raised his hand, wanting to clarify the idiom. He asked if Izuku understood what it meant to be raised by wolves. Izuku guessed it meant having wolf parents. 𝐤𝐻𝐬 defended him, explaining that he had spent years in the wild and might not know idioms. Kaminari expressed excitement about teaching Izuku new things, but Kaken interrupted, warning him not to teach Izuku anything inappropriate. As the class discovered that Izuku was unfamiliar with curse words, they arrived at their destination. A large domed structure loomed before them, with the letters USJ prominently displayed. Izuku tilted his head, questioning the meaning. Kaminari quickly corrected him, revealing it stood for Universal Studio Japan. Laughter erupted from a hero waiting for their arrival. 13 welcomed everyone as they unloaded from the bus, and Izuku waved at her. 13 greeted him warmly, patting his head with her gloved hand, and he felt reassured knowing that even heroes had their moments of vulnerability. 13 then began discussing the importance of using their quirks to save people. As they entered the 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Izuku marveled at the vast interior, captivated by the giant domed ceiling and various zones. He spotted a wooden area and felt a rush of excitement, wishing he could smell any prey nearby. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, and he caught a familiar scent in the air. His instincts kicked in as he turned toward the center of the plaza, recognizing the same smell from the previous day. Just then, a purple mist appeared, and a man with hands covering his body emerged. Aizawa shouted for everyone to get back and instructed Kaminari to call the main building to evacuate the USJ immediately. Izuku, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked if those were villains. 𝗫𝐶 confirmed they were and attempted to pull Izuku back, but Aizawa leaped off the stairs to confront the intruders. Izuku felt a surge of urgency as he followed his friend, tugging at 13's arm. 13 insisted that they needed to prioritize safety, but before they could escape, a purple mist materialized, blocking their path. A voice emerged from the mist, introducing the League of Villains, but was abruptly interrupted as a bone javelin whizzed dangerously close, grazing the edge of his neck brace and embedding itself into the wall behind him. BLD trickled down his neck, but he had no time to process the attack as Izuku, who had thrown the javelin, lunged forward to confront the villain. However, a portal opened, whisking Izuku away just as he reached out. 13 shouted in alarm, demanding to know what had happened to Izuku, but the villain only taunted them, suggesting they should be more concerned for their own safety. The purple mist enveloped the area, causing students to vanish one by one. Izuku found himself alone on the concrete floor, the javelin still lodged in the ground beside him. He quickly realized he was still within the USJ, but his classmates were scattered. The air was thick with tension, anger, and fear. One villain remarked on the ease of capturing Izuku, while the others laughed. However, one villain, resembling a wolf, stepped back, visibly shaken. As the atmosphere shifted, a transformation began. The boy morphed into a beast, his arms elongating and claws extending, while a bony tail sprouted from his back. His face contorted, revealing sharp teeth and additional eyes that scanned the surroundings. The villains recoiled in horror as the creature spoke with multiple layered voices, declaring that heroes would confront villains. Izuku was the first to spring into action, moving with incredible speed. He swiftly incapacitated the first villain, whose attempts to ignite his hands were thwarted as Izuku overpowered him. One by one, the villains fell, screams echoing through the area as Izuku's newfound strength overwhelmed them. The last remaining villain, the wolf-headed one, trembled in fear, unable to meet Izuku's gaze. With a gentle touch, Izuku pushed him down, and the villain sat in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, eyes wide with shock at the chaos around him. Afterward, Izuku dashed through the area, filled with abandoned buildings, determined to find his friends. The scent of BLD drew him toward an exit, where he cautiously opened a door to observe the unfolding battle outside. Aizawa was pinned beneath a large villain, and Izuku spotted his classmates, Mina, 𝗪𝐻𝐿, and Todoroki, at the water's edge, frozen in fear. The scene was chaotic, with Todoroki attempting to freeze the monstrous villain, but it proved ineffective. With a fierce determination, Izuku leaped into action, using his tail to strike at the large villain. BLD sprayed as he clawed at its neck and shoulders, but the villain fought back, throwing Izuku off. As he rolled to recover, his arm healed from the impact. The villain, now aware of Izuku's presence, taunted him, but Izuku focused on the battle, dodging attacks and retaliating with precision. He sliced off the villain's hand, which quickly regenerated, and the creature screeched in frustration. Izuku continued to evade the villain's strikes, darting beneath its massive fists and targeting its legs. With each calculated move, he incapacitated the creature further, determined to protect his friends and stand against the threat before him. The Nomu, now fully healed, rolled to its feet and grabbed the tail that was thrashing around. Izuku clung on, tearing away at the creature's flesh until he was forcefully thrown off. Just as the Nomu prepared to stomp down on him, an explosion sent it staggering to the side. Kaken unleashed a barrage of blasts, allowing Izuku to regain his footing. He observed the Nomu attempting to swat Kaken down, its body completely restored. Frustration bubbled within Izuku as he brainstormed a strategy. He attempted to sever the creature's head, but its healing abilities were faster around its neck than anywhere else. Determined, Izuku focused on his claws, transforming them into thicker drill tips. He circled the Nomu while it was distracted by Kaken, who was struggling against the creature. It was evident that the Nomu had sustained no damage. This was where Izuku's experiment would come into play. When the Nomu turned its back, Izuku seized the opportunity and lunged. Instead of slashing, he plunged his fingers deep into the Nomu's neck. The creature retaliated, backhanding him away, but his fingers remained embedded, burrowing deeper into the flesh. The Nomu clawed at its neck in a futile attempt to dislodge the parasites Izuku had created. Despite the creature's efforts, its quirk worked against it, healing faster than it could reach the invasive entities. Soon, the Nomu's arm began to spasm, and it collapsed to one knee, unable to move. It fell to the ground, racked with spasms and screeching in pain, as Izuku prowled around his incapacitated prey. Kaken watched in confusion and horror at the transformation of his old friend and the state of the Nomu. Izuku approached the fallen creature, examining its knees before ripping off one of its knee braces. BLD trickled from the wound, but he felt no remorse. He turned his attention to the two remaining villains, tendrils grasping his trophy. Just then, the doors at the top of the stairs burst open, and All Might appeared. Izuku fashioned another javelin and hurled it at Kurogiri to prevent his escape, but a portal opened, and the javelin struck Izuku instead. He cried out in pain but began to absorb the javelin without removing it. When he looked back, the villains had already vanished. Kaken rushed to Izuku's side, concerned for his well-being. He cursed upon seeing Izuku's condition, slapping the back of his head in frustration. Izuku reassured him that he was fine, though his modified voice startled 𝐾𝐿. After checking over his friend, 𝐾𝐿 pointed at the fallen 𝐼𝐻𝐬, bewildered by what had transpired. All Might approached them as more heroes arrived to assist students out of the USJ. Izuku shifted back to his normal state and was about to respond when Nemuri enveloped him in a tight hug, expressing her concern. He assured her he was all right and she pulled back, called away by present Mike. All Might cleared his throat and gestured toward the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, curious about the situation. Izuku explained that he had researched how parasites functioned and successfully created them to incapacitate the 𝐻𝐻𝐬. He demonstrated by stabbing a tendril into the creature, confirming his success. 𝐾𝐿 shivered at the thought of the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 being paralyzed by parasites. All Might inquired about the creature's strange scent and lack of vocalization, noting that it seemed almost dead. Izuku's tendril jabbed the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 again, prompting All Might to admonish him to stop. 𝐾𝐿 punched Izuku's arm, wincing at the sight of exposed muscle and bone. Izuku insisted he was fine, and All Might directed them to get checked by the medics. As they made their way up the stairs and out of the shattered doors, they encountered paramedics and police in the vicinity. Izuku pondered the situation when a pink girl suddenly hugged him tightly, relieved to see him safe. He returned her embrace, smiling brightly. 𝐾𝐿 shot Izuku a look filled with unspoken thoughts before moving on to talk later. ♯, 𝐿𝐬, and Shoji gathered around, along with the still clinging Mina. They exchanged concerns about their classmates and teachers, learning that Aizawa and 13 had been taken to the hospital, but everyone else was mostly fine. Izuku proudly displayed his new trophy, explaining how he had created parasites to shut down the 𝐻𝐻𝐬's nervous system. The group fell silent for a moment before ♯ remarked on the horror of the situation. Mina urged Izuku to get checked out by the medics, and she led him away after wiping her tears. As they passed their classmates, who were relieved to see Izuku healthy, he felt grateful that they were all okay. He spotted the detective from earlier and waved, receiving a wry smile and nod in return as the detective continued his work. Izuku perched on the bumper of an ambulance as the medical staff began to assess him. His attention soon drifted, and he observed the villains being skirted out, watched closely by UA staff. Among them was the wolf man, who walked by without resistance. Izuku noticed the man's tense posture and hunched shoulders as he passed. Once the checks were complete, Izuku climbed back onto the bus, which headed toward the main campus for a brief interview before they could go home. He glanced around and saw that most of his classmates looked exhausted. He wondered aloud if what they had experienced was typical, gesturing toward the distant 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐻𝐬 responded, indicating that this was indeed an unusual event, the first organized attack on UA that any of them had witnessed. The mention of the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 prompted ♯to admit he had never encountered one before. 𝐾𝐿 then directed his attention to Izuku, pointing at the metal kneecap of the 𝐻𝐻𝐬. Izuku proudly displayed it, claiming it as his trophy. Iida quickly interjected, warning that such objects could be valuable for the heroes in their investigation. Izuku insisted it was his, and 𝐿𝐬 defended him, suggesting that the heroes could request it if they needed to see it. ♯, however, challenged Izuku's decision, prompting Iida to reconsider as he noticed Izuku's tendrils extending from his shoulders. Remembering Izuku's earlier battle with the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, he sat back down, acknowledging that there had indeed been another 𝐻𝐻𝐬. After changing, the classmates returned to the classroom for their interviews. When it was Izuku's turn, he recounted his experience to the detective, explaining what had transpired after he threw the javelin at Kurojiru. His focus had been on the fight against the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, so he didn't provide much detail. He described the 𝐻𝐻𝐬's resilience, noting that it couldn't die and healed rapidly. The detective took notes, asking if Izuku could remove the parasites. Izuku believed he could but questioned whether it would simply retaliate afterward. The detective concluded the interview, thanking Izuku for his cooperation before he left, feeling pleased. Once home, Izuku changed out of his school uniform and cleaned his trophy, placing it next to the wolf skull. His stomach growled, reminding him it was time to hunt for food, especially after using his quirk extensively that day. As he settled into his furs for a nap, a phone ringing jolted him awake. Realizing it was his phone, he extended a tendril to answer it, seeing that Mina was calling. The darkness outside indicated it was still night. With a mix of confusion and concern, he answered, noticing that Mina appeared distressed. She reassured him that she was fine, explaining she had just experienced a nightmare and wanted to talk. Izuku shifted his body, ready to spring into action if necessary. Mina shared that her nightmare was about the USJ incident, where she felt she had failed to save him and others. Tears welled in her eyes as she tried to wipe them away. Izuku considered how to help her, recalling his own past nightmares. He shared that he used to have them about being alone and losing his mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, but they no longer troubled him. Mina giggled at his innocent demeanor, prompting Izuku to reflect on his feelings about 𝐒𝐮𝐬. He expressed his anger at her for abandoning him, contrasting it with the sadness he felt upon seeing her again. As tears fell from his eyes, he wiped them away, realizing Mina was also crying. She comforted him, reminding him that he was not alone anymore, as he had friends who cared for him. Grateful, Izuku thanked her and shifted the conversation to lighter topics, asking what she enjoyed doing in her free time. Mina excitedly shared her love for dancing and a favorite arcade game. As she spoke, Izuku settled comfortably in his furs, listening intently. However, as time passed, Mina's voice grew softer until it faded into gentle snoring. Izuku found himself staring at his phone, unsure whether to wake her or let her rest. Ultimately, he decided to let her sleep, feeling content to simply be there for her. He paused, trying to comprehend his recent actions. After several attempts, he successfully ended the call, the screen displaying, "Call ended." He felt a sense of accomplishment and chuckled to himself, feeling like a professional. He placed the phone back on the shelf and turned over to sleep again, content that he had helped his friend find rest. The following morning, he woke up at dawn, as usual. After a quick meal, he received a call from 𝐼𝐻, asking him to come to the main building for a discussion. He hurriedly finished his food and dashed to the door, where 𝐼𝐻 awaited him with a warm smile. Izuku greeted her with enthusiasm, and she embraced him, looking down with relief. She expressed her gladness that he was okay and apologized for not checking on him after the previous day's events. He reassured her that it was fine, curious if she had been busy. She explained the chaos surrounding the recent attack on UA, emphasizing the importance of maintaining trust as a safe learning environment for students. As they walked through the halls, Izuku pondered her words, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. 𝐼𝐻 then shifted the conversation to his well-being after the fight. She inquired if he felt scared after experiencing his first real battle. While he had some survival experience, this was a different kind of challenge. He admitted that he found the fighting thrilling but was more concerned about the safety of others. 𝐼𝐻 laughed, teasing him about becoming a battle enthusiast. He questioned whether that was a good thing, to which she replied it was simply part of who he was. Curious about Izawa and 13, he asked about their condition. 𝐼𝐻 assured him they would recover soon, despite their injuries. As they continued walking, she mentioned that they had forgotten to have him checked by a doctor when he was brought in. Izuku protested, claiming he didn't get sick and could handle everything himself. Namuri raised an eyebrow, insisting that a checkup was necessary. Upon entering the nurse's office, Izuku recognized Recovery Girl, the elderly hero who had scolded him during the entrance exam. He expressed his dislike for her, recalling how she had hit him and called him foolish. Recovery Girl acknowledged her actions, explaining it was a habit born from concern for reckless use. Izuku remained firm in his feelings, stating he still didn't like her. Recovery Girl shifted the conversation, mentioning that she had heard he could heal at the cellular level. When she asked for an example, Izuku jokingly extended a tendril from his arm, which alarmed her. She quickly clarified that she only wanted to confirm what she had heard. After discussing his unique abilities, she inquired about any recent infections. Izuku casually mentioned dealing with ticks, explaining how he consumed them rather than letting them latch on. Recovery Girl, slightly taken aback, asked how he managed to eat them. He described the process, likening it to a carnivorous plant. 𝐼𝐻, who had been listening from a corner, looked a bit disgusted by the imagery. Izuku cheerfully assured her that he didn't taste them. Recovery Girl then informed him she would need a BLD sample and that he would need to catch up on missed vaccinations. As she prepared to draw his BLD, Izuku allowed her to proceed. After taking the sample, Recovery Girl examined the site and set the BLD aside. She then began administering the vaccines, which made Izuku grumble as he felt the liquid enter his body. He considered expelling it later but decided against it, instead integrating the vaccines quickly. The only amusement he found during the process was watching Recovery Girl struggle to insert the needle into his muscles. Once finished, Recovery Girl warned him he might feel odd as the vaccines settled in. Izuku stood up and reiterated that he still didn't like her. She waved him off, reminding him of the importance of staying up to date with his shots. He left the office in a huff, with Nomiuri trailing behind him. She inquired about his strong feelings toward Recovery Girl. Izuku explained that he didn't mind being hit during training as it was part of practice, but he felt her actions were unwarranted. He also expressed his disdain for the villains who attacked, except for one, whom he found somewhat agreeable. He nodded to himself, reflecting on the complexities of his experiences. Nomiuri asked Izuku which villain he was referring to, and he described a wolf-like figure who had not fought back when he was pushed down. He had simply sat there, and Izuku recalled hearing about many villains who had been severely injured around that same wolf villain. When they had apprehended him, he had come quietly. Nomiuri hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to ask something, but decided to proceed. She inquired if 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had hit him, and Izuku looked at her in surprise, responding that he didn't think so. She felt a bit foolish for her assumption and clarified that she simply thought that was why he disliked being hit. He explained that he just didn't like being hit for no reason. She chuckled softly and playfully ruffled his hair, which made him lean into her touch, smiling at the warmth she provided. Feeling a bit hungry, Izuku suggested they go get something to eat. His face lit up with excitement as he followed her to the parking lot. They climbed into a large car and played music that Izuku enjoyed. They soon found a restaurant known for its sandwiches, which Nomiuri thought Izuku would like, and she was correct. He eagerly devoured his sandwich, looking a bit forlorn at the empty wrapper once he finished. Amused by his expression, she ordered another sandwich for him while she finished her own. They also picked up an order for the rest of the staff back at UA before heading back. Izuku assisted Nomiuri in distributing the sandwiches to the working staff, receiving grateful smiles in return. Afterward, he settled onto Aizawa's couch in the teacher's lounge and yawned, stretching like a cat before rolling under the couch for a nap. Present Mike remarked on whether that position was good for his back, while Vlad King reassured him that Izuku could shift his body however he wanted and would be fine. Cementos wondered if he had picked up that habit from Aizawa or if he had done it before arriving at UA. Nomiuri took a few more pictures with her phone, smiling at the sight. The long weekend passed quietly for Izuku. He chatted with his friends on his phone, particularly discussing his quirk with Shoji. The larger teen began experimenting with shifting his arms into different non-human forms after taking Izuku's advice. After some trials and errors, he successfully created ears resembling those of an owl. When Monday arrived, Izuku entered the classroom and was greeted first by Mina, who called out to him. He returned her greeting with a bright smile. Kaken then interjected, stating that his mom wanted Izuku to come over. Without hesitation, Izuku agreed and paused to send a message on his phone. After reading a reply, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and shared that she wanted him to come over after school. He was excited at the prospect of visiting Kaken's house again, pushing aside the thought that his old home was nearby. Ida announced that everyone should be seated as classes would begin shortly. Izuku took a seat in front of ♯, who greeted him with a lazy smile, glad to see his friend doing well after the USJ incident. As time passed, the students began discussing who their substitute teacher would be. Izuku confidently stated that it would still be Aizawa. When ♯asked if the other teachers had informed him, Izuku shook his head, explaining that he could sense Aizawa approaching, although he was still injured. J inquired about the extent of Aizawa's injuries, and Izuku shrugged, admitting he hadn't seen him since the USJ but pointed to the door just as it swung open to reveal a bandaged Aizawa. The class expressed their concern for their teacher's condition, but Aizawa assured them that he was perfectly fine to teach, though he warned them that they had more challenges ahead. He paused, causing everyone to tense, but Izuku sniffed the air and sensed everything was normal. Aizawa dramatically announced that the sports festival was approaching, prompting an eruption of excitement from the class. Izuku nodded along, even though he had no idea what it entailed. 𝐤𝐬 questioned the wisdom of holding the festival so soon after the attack, to which Izawa explained that security had been increased and they didn't want to lose face by postponing or canceling the event. He instructed the class to begin preparing and then lowered himself to the ground, rolling under his desk for some rest. As everyone chatted before the next class, Izuku attempted to look up information about the sports festival on his phone, but his efforts were met with frustration as nothing happened. When lunch arrived, Mina pulled Izuku to the cafeteria instead of going out to hunt for food. He ordered a large sandwich from Lunch Rush and sat down with his friends. As soon as they were settled, he asked about the sports festival, explaining that he had tried to look it up on his phone but had encountered issues. He showed them the screen, which displayed the sports festival typed in his notes. Mina burst into giggles, and 𝐼𝐮𝐲 let out a snort of laughter. 𝐤𝐬 playfully scolded Mina to leave him alone, insisting that Izuku didn't know. Mina apologized, clarifying that it was just amusing to see something like that. She explained that the sports festival was a major event for all UA students to participate in various games to showcase their quirks and abilities, attracting attention. The support course aimed to display their inventions, while the hero course attracted pro heroes for internships, potentially leading to future employment. She was unsure about the general education and business courses but speculated they might practice for something similar. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of games, but he quickly focused on the can of soda Mina was drinking. Curious, he pointed at it, and she encouraged him to try it. She slid the can toward him, receiving a disapproving look from Shoji, but Mina's attention remained on Izuku. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 watched eagerly for his friend's reaction, and 𝐤𝐬 observed without intervening, while Mina recorded the moment on her phone. Izuku picked up the can, peering inside with curiosity. He took a sip and recoiled at the sensation of the fizzing in his mouth. The water had an unexpected kick to it, and he playfully stuck his tongue out, shaking his head. It was sweet yet flavorful. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 let out a laugh that sounded more like a cat trying to cough something up. The phrase, spicy water, caught the attention of nearby tables, but he remained oblivious. Mina, with a grin, tucked her phone away and patted Izuku on the shoulder, expressing her delight in witnessing his reaction. Izuku, slightly pouting, understood that his friends were just having fun. Shoji and 𝐤𝐬 exchanged amused glances, sharing in the moment. Mina then grabbed Izuku's phone, locating the camera app. She encouraged him to smile for a selfie, leaning against him as she captured the moment with their group. The photo turned out perfectly, and she beamed as she sent it to all his contacts, even setting it as his lock screen. When Izuku saw the picture, his face lit up with joy. Mina couldn't help but smile at his happiness as she took a sip of her soda. Catching 𝐤𝐬's eye, she noticed her smirk and the way her gaze flicked between the can and her. Realization dawned on Mina, an indirect kiss. She glanced at the others, and both 𝐼𝐮𝐲 and Shoji shared knowing smiles, causing her cheeks to flush even more while Izuku remained blissfully unaware. Izuku packed away his laptop and stretched, turning to 𝐾𝐿, who had just finished gathering his things. He enthusiastically declared it was time to go, leading the way to the door. Upon opening it, he was met with a crowd waiting outside. Staring at them in surprise, he greeted everyone and asked 𝐾𝐿 if this was normal. 𝐾𝐿 explained that they were there to scout for the upcoming sports festival, with some hoping to join the hero course after not making it the first time. Izuku introduced himself, beaming at the group, and caught a familiar scent in the air. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 appeared, and Izuku was thrilled to see him, congratulating him on passing the exam. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 expressed his gratitude for Izuku's understanding during the exam and mentioned it was unfortunate they were in different classes. Izuku, ever curious, asked 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 if he could copy his quirk and alter his body in a way that would last beyond the time limit. He leaned closer, excitedly discussing the possibilities, but 𝐼𝐮𝐲 interrupted, suggesting they avoid overwhelming the first years with Izuku's unique abilities. 𝐾𝐿 called for Izuku to hurry, prompting him to say his goodbyes to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻, 𝐼𝐮𝐲, and Mina. As they left, a gray-haired boy next to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 remarked on Izuku's oddity, while another student commented on how much better it was to see him like this compared to his earlier behavior at the USJ. Monoma, confused, inquired about the comment, but 𝐶INSO simply stated that they would have to wait for the surprise like everyone else. Mina added that while Izuku could be intimidating, he was wonderful most of the time. 𝐼RU teased her about her bias as they continued on their way. Once off the train, Izuku followed 𝐾𝐿 down the street, taking in the familiar sights. They stopped at a park where they had played as children. 𝐾𝐿 noticed Izuku had paused and waited for him to catch up. Arriving at a modest home, Izuku recognized it faintly and followed 𝐾𝐿 inside. Mitsuki rushed around the corner, pushing 𝐾𝐿 aside to embrace Izuku, relieved to see him safe after the USJ incident. Masaru, 𝐾𝐿's father, greeted them and asked about school. 𝐾𝐿 replied that everything was back to normal and the sports festival was still on. Mitsuki eagerly pulled Izuku to the couch, urging him to share how he had been. As he settled onto the couch, it creaked slightly. Mitsuki playfully commented on how he seemed heavier now. Izuku explained that he had gained weight from both muscle and bone development, demonstrating his arm, which was covered in a layer of muscle and metal. Mitsuki and Masaru were taken aback but quickly adjusted. Mitsuki examined his arm, noting that no blood flowed from the exposed area. 𝐾𝐿 smirked, teasing Izuku about his quirk. Masaru asked about Izuku's abilities, and Izuku explained that he could manipulate his cells to do his bidding, demonstrating with tendrils. When Mitsuki inquired if it hurt, he reassured her that it felt odd but not painful. She pressed further, asking why he had altered his body. Izuku shared that when he first discovered his quirk, he could only shift his legs, grow claws, or heal injuries. Seeking more knowledge, he visited a library to learn how to enhance his abilities, aiming to make his body ideal for hero work. Mitsuki was curious about his intentions, and Izuku revealed that his initial goal was for hunting, but now it was to become a hero. He fondly recalled meeting 𝐶INSO, who lived near the library, and how they decided to take the exam together. Mitsuki then asked if 𝐶INSO had ever told his parents about Izuku living in the woods, to which Izuku shrugged, explaining that it wasn't a secret he had intended to keep. Izuku's smile faded slightly as he reflected on his past experiences. Initially, it had been challenging for him, but he had been fortunate to discover a stream filled with fish and a nearby cave. He had received his quirk around the age of 7, which made things easier. As he became accustomed to his abilities, he found joy in using them. He attempted to smile again to comfort Mitsuki, but it didn't quite have the desired effect. She began to cry and pulled him into a warm embrace. Though she said nothing, he gently returned the hug, feeling grateful for her presence. When she pulled back to wipe her tears, she asked why there was a perfume scent that didn't belong to her, a mischievous glint in her eye. Izuku had noticed the fragrance that lingered on some of the girls in his class and could easily identify Mina's scent among them. He remembered when it had clung to him during lunch. He explained that it was Mina's perfume, mentioning that they had taken a picture together. He retrieved his phone, and the screen illuminated with an image of Mina, her arm around him, leaning in with a bright smile. 𝐶INSO wore a relaxed grin, 𝐼RU smiled naturally, and Shoji flashed a peace sign. He pointed to Mina in the photo, confirming her identity. Mitsuki examined the picture closely, and Masaru, peeking over her shoulder, shared the same thought. He commented on how quickly Izuku seemed to be making friends and noted Mina's beauty, trying to tease him. Izuku proudly mentioned that he had made 3 new friends, including 𝐾𝐿. Mitsuki turned her attention back to him, eager to learn more about his interactions. Izuku recounted the various activities he had shared with Mina, including her teaching him about things he didn't understand. He even mentioned bringing her to his den in the woods, describing her as really nice. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow in surprise, while 𝐾𝐿 pointed out that Izuku's time in the woods had shaped his perspective differently than others. Izuku, confused, didn't grasp the teasing nature of Mitsuki's comments about Mina. Masaru explained the situation with a smile, but Izuku remained puzzled, expressing his frustration at not understanding. Mitsuki affectionately ruffled his hair, and when she asked if he wanted her to explain, his eyes lit up with curiosity. However, she playfully refused, prompting a pout from him. Mitsuki then announced that dinner was ready, and she headed to the kitchen, with Masaru adding final touches to the meal. 𝐾𝐿 set the table while Izuku stood awkwardly nearby. 𝐾𝐿 caught his gaze and motioned for him to help with the plates. Izuku mimicked his friend's actions, placing the dishes in front of each chair, though he felt uncertain about the chair's ability to support his weight. Once the table was set, everyone began to eat. Izuku wisely waited for others to start before he joined in, as it was his first time using utensils in a decade. To ensure he could sit comfortably, he extended tendrils to the ground for support, covered in a carapace-like material as he settled onto the wooden chair. Mitsuki resumed her playful teasing, asking about Mina's closeness to him. 𝐾𝐿 chimed in, confirming that Mina only acted that way around Izuku. Masaru attempted to intervene, but his efforts went unnoticed. Izuku, proud of his utensil skills, continued to eat, using a tendril for better control. Mitsuki inquired about Nem, the other woman at court with him, and 𝐾𝐿 clarified that it was midnight. Mitsuki expressed concern about the hero watching over Izuku, but 𝐾𝐿 reassured her about Midnight's care for him. Mitsuki pondered this but quickly returned to her original topic. She leaned in, asking Izuku what he thought of Mina. He was confused by the question, but 𝐾𝐿 clarified, asking if he liked her. Izuku responded affirmatively, stating that if he didn't like her, he wouldn't talk to her. Masaru interjected, pleased to hear that Izuku had good friends. Mitsuki then shifted the conversation to UA, asking how he liked it there. Izuku described it as nice, noting that while the woods weren't as expansive, he appreciated having a room. He mentioned the library's vast collection of subjects, though he struggled to catch a piece of meat on his plate, resorting to using a tendril for assistance. The family continued to chat as they enjoyed dinner, and Izuku felt content reconnecting with his family friends. Mitsuki refrained from discussing their past, wanting to keep the evening pleasant. As darkness fell, she suggested he stay the night, but Izuku preferred to return to his den. 𝐾𝐿 accompanied him to the station, ensuring he wouldn't get lost. Navigating from the train station to UA was straightforward, and the gates opened automatically for him as he entered, heading toward his 𝗏𝗏s. In the following week, Izuku immersed himself in new studies at the library, but he began to exhaust the limits of what he could mimic with his quirk. He realized that the next step would involve trying to replicate quirks, but he needed to understand how each quirk interacted with its user's body. For instance, he knew he couldn't mimic someone who breathed fire without comprehending the source of the flammable gas and how it was ignited. He could attempt it, but the idea of introducing a flammable gas into his body seemed incredibly perilous, even for him. Instead, he assisted Shoji and Shinso in preparing for the upcoming sports festival. Shoji began experimenting with various animal organs on his hands, expressing deep gratitude for Izuku's support. Meanwhile, Izuku helped Shinso enhance his endurance and stamina. Although Shinso's quirk had undergone some training, there was only so much Izuku could contribute in that area. During a break from their exercises in the woods, Izuku brought up a previous visit to 𝐾𝐿's house for dinner. Shinso took a sip of water and nodded in acknowledgement. Izuku recalled how 𝐾𝐿's mother, Suki, had asked numerous questions about Mina upon learning they were friends. He wondered if that was typical. Shinso, already anticipating the nature of the inquiries, smiled and asked what kind of questions had been posed. Izuku explained that Suki had inquired about the things Mina taught him and whether he liked her, expressing his confusion about such questions. Shinso, pleased to be correct, clarified that Suki's questions were meant in a romantic context, teasing Izuku about having a close female friend, which was often the case. Izuku paused to process this information, contemplating the implications of a romantic interest. He asked if it meant Suki was suggesting he might want Mina as a mate or a wife. Shinso, caught off guard by the question, coughed slightly, then confirmed that many found discussions about relationships to be embarrassing. Izuku's realization dawned on him, and he questioned why Suki focused solely on Mina instead of 𝐿𝐲. Shinso explained that Izuku spoke about and interacted with Mina more frequently, which typically indicated a stronger interest. When asked if he was interested in Mina as a girlfriend, Izuku took a moment to reflect. He admitted that he enjoyed her company but was uncertain about his feelings. Shinso, drawing from the soap operas he watched with his mother, proposed an exercise. He asked Izuku to imagine Mina holding hands and kissing someone else, prompting Izuku to visualize the scenario. The image stirred feelings of coldness and anger within him, causing his fingers to sharpen slightly in surprise. He realized he didn't like that thought and questioned if it meant he wanted her as his girlfriend. 𝗟𝐿 suggested it could be a sign of protectiveness instead. 𝗟𝐿 then presented a similar scenario but with 𝗟𝗓 in Mina's place. Izuku felt nothing akin to his previous reaction, leading him to wonder if he should ask Mina to be his girlfriend. 𝗟𝐿 encouraged him to maintain the current state of their relationship until after the sports festival to avoid distracting her. Izuku agreed, nodding and standing up. When 𝗟𝐿 narrowed his eyes at him, Izuku responded with a playful smile. He playfully threw a rock at 𝗟𝐿, who was already laughing as Izuku dashed off into the trees. As the festival day arrived, Izuku felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. The noise around him was overwhelming, even when he adjusted his ears to normal sensitivity. 𝗟𝗓 nodded in understanding, explaining that the festival was popular, drawing crowds not only from Japan but from around the world. Izuku absorbed this information, realizing the scale of the event. Mina, curious, asked if he was nervous. Izuku tilted his head, genuinely puzzled by the question. He followed 𝗟𝐿's advice to act normally around Mina, despite the strange feelings that lingered from his earlier thoughts. Before Mina could elaborate on the typical nerves associated with being watched by millions, Todoroki approached him and 𝐾𝐿, who was seated nearby. He asserted that he believed himself to be stronger than both of them. Izuku interrupted 𝐾𝐿 just as he was about to respond, pointing out that comparing their quirks wasn't fair since Todoroki wielded ice while he could manipulate his body in unique ways. He gestured to illustrate his point. He noted that 𝐾𝐿 excelled in one-on-one situations, while Todoroki was more effective in larger areas. 𝗟𝐿 chimed in, reminding them that 𝐾𝐿 could also produce fire. Izuku's attention snapped to Todoroki, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he asked to see Todoroki's fire abilities. The enthusiasm startled his friends, but Todoroki quickly reminded them of his reluctance to use fire. Izuku, puzzled, sought to understand why someone would refrain from using their quirk. Todoroki, feeling misunderstood, turned to leave, prompting Izuku to express his confusion further. Mina reassured him that some individuals had complicated feelings about their quirks. As the excitement built, Yaoyorozu announced that the sports festival was about to begin, prompting Izuku to forget their earlier conversation. He eagerly rose to participate in the games, practically vibrating with anticipation as they stepped into the sunlight. 𝗟𝐿 smiled at his friend's innocent enthusiasm, while Izuku marveled at the vast crowd surrounding him. He spun around, taking in the sheer number of spectators, while 𝗟𝐿 gently guided him toward their seats. Once seated, Izuku adjusted his supports and noticed Nem approaching the stand. He waved at her, and she returned his gesture with a smile. As she took the microphone, she called for quiet and welcomed everyone to this year's UA Sports Festival. The crowd erupted in cheers, and she raised her arm to regain their attention, preparing to introduce the first-year student representative's oath. When she pointed directly at Izuku, he felt a rush of surprise and excitement. 𝗟𝐿 expressed his frustration loudly, while Mina balanced between laughter and concern for her friend. She reminded 𝗟𝐿 not to use bad language and asked what was happening. However, it was too late as Nem signaled for 𝗟𝐿 to come up to the stage. He complied, meeting her with a strained smile. She covered the microphone and explained to Izuku that they had to give a short speech, ending with +ultra. Izuku shrugged, unsure of what to say. When he stood in front of the microphone, he shared his excitement about the event, admitting he had never experienced anything like it before. He wished everyone good luck with the games and concluded with a cheerful +ultra. His enthusiasm drew laughter and cheers from the crowd. Nem announced the first round, an obstacle race. She explained the rules, and the first-year students eagerly positioned themselves for the race to begin. Izuku's smile remained bright as he joined his classmates. 𝗟𝐿 caught up with him, advising him to use his quirk to reach the finish line quickly. Izuku bounced with excitement, eager to start. 𝗟𝐿 smiled at his friend's enthusiasm and reassured him that they would know when to begin. The onlookers glanced at Izuku, bemused by his childlike behavior, but soon turned their attention back to the front. As the race began, Izuku underwent a remarkable transformation, his body shifting and changing. Some spectators gasped in surprise while others looked away, feeling uneasy. A bony tail emerged from beneath his shirt, and his arms elongated, muscles bulging as claws formed at his fingertips. Izuku referred to this transformation as his hunter form. When the signal to start was given, he vanished from his spot in the tunnel, leaving the nearby students in a state of panic as they searched for him. They soon spotted him leaping from wall to wall, racing toward the tunnel's exit. Gasps of shock filled the air as he burst forth in a full sprint, his uniform and green hair the only indicators of his identity. Izuku reveled in the thrill of running at full speed, overtaking his classmates, including Todoroki, who attempted to block his path with a wall of ice. Undeterred, Izuku broke through it, running on all fours with the wind whipping through his hair and a wide smile on his face. His 4 eyes scanned the surroundings, locking onto the robots ahead, which were part of the obstacle course. Present Mike announced that these robots needed to be navigated, and Izuku decided to have some fun. He swiftly dispatched one robot, tearing its head off, and sliced another in half with a flick of his tail. With a spin, he hurled the severed head into another robot, causing it to collapse. As he continued his sprint, he encountered a row of 3-pointer robots that launched rockets at him. A protective shield formed around him, deflecting the attacks as he barreled through the first robot, and a javelin struck the second, leaving destruction in his wake. After clearing the path, he turned to see Todoroki and his classmates catching up, a trail of defeated robots marking his route. Izuku laughed joyfully, then sprinted toward a line of 0-pointers blocking his way. He dashed beneath one and damaged its leg, causing it to topple into the next, creating a domino effect. With that obstacle cleared, he approached a large pit with cables strung between pillars. Without hesitation, he leaped and swung from cable to cable, climbing up the wall with ease. Present Mick's voice rang out, warning of a minefield ahead. Curious, Izuku stepped onto one, only to be pushed back by an explosion. He quickly assessed the field, noting the bulges indicating where to step. As he navigated the minefield, his legs transformed into spider-like appendages, allowing him to scurry across without triggering any detonations. Suddenly, he heard an explosion and turned to see 𝐾𝐿 rocketing toward him, declaring his intent to take first place. As 𝐾𝐿 tried to pass, a bony tail wrapped around him, playfully tossing him back. Izuku laughed and crossed the finish line just before Todoroki could freeze him in place. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku shifted back to his normal form, beaming at the audience's response. He had secured first place, with Todoroki in second and 𝐾𝐿 in third. 𝐾𝐿 approached, playfully punching Izuku's arm and grumbling about his defeat, vowing to win next time. Izuku, still smiling, encouraged him to be faster. Afterward, Izuku settled on the grass, lying back while a tendril with an eye kept watch for his friends. He turned to 𝐾𝐿, who sat beside him, and asked what he should do after asking someone to be his girlfriend. 𝐾𝐿's eyebrows shot up in surprise, wondering if he meant Mina. When Izuku confirmed it was indeed Mina, 𝐾𝐿 chuckled and explained that he should take her out on a date first to see if they were compatible before asking her to be his girlfriend. Izuku pondered this, questioning why he couldn't just ask her directly. 𝐾𝐿 replied that it was better to get close first, but he was interrupted as Mina crossed the finish line and flopped down beside Izuku, leaning against his shoulder and expressing her exhaustion. J.𝐼𝐸 and 𝗛𝐿 soon joined them, with 𝗛𝐿 laughing about how Izuku had startled many of the first-year students during the race. Izuku reminded everyone that they shouldn't use bad language, shrugging off 𝗛𝐿's comment about scaring the others. 𝐾𝐿 observed Mina as she leaned against Izuku. When she noticed his raised eyebrow, she blushed but remained in place, playfully sticking her tongue out at him. 𝐾𝐿 signaled that he was watching her and gestured toward Izuku, who remained oblivious to their exchange. Mina blushed again when she looked at Izuku but, determined, linked her arm with his. Izuku smiled at her and she returned the smile. 𝗛𝐿, J.𝐼𝐸, and 𝐾𝐿 exchanged glances at the scene. Just then, Nem announced the end of the first round as the last spot was filled. She explained the rules for the next round, the cavalry battle, and Izuku listened closely, unsure of what it entailed. The first-place team would earn 1 million points, and Izuku excitedly declared that he would be in first place, realizing he had all the points. His laughter startled some who were unfamiliar with him, causing them to step back. Nem smiled and snapped her WHP, signaling the start of team formations, giving them 15 minutes to organize. Izuku frowned at his group of friends, noting they had too many members. The four exchanged looks, and Shoji raised his hand, offering to join another team. They wished him luck and huddled together. ♀♀ suggested that Izuku should be the horse since he was strong enough to carry them all. Excited, Izuku agreed, eager to take on the role. They decided that ♀♀ would be the rider, with Mina and J-Ru on either side of Izuku. Izuku contemplated his strategy and then nodded, ready to shift. He extended a set of tendrils to support ♀♀'s legs and transformed his arms into bony WHPs, which moved gracefully like snakes, equipped with tendrils for delicate grabbing. Many spectators shivered at the sight, but Izuku remained focused. His legs shifted into a more powerful form for better traction on the sandy ground, and he opened an additional set of eyes, revealing more tendrils on his shoulders as he tore off his sleeves. Monoma nervously laughed, almost imitating that quirk without fully understanding it. Once everyone was mounted, Midnight raised her WHP to signal the start. Izuku shifted from foot to foot in anticipation, while J-Ru knew he would likely dash off without them. The priority was for ♀♀ to stay on Izuku and protect the headband with the 1,000,000 points. Mina was simply thrilled to be part of the chaos that Izuku would create, while ♀♀ hoped Izuku would be careful and not jolt him too much as a passenger. He absent-mindedly wondered how Izuku managed to keep his hair so soft as he patted it. When the signal was given, almost every team rushed toward Izuku's group. However, many hesitated when they saw the WHP arms snap through the air, creating craters upon impact. Izuku's eager smile encouraged some to change their minds or attack their neighbors instead. Kaken, however, charged directly at ♀♀, launching himself off his team horse. Izuku attempted to grab him with 1 WHP, but Kaken blasted it away, only to be caught by a second WHP that wrapped around his leg. Kaken exclaimed in surprise as he was pulled back to his team, crashing into them. Izuku scolded him for using bad language and refocused on Todoroki as his team began to move away. He noted that Kaminari's electric shocks could be problematic, especially considering his own conductive bones. Mina began to spray potent acid behind them to slow down the opposing team, but Todoroki quickly froze the puddles, which clung together due to the acid strength. J-Ru retaliated with sonic waves, forcing them to back off and target another team instead. ♀♀ kept watch, noting that they seemed well protected. They spent time circling the edge of the arena until another team attempted to engage them. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by Izuku's team's superior range. One team, led by a boy with a hairy appearance, charged at them with a large hand, but as Izuku focused on him, the boy turned and fled, confused by his teammates. Izuku beamed at them, enjoying the moment. As the time limit approached, Todoroki's team charged again. Things became complicated when one of Izuku's WHPs became frozen in an iceberg. Just as Todoroki's team advanced, Izuku's other WHP grew a blade and sliced off the frozen one, allowing it to move freely again. A small amount of BLD spilled, but it healed quickly, and the missing WHP reformed. Izuku smiled at the discomfort on their faces, and many in the crowd looked shocked. Todoroki attempted to charge again, but his teammates hesitated, wary of Izuku's feral smile. Ida whispered something to his team, and Izuku grinned wider at their fearful stance. He grew tendrils to lift Mina and J-Ru, who protested mildly. J-Ru remarked that a little warning would have been nice, while Mina teased Izuku, causing her to blush under the scrutinizing gazes of ♀♀ and J-Ru. Izuku feigned innocence, prepared for Ida's pipes to shoot blue flames as they sped toward them. Izuku tracked their movements as Todoroki reached for ♀♀'s headband, but he swiftly dodged, surprising everyone with his speed. While evading, one of Izuku's WHPs attempted to grab Todoroki's headband, but flames singed its tendrils, forcing Izuku to retreat. He winced at the burn, bringing his tendrils close to observe as the flesh healed rapidly, shedding the charred remains. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 checked on him, and Izuku reassured him that he was fine, just reacting to the burn. He set 𝐼𝐻𝐽 and 𝐤𝐬 down, watching as Todoroki appeared dazed, his team disheartened by their failed attempt. 𝐾𝐿 blasted toward them again, and as time ticked down, Izuku beamed at his friend, eager for the next round of action. Izuku's tendrils reached out repeatedly to catch the flying boy, but as the round concluded, 𝐾𝐿 allowed himself to be ensnared by the numerous bony appendages. He was gently set down, grumbling about losing to Izuku once again. His team celebrated their victory, while Izuku approached the iceberg, his WHP frozen within it. With a powerful punch, he shattered the ice and retrieved his limb, which seamlessly reabsorbed back into his arm. However, Izuku's stomach continued to grumble. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 announced the winners of the round and informed everyone that the tournament would resume after lunch. Izuku joined his friends, including Shoji, to search for food. They found the dining area, and Izuku was the first to load his tray with various dishes, some of which he couldn't identify. Lunch Rush was more than happy to cater to Izuku's appetite. He sat down and his friends joined him for the meal. As everyone began eating, Izuku devoured every bite. 𝐾𝐿 attempted to scold him for his speed but eventually gave up when Izuku ignored him. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 finished her plate and stealthily grabbed one of Izuku's skewered meat sticks. 2 more skewers were offered to her by tendrils, and she accepted them with a shy smile. Izuku beamed at her, pleased to share. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 tried to do the same but was gently rebuffed by a tendril. He muttered about favoritism and got up to fetch more food. Izuku sighed in relief and yawned, realizing he still had time before the next round. He glanced around and spotted a bench beneath a window overlooking the stadium. Stretching, he lay down on the concrete bench and quickly fell asleep, soaking in the sun like a cat, snoring softly until the next round began. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 covered her mouth as she watched Izuku curled up on the bench, discreetly snapping a picture with her phone. She heard someone clear their throat and turned to see 𝐿 watching her with amusement. 𝐼𝐻𝐽's cheeks flushed, but she smiled at her captured moment. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 shook his head at 𝐼𝐻𝐽, while Shoji observed with a crinkled smile. Izuku shifted onto his back, opening his mouth wide in his sleep. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 giggled as he scratched his chest and snored loudly. 𝐾𝐿 watched his friend, thinking of his mother. He took out his phone and snapped a picture for her, ignoring the odd looks he received. Izuku woke up with a large yawn, revealing his surprisingly perfect teeth for someone who hadn't seen a dentist in years. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 called all the students participating in the tournament to gather for the brackets. His friends greeted him with smiles and he returned the gesture, hopping up and stretching once more. Those who passed joined them as they headed down to the field, following 𝐼𝐻𝐽's instructions. "Congratulations to the third round participants," she announced, pausing for the applause to fade. "Now, let's see who will be fighting whom." She directed her WHP toward the large screen above, where the names spun into place. Izuku vs 𝗀𝐻𝐽, 𝐼𝐻𝐽 vs Sato, 𝐤𝐬 vs Kendo, Todoroki vs 𝐤𝐬, Yaoyorozu vs 𝗀𝐻𝐽, Iida vs 𝐾𝐿, Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu, Kaminari vs Shiozaki. Everyone stared at the screen, and 𝗀𝐻𝐽 was the first to speak next to Izuku. He raised his hands in exasperation, expressing disbelief at the matchup. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 giggled at their banter. As Izuku and 𝗀𝐻𝐽 entered the arena, 𝐻𝐽 explained the rules of the match. Izuku grinned excitedly at 𝗀𝐽, who was grumbling to himself with his arms crossed. 𝗀𝐽 stated his dissatisfaction with the matchup, trying to provoke Izuku into a response. Izuku pouted but remained silent as 𝐻𝐽 signaled for them to begin. When 𝗀𝐽 attempted to speak again, Izuku dashed forward, and despite 𝗀𝐽's efforts to evade, he was quickly ensnared by Izuku's tendrils and lifted off the ground. 𝗀𝐽 struggled momentarily but then went limp, conceding defeat. With a sigh, he attempted to forfeit, but a tendril covered his mouth, and he glared at the grinning Izuku. Izuku walked over to the edge of the ring and gently set him down outside. 𝗀𝐽 crossed his arms, continuing to glare at Izuku. 𝗀𝐽 Hitoshi is out by ring out, 𝐻𝐽 announced, and the crowd erupted in laughter and applause at the display of the first match. 𝗪𝐻𝐸 complained about Izuku's tactics, while Izuku playfully admonished him for his language, unable to hide his smile. The two exited the arena together and made their way to the student stands, where Izuku remained excited to watch the other matches unfold alongside Shoji and 𝗪𝐻𝐸. Mina and Sato approached the ring, and the same process began as 𝐸𝐸 explained the rules. When the match started, Mina glided around while Sato attempted to catch her. She launched blobs of acid at him, causing him to slip with every step. Frustrated, Sato eventually forfeited, and Mina playfully poured more acid on him, much to his relief. Izuku cheered for Mina as she waved at the crowd and exited the ring. She joined Sato in the stands, where Izuku congratulated her with a bright smile. Mina giggled at his enthusiasm and turned her attention to the next match between 𝐤𝐬 and Kendo. It was straightforward, as Kendo simply needed to catch 𝐤𝐬 and toss her out of the ring. 𝐤𝐬 attempted to use her earlobes to escape, but it only resulted in Kendo throwing her out faster. Todoroki's match against 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was intriguing yet anticlimactic. An ice glacier erupted, covering 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and extending out of the stadium. Izuku questioned why the crowd was saying, "Nice try," to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who had lost decisively. Mina chuckled, and 𝗪𝐻𝐸 explained that they were trying to sympathize with 𝐒𝐮𝐬, as not many could have won against such an overwhelming attack. Izuku shrugged, somewhat understanding, and let it go. Todoroki melted the ice, and the next match commenced. A boy from the opposing class faced Yaoyorozu, but he appeared uncomfortable as they waited for the match to start. Without saying much, he charged forward when the match began. Yaoyorozu created a staff, but 𝗪𝐻𝐸, in his transformed state, yanked her aside. The staff was abruptly taken from her hands, and she was swiftly removed from the ring. Izuku noticed the dried tears on Yaoyorozu's face and the disappointment that lingered as she joined them. Not liking the sight, he turned to her and asked why she hadn't created a weapon during her match. Yaoyorozu raised her eyebrows in surprise and shook her head, explaining that she wanted to demonstrate her skills with the staff, but it hadn't gone as planned. Izuku sensed her disappointment and suggested that she could have defeated her opponent with a different strategy and then showcased her staff skills against someone else. She smiled, acknowledging his attempt to lift her spirits, and playfully asked if stick skills were the same as using chopsticks. Mina laughed and clarified that she meant chopsticks, while Yaoyorozu furrowed her brow but maintained her smile, admitting she still struggled with them and questioned why they couldn't just use forks instead. Izuku grumbled about her utensil skills, prompting 𝗪𝐻𝐸 to tease him about his own abilities. Indignantly, Izuku defended himself, insisting he was learning. 𝐾𝐿 chimed in with a scowl, questioning how he managed to eat at his house. Izuku pointed out that he had cleverly used a small tendril to assist with the spoon. Yaoyorozu offered to make him a set of utensils to practice with, and he agreed, although he preferred sandwiches for now. She presented him with a beautifully crafted wooden box containing durable utensils, which made his eyes light up with excitement. He thanked her, and she smiled warmly at him. Their attention shifted to the arena as an explosion erupted, sending Iida sprawling. He quickly recovered and charged forward while 𝐾𝐿 created a smoke screen, maneuvering around the speedy attacker. An explosion from behind sent Iida out of the ring, concluding the match. The following two matches were uneventful, with both boys simply exchanging blows until they fell simultaneously. The fight between Kaminari and Shizuki ended swiftly, with Kaminari caught off guard and quickly ensnared in vines, leading to a quick conclusion. Izuku shifted nervously as he awaited his opponent's entrance. 𝐸𝐸 observed his fidgeting with warmth before adopting a more serious demeanor as 𝗪𝐻𝐸 emerged, head bowed and visibly trembling. Izuku contained his excitement, focusing on the anxious boy across the ring. When the match began, the audience fell silent as neither moved initially. Realizing the tension, Izuku slapped his forehead in realization and called out to 𝐸𝐸 for 𝗪𝐻𝐸's name. The other boy flinched at the sudden noise, and 𝐸𝐸 confirmed it. Izuku then encouraged 𝗪𝐻𝐸 to give him a good fight and expressed a longing for friendship, causing confusion among the spectators, except for Class 1A. 𝗪𝐻𝐸's shoulders relaxed, and he looked up cautiously, questioning the source of the primal fear he felt. Izuku, recalling a comment from 𝗪𝐻𝐸, explained that it might be due to his upbringing among wolves, despite the fact that they had tried to eat him several times. He urged 𝐮𝐲𝐬 to give him a good fight and dropped into a crouch, ready for action. As murmurs circulated through the crowd, 𝐮𝐲𝐬 appeared just as bewildered by Izuku's words. He shook off the confusion and resolved to do his best. His gym uniform stretched as he transformed, letting out a fierce snarl. Izuku's smile was wild as the match. He patiently observed 𝐮𝐲𝐬's fighting style and speed. When 𝐮𝐲𝐬 charged on all fours, swinging his massive hand, Izuku dodged beneath him and maneuvered around his bulk. A jab to 𝐮𝐲𝐬's exposed side elicited a roar of pain, causing him to slam his arm down where Izuku had been. The thrill of the fight invigorated Izuku, though he felt a twinge of disappointment that he couldn't hunt his opponent like a bear. He promised himself that one day he would. 𝐮𝐲𝐬 began swinging wildly, but Izuku deftly evaded each strike, countering whenever an opening appeared. A hit to the knee made 𝐮𝐲𝐬 stumble, a blow to the elbow forced him to favor the other arm, and a punch to the chest knocked the wind out of him. With a fierce roar, 𝐮𝐲𝐬 charged again, but Izuku leaped gracefully over him and waited for him to regain his bearings. 𝐮𝐲𝐬 breathed heavily, scanning for Izuku, only to be caught off guard by the sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking. In an instant, he found himself face down, pinned by Izuku, who had transformed. The weight on his back and the sensation of razor claws at his neck made him freeze instinctively. After a moment, he surrendered, and Izuku released him, the sounds of his quirk fading. The crowd erupted in cheers for the thrilling battle between the two. Izuku helped the smaller 𝐮𝐲𝐬 to his feet, praising him for a great fight. 𝐮𝐲𝐬, still catching his breath, admitted he had no chance against Izuku in his full transformation. Curiously, he inquired about Izuku's earlier comment regarding being raised by wolves. Just as Izuku was about to share his story, Nem called for them to clear the arena. She smiled at the two boys, and 𝐮𝐲𝐬 bowed slightly before turning to see Izuku climbing up the arena wall to join Class 1. Izuku promised that they could talk another time. It wasn't a secret. The real issue was that he hadn't informed his mother about the feral boy living in the woods behind their house. He wore a grin as he teased his friend. The response came with a hint of embarrassment, recalling that he was only 13 at the time and had assumed his friend preferred solitude in the forest. Everyone in their seating area turned their attention to Monoma, who was peeking over, eager to ask something. However, he was interrupted by the ongoing conversation between Shinso and Izuku. Laughter erupted from Mina, who remarked that Monoma had quite the story to share. As Izuku began to recount a memory from when he was 5, Shinso quickly interrupted, suggesting that they save the story for later. Izuku agreed, smiling at Monoma, who appeared both worried and confused about the situation. Tsu then inquired why Izuku seemed indifferent about sharing such a personal detail. He shrugged, expressing that he saw no reason to keep it a secret. Tsu acknowledged his perspective and shifted her focus back to the arena, where Kendo and Todoroki were entering the match. Kendo demonstrated resilience, using her fists to break through the smaller glaciers Todoroki created. However, she ultimately found herself overwhelmed, becoming encased in ice up to her chest. Izuku observed Todoroki shivering after the match as he thawed Kendo, prompting him to ponder aloud about the implications of using only one aspect of a quirk. Yaoyorozu quickly responded, explaining that it would naturally weaken over time. Izuku pointed out Todoroki's pale complexion and shivering, which raised concern among his friends. They all agreed that it was troubling. The next match featured Kaken against Kirishima, which turned out to be one-sided. Kirishima braced himself against Kaken's relentless attacks, but it wasn't long before he was unable to maintain his defense and was knocked out from the strain. Mina's match against Shiozaki mirrored the previous one, but instead of the attacker gaining ground, it was Shiozaki's vines that slowly encroached upon Mina. Despite her frantic attempts to use her acid, the vines continued to close in until she inadvertently stepped out of the ring. While she felt frustrated leaving the arena, she also took pride in how far she had come. As Izuku made his way through the tunnels, he caught a strange scent. A large man with a fiery beard and an unusual outfit approached him. Recognizing the costume, Izuku identified him as a hero. The hero paused, waiting for Izuku to stop, but the boy, unsure of who he was, walked around him. The hero growled, stating it was disrespectful to ignore an elder. Confused, Izuku turned back and tilted his head, responding that he didn't consider the man an elder, as he didn't think he had any. He briefly contemplated 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 as a possible elder figure, but dismissed it, recalling how intimidated 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 seemed by him. The hero stared at Izuku, perplexed, and remarked that he was Izuku Kayama, yet he bore no resemblance to Midnight. Izuku explained that he had simply asked her for her family name because he no longer liked his own, and she had been happy to oblige. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 furrowed his brow in confusion as he processed the situation. Izuku announced that he had to leave, waving goodbye as he walked down the tunnel. He practically skipped to the arena, locking eyes with Todoroki across the concrete expanse. Izuku noticed Todoroki's shivering and remarked that it was concerning. Todoroki growled that he would defeat Izuku using only his ice and sent a smaller 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 toward him. Izuku leaped over it, landing closer to Todoroki but pausing, frowning at the attack's lack of speed and size. He absent-mindedly picked up a chunk of ice and began to chew on it, the sound of crunching echoing in the arena. Todoroki, frustrated, demanded that Izuku stop playing around. Izuku huffed, cracking the concrete beneath his feet as he launched himself at Todoroki with full force. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise as he had no time to react. Izuku seized Todoroki by the shirt and propelled him toward the center of the arena. Todoroki landed and bounced against the ice he had created. Izuku glanced at his arm, noticing some ice clinging to it from Todoroki's earlier attempt to use his quirk. He brushed the ice away and resumed munching on it. Todoroki shakily rose to his feet, glaring at Izuku, who continued to chew on the ice. Izuku looked to 𝐼𝐻 for guidance, but she merely shrugged helplessly, prompting Izuku to express his frustration. He suggested that Todoroki should give up, stating that he wouldn't win in his current state. Izuku shook his head and positioned himself in front of the wave of ice, which crawled up to his knees before halting. Todoroki attempted to push more ice forward, but it moved sluggishly. Izuku swatted the ice away, shattering it effortlessly as he stepped out. Izuku frowned further as he observed Todoroki shivering even more, ice accumulating on his body. He questioned why Todoroki didn't use the fire aspect of his quirk. Todoroki shouted back that Izuku wouldn't understand. Izuku raised his hands in exasperation, insisting that he truly didn't. He charged forward, using a bony WHP from his hand to lift Todoroki gently. He warned Todoroki that he would hurt himself if they continued like this. Ice began to encircle the WHP around Todoroki's waist, carefully guiding him outside the ring. Todoroki went limp in Izuku's grasp, prompting concern from Izuku as he helped the cold boy to the nurse's station, a place Todoroki had never needed until now. The crowd's cheers were scattered as they watched the ice being cleared away. Once they were in the tunnels, Izuku inquired whether Todoroki was prohibited from using the other part of his quirk. Todoroki revealed that he wanted to prove to his father that he could be a hero without relying on his fire, admitting softly that he felt he had failed. Izuku frowned, asking what he meant by his fire. Todoroki explained that his father had created him to surpass all might. He moved to a bench in the tunnels and sat down, with Izuku joining him. Izuku reassured him that he probably would surpass All Might in time, noting that All Might was getting older. However, he still pressed for an explanation as to why Todoroki wouldn't use his fire. Todoroki offered a faint grin at the comment but frowned again at the question. Years of training under his father had shaped him, but he knew his father was not a good man. He aspired to be a hero, wielding only his ice, hoping it would distinguish him from his father's legacy. When asked about his father, he revealed that he was 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿, the number 2 hero beneath All Might. Izuku, confused, admitted he didn't know who that was and suggested that perhaps Todoroki should speak with family members, like a mother or siblings, or even 𝐼𝐻, who had offered to discuss feelings about family. He encouraged Todoroki to embrace his quirk fully, as it belonged to him alone. Determined, Todoroki reflected on Izuku's words while observing the gentle flame that flickered in his palm, growing larger as he turned to see Izuku smiling at him. He returned the smile, appreciating his classmate's support. Todoroki decided to consider Izuku's advice and expressed his gratitude before standing up. Izuku, always eager to help, reminded him to visit the nurse's station, even if he wasn't fond of her. Todoroki chuckled at the suggestion and walked away, leaving Izuku to wait until he heard an explosion. He hurried down the tunnel, hoping to catch the end of the match between 𝐾𝐿 and Shiozaki. As he arrived, he witnessed 𝐾𝐿 soaring through the air, unleashing a powerful explosion that engulfed Shiozaki, who was ensnared in a cocoon of vines. The crowd gasped as 𝐾𝐿 burned through the vines effortlessly, capturing Shiozaki by the head. She quickly surrendered, and 𝐾𝐿 gently released her hair. The audience erupted in cheers, even louder when 𝐾𝐿 offered his hand to Shiozaki, who accepted gratefully as they exited the arena together. A break was called for 𝐾𝐿 to recover after his match, and Izuku, unfazed by the weight, ventured into the arena, surprising everyone. He found a comfortable patch of grass and laid down for a quick nap, adjusting the dirt beneath him to create a makeshift pillow. The spectators of the UA Sports Festival were amused by Izuku, one of the quirkiest students, peacefully sleeping in front of them. Shinso shook his head at his friend's carefree nature while secretly admiring it. Mina giggled at the adorable sight of Izuku dozing off. Present Mike, in the commentator's box, joked about Izuku's ability to sleep anywhere, prompting Aizawa to express his disbelief from the ground. Nem couldn't help but giggle as she watched Izuku roll onto his back, snoring loudly. Cementos remarked on the contrast of Izuku's personality, noting how he could shift from being fierce to utterly adorable in an instant. As the time for the match approached, Nem approached Izuku and playfully tickled his nose with her WHP. He swatted it away and turned over, snoring even louder. With a smile, Nem tapped his shoulder, waking him. He groggily acknowledged her and, after a big yawn, stretched before standing up and following her to the ring. Izuku settled on his side, eagerly leaning from left to right in anticipation. Present Mike announced the start of the finals, urging everyone to find their seats for the fight of the year, earning a glare from Izuku for the volume. Moments later, Nem called 𝐾𝐿 into the ring. He arrived and immediately noticed the disturbed patch of ground where Izuku had been resting, raising an eyebrow at his friend, who grinned back. Tendrils lifted Izuku off the ground, and he bounced on his feet with excitement. 𝐾𝐿, with sparks dancing in his palms, asked if Izuku was ready. He nodded, settling into a crouch, prepared for 𝐾𝐿's onslaught. As the match began, they stared at each other with fierce grins, Izuku's more genuine. Unable to wait any longer, 𝐾𝐿 charged forward, and Izuku stood firm, dodging a series of explosions aimed at him. Though he felt the heat from near misses, he knew he could heal quickly. 𝐾𝐿 attempted to outsmart him with a smokescreen, but Izuku remained focused, grabbing 𝐾𝐿's leg as he tried to maneuver behind him. With a swift motion, Izuku tossed 𝐾𝐿 back to the center of the arena. 𝐾𝐿 regained his footing mid-air, and the crowd's cheers grew louder. He took a deep breath, locking eyes with Izuku, and then charged again. Izuku mirrored his movement, meeting 𝐾𝐿's explosive attack head-on. 𝐾𝐿's concern grew as he heard the sounds of impact, not wanting to truly hurt Izuku. However, his worries were unfounded. Emerging from the smoke, Izuku appeared transformed. His four eyes remained, but a bone plate covered his mouth like a knight's armor, extending up to his nose and encasing his chin. The exposed skin was now rough and scaled, while his arms had keratin shields on his forearms. His claws were blunted to prevent serious injury, and his legs were larger and scaled for speed, with 4 tendrils extending from his back. They floated lazily in the air, poised to strike at their targets. The crowd erupted in excitement at the spectacle, and Izuku felt a thrill of joy. The layered cheers were muffled by the protective shield on his face. 𝐾𝐿 observed Izuku intently, thinking to himself that his quirk seemed incredibly unfair. Izuku was the first to take action, charging forward with claws that carved furrows into the ring as he ran on all fours. 𝐾𝐿 leaped upward to evade the charge but was caught off guard when one of the tendrils seized his waist and pulled him down. He retaliated by blasting the tendril, freeing himself, but he crashed to the ground, bouncing twice before regaining his footing. Izuku was already on him, and 𝐾𝐿 unleashed a flashbang at close range. Izuku roared in pain but quickly regained his composure, his eyes shifting for speed rather than healing. As 𝐾𝐿 created some distance, Izuku transformed, a bone dome covering his eyes. Tiny heat pits opened around his body, allowing him to see. Now, Izuku's face was entirely encased in bone. 𝐾𝐿 charged at him again, but Izuku blocked the blast with his shield. A swift swipe from 𝐾𝐿 sent him reeling, yet Izuku pressed on. 𝐾𝐿 endured the blows, his scales charred and healing repeatedly, while his tendrils were blasted away several times. After a fierce exchange, 𝐾𝐿 took a step back, catching his breath. He smiled at Izuku and ascended into the sky. Once high enough, he began to spin, generating a vortex of heat aimed directly at Izuku. In response, the dome retracted, and Izuku focused on the 𝐾𝐿 hurtling toward him, his feral grin hidden behind the bone plates. Izuku's tendrils slammed into the ground behind him, thickening to anchor himself. He clashed his keratin shields together, expanding them to cover his body. They dug into the ground as Izuku's dome sealed shut, preparing to face the explosion head-on. The crowd watched in tense silence as 𝐾𝐿's fireball collided with the shield. Smoke enveloped the area for a moment, and then 𝐾𝐿 appeared, his palm pressed against the now blackened shield. It began to crack, and then it burst open to reveal Izuku smiling. Tendrils wrapped around 𝐾𝐿's hands, holding him in place as he struggled, but Izuku had emerged victorious. 𝐾𝐿, frustrated, declared his forfeit loudly. A chorus of voices from Izuku's mouth chimed in, admonishing 𝐾𝐿 for his language just before the cheers erupted. Nem announced into the microphone that Izuku Kiyama was the winner of the first year's sports festival. Izuku gently set 𝐾𝐿 down, his body shifting back to its normal form as the scales and bone plates retracted. The charred keratin was absorbed effortlessly, and Izuku found a productive use for the burnt material. 𝐾𝐿 stumbled slightly, and Izuku steadied him. 𝐾𝐿 grumbled that he could have won faster if he had fought like he did against the Nomu. Izuku replied that, of course, he could have, but he didn't want to harm 𝐾𝐿. 𝐾𝐿 let out a grunt of laughter, acknowledging that it was a good thing. They made their way off the stage, with Izuku assisting 𝐾𝐿 to the nurse's station. After leaving him with the nurse, Izuku sought out food, having expended a lot of energy that day. He heard footsteps approaching and spotted Mina rushing toward him, accompanied by 𝐶𝐮𝐲, 𝐽iru, and Shoji. Mina squealed in excitement, congratulating him on his victory and praising his impressive performance. 𝐽iru agreed, calling him badass. Izuku, beaming with joy, expressed his hunger and suggested they find something to eat. However, Mina skidded to a halt, reminding him that he still needed to participate in the award ceremony. Izuku, puzzled by the term, slowly acknowledged it, admitting he had no idea what it was. Mina giggled and jumped onto his back, which he didn't mind at all. She urged him to follow her, and as they walked, 𝐾𝐿 caught up with them, waiting for everything to be set up. Todoroki and Shiozaki approached, standing nearby. Todoroki offered Izuku a faint smile and a nod, which Izuku returned enthusiastically. Shiozaki observed Izuku curiously while they waited. When Izuku noticed her gaze, he waved in greeting and she smiled back. Nem arrived to direct them on where to stand, and Izuku followed the instructions, looking out at the crowd in the stands. He asked 𝐾𝐿 what the purpose of the ceremony was, prompting an odd look from Shiozaki, but 𝐾𝐿 explained that it was for showcasing the top competitors for photos and similar purposes. Izuku playfully reprimanded 𝐾𝐿 for his language, but 𝐾𝐿 retaliated by grabbing one of Izuku's tendrils and pulling it, causing it to detach. 𝐾𝐿 stared at the wriggling tendril with disgust before tossing it aside. Izuku quickly caught it before it hit the grass, teasing 𝐾𝐿 that he would tell Auntie Suki about his bad language. Just as 𝐾𝐿 was about to respond, Nem began the ceremony, announcing the top 3 competitors and introducing All Might to present the medals. The crowd cheered even louder as All Might landed with a thud, declaring his presence. He started with 3rd place, handing out bronze medals and offering words of encouragement. When it was 𝐾𝐿's turn, All Might placed a silver medal around his neck and patted his shoulder. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. All Might chuckled as he placed a gold medal around Izuku's neck, explaining that these were their trophies. Izuku's eyes lit up at the mention of trophies, and he clutched his new one tightly, finally understanding the significance of the ceremony. He noted that this trophy would sit next to the deer's skull he had collected 2 weeks prior. Shiozaki furrowed her brow but relaxed, rationalizing that Izuku was a traditional hunter. All Might praised Izuku for his adaptability in battle, encouraging him to continue honing his skills while maintaining his cheerful demeanor. After a brief hug, Izuku returned the gesture with a smile. The ceremony concluded, and Izuku strolled down the tunnels with his friends, feeling elated as he played with his new trophy. They discussed where to eat when they encountered a woman standing in the middle of the tunnel. She was slightly shorter than Izuku, with white hair and tan skin, trembling slightly as she attempted to make eye contact with him. Izuku greeted her warmly. Izuku was certain the girl in front of him was a hero, especially with her unusual attire. Mina squealed in excitement, recognizing her as Mirko, but her enthusiasm waned when the hero began to act strangely. Izuku stepped forward, greeting Mirko and expressing his concern for her well-being. Mirko took a step back, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her composure, but eventually crouched down, exclaiming in surprise at his approach. Izuku, noticing her rabbit ears flatten against her head, smiled brightly and reassured her that he meant no harm. Mirko's gaze sharpened, and she smirked, her eyes blazing with intensity. She dismissed him with a scoff, clearly unimpressed. Izuku, puzzled by her reaction, turned to 𝐶INSO, who looked at him as if he were out of his mind. Mirko laughed, expressing her amusement at him, and then retreated. Izuku waved goodbye, muttering to himself about the peculiar hero. 𝐤𝐬, still in shock, remarked that even the number 5 hero was affected by the same oddities as everyone else. Izuku, excited, noted that he had already met the number 1 hero and was eager to encounter the rest of the top 10. Once outside the stadium and after changing, the group gathered to grab a bite to eat. Just before they left, Izuku remembered something important. He turned to Mina, asking her to wait, but 𝐶INSO interrupted, pulling 𝐤𝐬 and Shoji aside. Confused but undeterred, Izuku turned back to Mina, stating his longing to take her on a date and make her his girlfriend. Mina paused, processing his words, her face turning a deep shade of red as she realized what he was asking. 𝐤𝐬, Shoji, and 𝐶INSO overheard and were taken aback. Izuku confirmed his intentions with a smile, prompting Mina to question whether he understood what being a girlfriend entailed. Izuku tilted his head, explaining that it meant they would be romantic partners with the possibility of marriage and a family in the future. Mina blushed even more, overwhelmed by the idea. As she tried to gather her thoughts, she asked what he believed romantic partners did together. Izuku shrugged, sharing that his friend Nem had advised him to engage in activities they were both comfortable with. Mina felt a rush of excitement but maintained her composure, inquiring about their potential date plans. Izuku suggested visiting an arcade, followed by dinner at a nice restaurant recommended by 𝐾𝐿, and leaving the rest of the evening open for spontaneous choices. Mina moved closer, taking his hand and gauging his reaction, which was a warm smile. She embraced him, and he reciprocated, but then she pulled back, overwhelmed. Declaring she would go on the date, she quickly grabbed 𝐤𝐬 and dashed off, leaving Izuku watching them with a mix of confusion and curiosity. 𝐶INSO and Shoji, equally bewildered, shrugged at Izuku's nonchalant demeanor and shifted the conversation to their hunger. They decided to head to a small diner where the owners welcomed them warmly, eager to serve participants from the sports festival. Izuku ordered a massive burger designed for hearty appetites. As they waited for their food, 𝐶INSO asked about Izuku's bold move. With Mina, Izuku confirmed he had planned to ask her out, explaining that he found her pretty and enjoyed her company. He recalled a moment when she had called him scared during a nightmare, expressing his longing to protect her as a boyfriend would. Shoji encouraged him, while 𝐶INSO inquired if he had suitable attire for a nice dinner. Izuku nodded, mentioning that Nem had helped him shop for plenty of clothes. When their food arrived, Izuku eagerly dug into his 2PND burger, much to the delight of the diner owners. Meanwhile, Mina and 𝐤𝐬 were a few blocks away, with 𝐤𝐬 teasing Mina about her date with Izuku. Mina, flustered, admitted she had started to develop feelings for him but felt he had rushed things. 𝐤𝐬 questioned whether Izuku truly understood the implications of dating, to which Mina responded thoughtfully, believing he had done his research. As they continued their conversation, Izuku returned home, placing his gold medal on a deer's skull he admired. He settled into his furs, ready for a good night's sleep. The following morning, he dedicated time to searching for the perfect dining spots for his date with Mina, but after struggling to find options on his phone, he decided to seek help from 𝐼𝐻. He walked through the halls and entered the teacher's lounge, calling out for her assistance. 𝐼𝐻 chuckled as she took the phone from Izuku's hands, guiding him through the process of finding the application for either the map or a search engine. She inquired about his interest, curious about his intentions. Izuku, tapping with his tendrils to search for date locations, revealed that he wanted to take Mina out to eat. For a moment, 𝐼𝐻 froze before giggling, playfully teasing him about having a date. The others in the room exchanged glances, knowing her teasing was in vain. Izuku beamed at her assistance and started to leave, but a 𝗟𝗶𝗸 wrapped around his waist, pulling him back. 𝐼𝐻 bombarded him with questions about the date, clearly intrigued. Izuku confirmed that he had asked Mina on a date the day before and she had said yes. Present Mike gently asked if Izuku understood what going out on a date entailed. Izuku explained that it meant Mina would be his girlfriend, and while marriage was a future goal, it was something for later. He added that being comfortable with each other was important. Present Mike nodded, acknowledging that Izuku had a good grasp of the situation. Snipe then asked if Izuku knew what to do on a date, to which Izuku responded that he planned to talk to her and have fun. Snipe agreed that Izuku seemed to have it figured out, but 𝐼𝐻 continued to press him about his clothes, the location, and the timing of the date. Izuku assured her that he had clothes ready and that they would be going to a restaurant, which was why he was looking it up. He mentioned an arcade afterward but was unsure about the details. Snipe encouraged Izuku to handle it himself, assuring 𝐼𝐻 that he would ask for help if needed. Although 𝐼𝐻 looked hesitant, she agreed to assist with his outfit. Snipe urged Izuku to get ready and not to stay out too late. Grateful, Izuku jogged off to his room. Once inside, Izuku sifted through his closet for something suitable for the date. He selected a pair of nicer shorts and a button-up shirt that 𝐼𝐻 had suggested for a casual formal look. Satisfied, he cleaned up in the shower with scentless soap. Afterward, he began searching for nice restaurants and an arcade in the local area. A few hours later, he stood in front of the train station, waiting for Mina to arrive. He had memorized the route and also had it on his phone. When the train arrived, the doors opened, and many people disembarked, including Mina. Spotting him, she bounded over and twirled to show off her outfit, which consisted of skinny jeans, a nice shirt, and a light jacket. Izuku complimented her, and she blushed, smiling back. Taking his arm, she led them out of the station, asking where they were headed. Izuku explained that they were going to a restaurant he had found, pointing in the direction they needed to go. Mina giggled, and they began walking at a leisurely pace. Curious, Mina asked if this was Izuku's first time going out like this. He confirmed that she was the first girl he had asked out, prompting her to laugh. She clarified that she meant if it was his first time in the city. Izuku admitted that he had only been there with 𝐼𝐻 for shopping or dining. Mina shared that she sometimes visited the city but had been busy with school lately. Excited for the day, she hugged his arm, and he smiled in response. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mina was impressed with the location. After Izuku provided his name, they were seated immediately. The atmosphere was lively but not overly fancy. Mina asked how he had found the place, and Izuku explained that he had used an app on his phone to search for nice restaurants. He wondered if it was suitable for a date, and Mina assured him that it was a good choice, noting that it didn't always have to be fancy. As they perused the menus, Izuku discovered a large steak option, which made him smile. Mina found a smaller steak, and they exchanged grins before diving into their meals. Izuku, using his tendrils to assist with his utensils, found that the knife was dull but managed to cut through the steak effortlessly. They chatted between bites, enjoying a pleasant late lunch. Mina laughed when she caught Izuku taking bites from the bone, especially when one of the staff noticed. After paying, they left the restaurant feeling satisfied, and Izuku led them to a nearby park. Mina suggested they sit under a tree's shade, and they settled down, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Mina, feeling full, groaned playfully, and after a moment of silence, she tapped Izuku's arm to get his attention. Curious, she asked why he had asked her out. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts, explaining that after she had called him following the USJ incident, he didn't like seeing her scared. He wanted to protect her from her nightmares, even if he couldn't do so directly. Izuku expressed his longing to be Mina's protector, his determination evident. Mina felt a rush of warmth at being called his mate but sought clarity on their relationship. She questioned whether he truly liked her as more than just a friend, to which Izuku affirmed his feelings, admitting he found her appealing and enjoyed their conversations. Mina smiled at his compliments, resting her head on his shoulder, and shared that she also liked being around him. She leaned in to give him a quick kiss on the cheek, which made Izuku glow with happiness. He felt a comforting warmth from the gesture and took her hand, intertwining their fingers as they sat together in contentment. Izuku then inquired about going to the arcade, and Mina eagerly agreed, asking if there was one nearby. He nodded, standing up and offering his hand to her. With a grin, she accepted, and they walked together, hand in hand, toward the arcade he had located on his phone. Upon arrival, they found a few others their age enjoying the games. Izuku marveled at the vibrant lights, while Mina giggled at his reaction and guided him through the arcade. She exchanged some cash for coins and explained the rules of a shooting game, demonstrating how to play. Izuku was captivated, his eyes darting between the screen and her hands as she skillfully pressed the buttons. After a few rounds, Mina stepped aside for Izuku to take his turn, offering him an encouraging smile. Despite his frustration at losing, Izuku found joy in Mina's laughter and support. She eventually led him to another game, which featured platforms that lit up with each step. Mina excitedly shared that it was one of her favorites, demonstrating how to match the buttons with their feet. Izuku hesitated at first but stepped onto the platform, reassured by its sturdiness. After inserting the coins, they began the game, and although he stumbled at first, he quickly found his rhythm, matching Mina's movements. They finished the round with Mina achieving the high score, and she suggested trying a more challenging level. As the game progressed, the arrows appeared faster, but Izuku adapted and kept pace with Mina. When they completed the round, Mina's excitement was palpable, but she noticed the sun setting outside and realized it was time to leave. They walked side by side to the train station, and Mina asked Izuku about his experience at the arcade. He admitted it was fun, though he was annoyed by his losses. Mina giggled and took his hand, expressing her happiness that he enjoyed himself. She mentioned wanting to go again sometime, playfully bumping her shoulder against his, which made him smile. While waiting for the train, Mina took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of them, sending one to Izuku that captured his expression. When the train arrived, she boarded after giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, leaving him smiling as he watched her depart. Once the train was out of sight, Izuku turned to head back to his den. Upon arriving at the station, he felt a bit lost but was fortunate that Nem had anticipated this and guided him on how to set the course home on his phone's map. As he recognized familiar landmarks, he made his way through the gates and returned to his room to change before heading to his den. Just as he was about to lie down, he received a message from Mina, letting him know she was home and looking forward to seeing him when school resumed, accompanied by a cute heart emoji. He replied, expressing how much he enjoyed their time together, then settled into his furs for a restful sleep. The weekend passed with occasional chats with Mina and sometimes 𝐼𝐶, but nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. On the morning school was set to begin again, Izuku prepared breakfast and made his way to the classroom. He arrived early, finding Todoroki and Yaoyorozu already seated quietly. He greeted them, and in return, they acknowledged him, with Todoroki even offering a small smile. As the class filled up, Mina entered, beaming at Izuku as she approached him and perched on his desk. She asked about his weekend, and he responded enthusiastically, inquiring about hers in return. 𝐼𝐶, sitting behind Izuku, interrupted with a teasing comment, suggesting they needed privacy. Confused, Izuku questioned why, prompting laughter from Kaken. Aizawa then entered, instructing everyone to take their seats. He appeared less bandaged than before, with only a scar under his eye as a reminder of the USJ incident. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 explained the purpose of the upcoming sports festival, which was to allow students to be invited by heroes for internships to gain practical experience. He displayed a screen with numbers next to each student's name, revealing Izuku's score of 𝐼𝐬𝐽 distributed papers listing potential heroes for internships, but Izuku felt uncertain about who they were. When he voiced his confusion, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 sighed and suggested he look them up on his phone. Izuku eagerly complied, pulling out his device to research the first name on the list. 𝐼𝐬𝐽, with a hint of exasperation, reminded the students they would also be deciding on their hero codenames. The door swung open, and Nem entered with a confident stride, warning everyone to choose wisely or they might face consequences later. White bards were distributed, and Izuku stared at his until 𝗀𝐿 playfully tapped him on the head, demonstrating how to use them. He thought of a hero name and quickly found one he liked. Nem asked who wanted to go first, and Izuku eagerly jumped up to present his choice. Aoyama's usual smile faltered slightly as he took a seat. Izuku displayed his name in shaky handwriting, proudly announcing it as Hunter. Nem approved with a ruffle of Izuku's messy hair, and Izuku felt a surge of happiness as he scanned his classmates. Mina gave him a thumbs up, and most nodded in agreement with Nem's praise. However, Izuku noticed Iida's tension, sensing the anger and sadness radiating from him. Determined to address it, Izuku hummed to himself, planning to check in with Iida, the class leader, to ensure everyone's well-being. The idea of leading his group filled him with pride. One by one, the others shared their hero codenames. Meanwhile, Izuku browsed through the heroes who had invited him to work, intrigued by a few but disappointed that none operated in the woods or nearby. His expression turned thoughtful as he discovered a hero named Gang Orca, who resembled the orcas from the books he had read and worked near the ocean, a place he had always wanted to visit. Satisfied with his legible writing, he completed the name on his board. When lunch was announced, Izuku stood up and intercepted Iida before he could rush out. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 attempted to speak with Iida, but he quickly made an excuse, and Izuku could tell he was not being truthful. With a bright smile, Izuku insisted they talk, and despite Iida's reluctance, he eventually nodded with a resigned sigh. Excited, Izuku led Iida to his room, where Iida immediately inquired about the purpose of their conversation. Izuku, without hesitation, asked why Iida seemed both sad and angry, sensing it was not directed at anyone present. Iida flinched slightly, narrowing his eyes, and replied that it was none of Izuku's concern. Izuku, undeterred, reminded him that as part of his group, he had a responsibility to ensure everyone's well-being. After a moment of contemplation, Iida reluctantly acknowledged the truth in Izuku's words as class president. He revealed that his brother, a hero named 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸, had been paralyzed by a villain named 𝐶𝐻𝐻, which had ended his career. Iida's fists clenched as he struggled to continue. Izuku nodded, understanding that Iida's family had suffered greatly at the hands of another. He sensed Iida's deeper feelings of anger. He asked if Iida wanted to take revenge on 𝐶𝐻𝐻. Iida's reaction was immediate and shocked. Izuku, sensing Iida's turmoil, nodded in understanding. He produced a javelin-like object made of bone, explaining that it was a creation similar to the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 they had encountered at WhatIf. He described how it would infiltrate a person's body, causing immense suffering without leaving any trace behind. Iida stared at the weapon, stepping back in alarm. Izuku continued, casually detailing the weapon's effects, comparing it to the pain experienced by the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, but emphasizing that this would be like being consumed from within. Iida's expression shifted as he processed the implications of what Izuku was suggesting. Trembling, he firmly stated that he did not want to kill anyone. He simply wanted justice for his brother. Izuku, puzzled, asked if heroes were not already pursuing that justice. Iida expressed his frustration with the pace of justice and admitted that he should not even be considering such thoughts. Overwhelmed, he leaned against the wall and slid down, tears forming in his eyes. Izuku, feeling awkward, suggested that perhaps Iida should talk to someone, like his parents or a therapist, recalling how Todoroki had sought help for his own issues. After a moment, Iida composed himself and acknowledged that he had been bottling up his feelings since learning about his brother's fate. Grateful, he thanked Izuku for his support. Izuku beamed, proud of his role as the pack leader, and offered his hand to help Ida up. Curious about the bioweapon, Izuku asked if they still needed it. Ida, stepping back slightly, insisted it was best to dispose of it. Izuku nodded and tossed the weapon out the window. Ida gasped in surprise and rushed to see where it landed, discovering it had embedded itself in the ground. They both watched as the earth around it began to dissolve, revealing writhing creatures beneath. After a few moments, the activity ceased, leaving a small crater. Izuku mused that the weapon might have worked better on a person, noting that it was designed to interact with organic material. Ida, horrified by the thought of what could have happened, stepped away from the window and looked at Izuku, who was now hungry. With a bright smile, Izuku suggested they go find some food, and Ida followed, deep in thought about their earlier conversation. Izuku carried a large tray of food as he joined Mina at the table. She scoffed at the large amount of food on his tray and nudged him with her shoulder in greeting. ― inquired about her whereabouts, to which she replied that she had checked on Ida, who was now doing better. The others exchanged puzzled glances, and Mina asked for clarification. She explained that Ida's brother had been hurt, leaving him upset and angry. After talking to him, she felt he was in a better place. 𝐤𝐬 complimented her thoughtfulness, and she acknowledged her role as the pack leader, emphasizing her responsibility to ensure everyone was safe and happy. ― pointed out that it was similar to her duties as class president, which he accepted with a sigh. Izuku then asked if anyone had discovered their interview placements, mentioning he would be with Gang Orca. Mina questioned why he chose someone more associated with the ocean than the woods, to which Izuku explained his longing to see the ocean and that he hadn't found any heroes listed for the woods. ― mentioned he would be with Eraserhead, while 𝐤𝐬 expressed interest in going with Present Mic. Mina and Shoji were still undecided. As they enjoyed their lunch, Izuku noticed Monoma's gaze from across the room. He waved with a smile, and Monoma beckoned him over. Although lunch had ended, Izuku approached him in his classroom, where Vlad King raised an eyebrow at his arrival. Izuku greeted Monoma with his usual smile and mentioned wanting to discuss their previous conversation during the festival, but felt it was inappropriate with so many people around. Monoma appreciated the nickname Izuku had given him and agreed to wait until the class was full to share his story. Monoma hesitated, not wanting to pry, but Izuku reassured him it was fine. He turned to the rest of the class and introduced himself as the pack leader of 1A, to which Vlad corrected him as class president. Tetsu raised his hand, asking what was happening. Monoma revealed he wanted to know about what he had overheard during the festival, and Izuku thought it would be good to share his story with the class. He recounted how, at a young age, his mother had left him in the woods, but he had survived, developed his quirk, and eventually came to UA. The class listened in silence, taken aback by his revelation. Izuku noticed their expressions and clarified that he was not joking. When someone challenged him to prove it, he decided to demonstrate and dashed out the window, transforming into his wolf form as he sprinted toward the woods. Kendo asked Vlad what was happening, and he explained that Izuku was sharing his story. Tetsu expressed disbelief, finding it disturbing that Izuku would joke about such a serious matter. Kodai announced that Izuku was returning, and he soon appeared, presenting the wolf skull and the obsidian blade he had used. The class was silent as they processed the sight before them. Vlad ruffled Izuku's hair and encouraged him to continue before Eraserhead became upset. Izuku waved goodbye to his classmates and left, assuring them he meant no harm to anyone, especially those with animal quirks. As he exited, the class erupted with questions, and Vlad raised his hand to regain their attention. He explained that Izuku had come to the UA entrance exam with a friend, and after Nizu noticed the lack of information in his application, he called for him. Vlad confirmed that Izuku's story was true. He had been abandoned and had survived on his own. His mother had faced consequences for her actions, and since the exam, Izuku had become a ward of UA, choosing to sleep in the woods rather than his room. As Izuku returned to his class, Aizawa glared at him and asked where he had been. Izuku casually mentioned sharing his story with 1B. Kirishima, curious, asked about the items he was holding, and Izuku excitedly explained that they were from the wolf that had tried to attack him. 𝗀𝐿 groaned in disbelief at the situation, questioning why Izuku had brought them to class. Izuku shrugged, stating that 𝗏𝐵 had wanted proof of his story. 𝐼𝐬 warned him to sit down before he received detention, and the rest of the class settled in for a study hall to work on their internship preferences and hero names. Izuku sat with the wolf skull secured by a tendril on his back, filling out his forms and practicing his handwriting. The week passed without much excitement, with Izuku occasionally hanging out with Mina and welcoming his other friends. He noticed 𝗏𝐵 occasionally glancing his way but chose to ignore it. Class 1A gathered at the train station to depart for their internships. Izuku rode with 𝐼𝐬 after sharing a tight hug with 𝗏𝐵. He learned that 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐷 had chosen to intern with a partner agency related to his family, relieved that 𝐒𝐮𝐷 was not pursuing something reckless. 𝐼𝐬 reminded everyone to have their hero suits ready and to be respectful, directing a pointed look at Izuku, who stepped aside with a playful expression. Laughter erupted from the class, and 𝐼𝐬 groaned, feeling overwhelmed. Kaminari was interrupted by Jiraiya, who jabbed her earlobes at the laughing blonde, urging him to stop teaching Izuku anything foolish. 𝐼𝐬 pointed into the distance, telling everyone to disperse. After exchanging farewells, Mina embraced Izuku and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, wishing him well as she hurried off to catch her train. 𝗀𝐿 gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before walking away, reminding him not to get lost. Shoji and Jiraiya waved goodbye as they headed toward their own trains. Izuku glanced at the train ticket he needed to follow, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. This was his first time traveling far on his own. Previously he had only ventured a few blocks from UA and his home, but now he was heading to another city. Although he reassured himself that everything would be fine, anxiety lingered in the back of his mind. As the train approached the coast, he pressed his face against the glass, captivated by the view of the ocean. When the loudspeaker announced the next stop, he jolted into action, gathering his belongings and stepping off the train with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Once outside, he took a moment to survey his new surroundings and pulled out his phone to follow the map. He cautiously navigated the area, observing the unfamiliar buildings. Suddenly he spotted a large structure with a glass front and people bustling in and out. Putting his phone away, he walked inside, taking in the ocean-themed decor that adorned the interior. As he admired the surroundings, he heard someone clear their throat behind him. Ignoring it at first, he soon heard a louder attempt to get his attention. Turning around, he noticed a woman behind a desk, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. She asked if she could help him, and he introduced himself, explaining that he was there to intern under 𝐻𝐿. The woman's demeanor shifted as she recognized him, and she quickly made a phone call. After a brief conversation, she informed him that 𝐻𝐿 would be arriving shortly. Izuku nodded and continued to explore the area until he heard a thump and caught a whiff of ocean air. Turning around, he found himself face to face with 𝐻𝐿, who regarded him with narrowed eyes and a tense posture. Izuku greeted him with a bright smile, but 𝐻𝐿 requested that he tone down his presence. Izuku assured him that he meant no harm, feeling proud of his ability to express himself all at once. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone resumed their activities. 𝐻𝐿 inquired about the strength of Izuku's presence and his lack of control over it. Izuku shrugged, explaining that 𝗀𝐿 had suggested it was due to his upbringing around wolves and that he had always assumed people with animal quirks would be frightened of him. 𝐻𝐿 studied him with curiosity and then motioned for him to follow. They entered an elevator and ascended 2 floors to a hallway lined with doors and a common room. 𝐻𝐿 led Izuku to an open room, explaining that it would be his accommodation during his stay. Noticing Izuku's pursed lips, he asked if there was an issue. Izuku admitted he wasn't accustomed to sleeping in a bed. 𝐻𝐿 offered tatami mats as an alternative, pointing to a closet. Confused, Izuku asked what tatami was, explaining that he usually slept in a den on furs he had made into a firm bed. 𝐻𝐿 burst into laughter at the revelation, and although Izuku didn't understand what was funny, he smiled at the sound. 𝐻𝐿 was taken aback by Izuku's story, especially when he learned about his difficult past. Izuku shared that he had asked Mina to be his mate, finishing with a beaming smile. 𝐻𝐿, still processing everything, expressed his sympathy for the hardships Izuku had faced. Izuku shrugged, stating that he was okay now, recalling the challenges of his early life but emphasizing that he had friends and had become skilled at hunting. 𝐼𝐴 admired Izuku's resilience and encouraged him to settle in before giving him a tour of the facility. Izuku eagerly tossed his belongings into the room and closed the door behind him. 𝐼𝐴 chuckled and began showing him around, pointing out the gym, showers, cafeteria, and his favorite spot, the pool, which connected to the ocean below. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of swimming, and he eagerly confirmed that he knew how to swim, despite the challenges posed by his unique bone structure. 𝐼𝐴 was intrigued by Izuku's abilities, prompting him to explain that he could control his body down to the cellular level, often mimicking animal traits. He demonstrated by shifting his hand into a paw, showcasing his quirk's versatility. The cat had enhanced its body by reinforcing its bones with carbon and iron. Its paws transformed into formidable claws that extended several feet, morphing into a javelin. With a swift motion, it pulled the javelin from its arm and twirled it with ease. 𝐼𝐴 leaned down, intrigued by Izuku's transformation. He commented on the impressive display, noting that it made much more sense. However, he inquired about Izuku's presence, curious if it was a result of his abilities. Izuku admitted he was unsure about it, explaining that anyone with an animal quirk experienced a similar reaction, and it wasn't intentional. 𝐼𝐴 suggested they could work on it together and asked if there was anything else Izuku wanted to focus on during his visit. Izuku expressed his longing to see the ocean, which he found appealing. 𝐼𝐴 agreed, acknowledging the view's appeal, and proposed they work on Izuku's presence. Curious, Izuku asked how they would proceed. 𝐼𝐴 explained that presence was tied to intent. He recalled the first time he sensed Izuku's presence, describing it as the feeling of a beast entering his territory, overbearing but not aggressive. He noted that when Izuku had claimed he would harm anyone, his presence had diminished. Izuku listened intently, realizing that his aura frightened others because they sensed a strong predator nearby. He sought guidance on how to change that. 𝐼𝐴 encouraged Izuku to focus his intent and presence on him, assuring him they would take it step by step. Izuku felt a wave of worry but was reassured by 𝐼𝐴's confidence. He then concentrated on the hero, attempting to channel his presence. 𝐼𝐴 noted that Izuku wasn't trying hard enough, urging him to focus his intent more effectively. Izuku considered speaking his intent aloud, as he had done before. 𝐼𝐴 thought it was worth a try but preferred that Izuku learn to control it silently. With determination, Izuku focused again, declaring that 𝐼𝐴 would become part of his trophies. The words echoed in 𝐼𝐴's mind, instilling a primal fear within him. He felt an instinctual urge to flee, recognizing the danger he sensed. In a sudden burst of speed, 𝐼𝐴 leaped into the ocean, swimming away rapidly. Izuku, realizing the misunderstanding, called out to him, expressing regret for his words. 𝐼𝐴 halted, understanding the situation, and swam back to where Izuku remained frozen. He expressed concern for Izuku's well-being, helping him sit up. Izuku reassured him that he could heal and acknowledged that perhaps he had gone too far. 𝐼𝐴 reflected on the experience, admitting he had never encountered anything like it before. He then asked Izuku what he meant by trophies. Izuku explained that he collected special trophies from his hunts, sharing stories of the wolf skull and the badger skull he had kept. 𝐼𝐴 understood why Izuku's words had triggered such a strong reaction, admitting that his instincts had warned him of potential defeat in a confrontation. Izuku proudly affirmed his skills as a hunter, even in the ocean, claiming he would find a way and highlighting his patience. 𝐼𝐴 laughed heartily, playfully ruffling Izuku's hair. He remarked that it made sense why Izuku had chosen the name Hunter. As Izuku began to tip over from the rough affection, a tendril pushed 𝐼𝐴 back, indicating that the effects of the quirk would soon wear off. Izuku then expressed his hunger, asking if he could hunt in the ocean for fish. 𝐼𝐴 suggested they head to the cafeteria instead, promising to share a schedule he had prepared. With excitement, they made their way to the cafeteria, where 𝐼𝐴 ordered a large platter of mostly raw fish, causing Izuku's mouth to water. He ordered the same as 𝐼𝐴, much to the amusement of those around them. Sitting next to Gang, Izuku devoured his meal with enthusiasm, matching his mentor's pace. After finishing, they moved their trays aside, and Gang began to explain the responsibilities of a hero. He described the process of patrolling the streets and the paperwork that followed any incidents. Izuku listened attentively, nodding in understanding. Gang continued, explaining that after work, heroes usually returned home, but sometimes they were needed for special occasions, such as visiting schools to speak with children. Izuku, curious, asked what the purpose of those talks was. Gang clarified that they involved giving lectures about making the right choices, like avoiding drags and focusing on education for a better future. Izuku grasped the concept, feeling enlightened by the discussion. Izuku found himself daydreaming about someone visiting the woods to advise him against taking fox cubs, as it would make them sad and anger their parents. Gang, noticing Izuku's distraction, gently inquired about his thoughts. Izuku, with a bright smile, shared his musings about the cubs, though his expression turned somber as he remembered their sadness when separated from their families. Gang encouraged him to focus on controlling his presence without words, emphasizing the importance of not frightening those they aimed to protect. Izuku eagerly agreed, and for the next 3 hours he practiced under 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐽's guidance, learning to manage his presence effectively. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 brought in a few sidekicks with animal quirks to test Izuku's progress. He prompted them to share their impressions of Izuku. One woman with gills found him adorable and playfully pinched his cheeks, causing Izuku to blush. A man with blue, scaled skin laughed, assuring everyone that Izuku was not a threat to his own mate. The others confirmed they sensed nothing unusual about Izuku, which pleased 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who praised him for his efforts. Izuku beamed at the compliment and eagerly asked if they could patrol that night. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that it was late and they would have to wait until morning. Izuku pouted, expressing his ability to see in the dark and his lack of need for sleep, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 playfully ruffled his hair and insisted they would go out in the morning. After everyone dispersed, Izuku took a hot shower, enjoying the feeling of cleanliness. He entered his room and contemplated his sleeping arrangements, testing the bed before recalling that the hero had mentioned something in the closet. He unfolded a mat and reluctantly accepted it as a suitable sleeping surface. As the sun rose, Izuku awoke, stretching and feeling his muscles ripple beneath his skin. Unsure of what to do next, he checked his phone and found several messages waiting for him, including one from Nem, who was relieved to hear he had arrived safely. He laughed at Shinso's complaints about their training and responded to Mina's inquiry about his internship, which led to her calling him. Mina, still groggy, greeted him with enthusiasm. Izuku shared his experiences with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, explaining the concept of his presence, which had startled some of his peers. Mina found it fascinating and asked about her own training, revealing that she was learning to use her acid in new ways. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, and Izuku hesitated before responding, recognizing 𝐼𝐻𝐬's presence outside. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 entered, dressed in his suit, and asked if Izuku was ready for patrol. Izuku quickly said goodbye to Mina, who ended the call with a kiss. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smirked, teasing Izuku about his conversation with Mina. Izuku proudly introduced her, describing her unique appearance. As he changed into his hero suit, he wondered aloud if he should grow horns like hers. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, amused by Izuku's innocent curiosity, encouraged him to experiment with his appearance. Izuku pondered the type of horns he wanted, recalling various designs he had seen. He decided on a smaller, more elegant version, inspired by Mina's. As he focused, 2 horns gradually emerged from his hairline, curling upward with ridges reminiscent of a ram's. Satisfied with his new look, he admired himself from different angles, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He began to feel the new additions and giggled with delight. The hero felt a mild disturbance at the sight and sound of shifting flesh and bone, but he had to admit they suited the young man well. He wondered if they would hinder his movement. The young man assured him that he had designed them not to affect his agility. With a slight shake of his head, the hero adjusted to the extra weight. "Very well, let's head to the gym. I want to see how you measure up against a professional hero," 𝐼𝐻𝐬 said with a grin. The young man, filled with excitement, hopped on his paws and clenched his hands in anticipation. "Are we really going to fight?" he asked eagerly. The hero chuckled and led him to an empty gym space. They took their positions on opposite sides. "All right, no quirks allowed. I want to assess your combat skills to ensure you're not thrown into a situation that could be dangerous," 𝐼𝐴 explained. The young man nodded in understanding. "I suppose that makes sense. At the festival, Nem mentioned there were rules. Are there rules here?" "Yes. Let's make it first to 3 solid hits wins. No quirks, but anything else goes. Ready?" 𝐼𝐴 asked. The young man grinned in a way that made 𝐼𝐴 hesitate. "Go." Instead of waiting to see how 𝐼𝐴 would fight, the young man dashed forward, his grin unwavering as he closed the distance in moments. He was quick and agile, contrasting with 𝐼𝐴's larger, slower build. The young man aimed a punch at the hero's knee, but 𝐼𝐴 anticipated the move, raising his leg to absorb the impact on his shin. He winced but retaliated with a kick. The young man deftly dodged, moving past the leg, and landed a solid jab to 𝐼𝐴's side. The hero let out a pained sound and swung his massive hand toward the young man, who braced himself and absorbed the hit with his strength. Their eyes met, and the young man smiled even wider as he bit into his own hand and flung the BLD toward 𝐼𝐴's eyes. The hero was taken aback, momentarily blinded, and stumbled back. Seizing the opportunity, the young man struck 𝐼𝐴's knee, causing him to fall. As 𝐼𝐴 went down, the young man pounced onto his back. He instinctively reached for the side of the hero's neck but stopped himself, instead tapping the top of 𝐼𝐴's head. "I win," he cheered. 𝐼𝐴 groaned, impressed. "How are you so strong? Does your quirk enhance your strength and speed?" The young man got off and wiped the BLD from 𝐼𝐴's face, as if using a wet wipe. "I made modifications to my body to improve it. Metal bones, compact muscles, added nerves, and more," he explained. 𝐼𝐴 sat up, observing as the wound on the young man's hand began to heal. "That would explain it. You fight in a way that's unexpected," he remarked, half accusatory yet impressed. "Unexpected? My BLD is clean. It's as clean as—" Something very clean," the young man replied, scratching his head but bumping into his horn. He smiled and felt it. Fighting unexpectedly means not holding back and doing whatever it takes to win. That includes tactics like throwing something into your opponent's eyes or biting, 𝐼𝐴 clarified. "Throwing things in their eyes. I get it. That would hurt a lot. But why is it unexpected?" The young man winced at a memory. 𝐼𝐴 chuckled and stood up. "In combat, it's generally expected to be honorable and fair. Villains might use such tactics, and it's usually frowned upon. But if your life is at stake, do whatever you must to survive," he concluded seriously. "That makes sense, I suppose. But you don't have to worry about me. I know when to go all out," the young man said, dismissing the serious tone. "Good to hear. I think it's time we head out on patrol. How's your presence?" 𝐼𝐴 asked as they moved toward the exit. "It feels fine, I think." "I can't really feel it, though," the young man shrugged. "Well, I can't sense anything from you. It feels like you're giving off a warning," 𝐼𝐴 noted. The young man focused on projecting a warning, and 𝐼𝐴 nodded in approval. "How's that?" "Very good, you're a quick learner." 𝐼𝐴 attempted to ruffle the young man's hair, but the horns got in the way. The young man frowned at the inconvenience of his horns. He felt his forehead and decided to adjust them. They grew straight out for a few centimeters before curving upward and tapering to a point. Instead of growing above his eyes, they were closer to the sides of his head. He absorbed the first pair of horns and enjoyed the newfound space in his hair. He liked having his hair ruffled by others. Turning to 𝐼𝐴, he noticed the hero raising an eyebrow at him. The young man pouted and took the hero's large hand, placing it on his head. 𝐼𝐴 laughed heartily and rubbed his head until the young man ducked from the force. They both laughed as they set off to begin their patrol in the early morning. As they walked through the streets, the young man followed excitedly beside the hero. 𝐼𝐴 explained the reasons heroes patrol where people can see them. It's to prevent crime and reassure people that a hero is nearby if they need assistance. That makes sense. Should we be friendly or serious? The young man asked, scanning for any signs of trouble. It varies by hero. Generally, it's better to be friendly than serious all the time, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 replied. The young man nodded, and they continued walking, with civilians recognizing both 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and him from the sports festival. When people waved, he responded with a cheerful wave, quickly becoming a source of joy for those around him with his constant smile. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smiled approvingly as they ventured deeper into the city. They paused when a little boy ran from his mother and approached the young man. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, you won the first year sports festival. The boy exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. I like you the most because you have wolf legs like me. But yours are different. The boy proudly displayed his own gray-haired legs, which resembled the young man's. You have horns. They are different, the young man agreed, crouching to meet the boy's gaze. Izuku explained that he had not grown his hair because it could interfere with his quirk. He then proudly displayed his newly developed horns, which caught the attention of a nearby boy. The boy's ears perked up with excitement as he admired Izuku's unique features. He expressed his admiration, exclaiming how cool it was that Izuku could grow things. Izuku felt a surge of happiness as the boy revealed his own small fangs, sharing in the moment of discovery. Just then, the boy's mother approached, sharing many of the same traits as her son. The boy eagerly introduced Izuku to her, asking about his hero name. Izuku responded that his name was Hunter, explaining that he liked to hunt, which he felt suited him well. The mother remarked on the unusual name, and the boy, filled with enthusiasm, asked about Izuku's biggest hunt. Izuku shared that he had hunted a deer and expressed a longing to hunt a bear someday. The boy, determined, declared that he would one day hunt a deer like his father. Curious, the boy inquired why he couldn't sense Izuku's presence. Izuku demonstrated by releasing his aura, which felt different than usual. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, sensing the shift, hesitated but then relaxed as well. The boy noted that Izuku's presence felt similar to his father's but even more expansive, providing a sense of reassurance. Izuku realized that he could use his presence to create a feeling of safety rather than fear, especially when he focused on protecting the young boy. As the mother nudged her son to leave, the boy waved goodbye to Izuku and 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 affectionately patted Izuku's head, and they resumed their activities, with Izuku's protective presence surrounding them. Occasionally, individuals with animal quirks passed by and acknowledged Izuku's strong aura with grateful nods. Izuku asked 𝐼𝐻𝐬 why others couldn't project their presence like he could. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that Izuku's presence was unusually strong, while his own could only extend a short distance. Izuku stepped into 𝐼𝐻𝐬's space and felt a faint presence, gaining a better understanding of the sensation. As the day drew to a close and the sun began to set, they returned to the agency for Izuku to learn about filling out paperwork. Sitting down, Izuku listened as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained the process. Although it was straightforward, Izuku felt self-conscious about his writing skills. He admitted that he struggled with writing but was a fast typist, hoping to compensate for his weakness. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, initially puzzled, quickly understood. He reassured Izuku that it was normal to be learning, especially since he had only recently begun to write. Instead of writing by hand, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 offered to pull up the same document on the computer for Izuku to type. Grateful for the support, Izuku smiled and completed his report swiftly with his typing abilities. Afterward, they enjoyed a hearty meal from the cafeteria before heading to bed.